Some funds were raised entirely for the sake of helping the suffering humanity. I decided to spend that money on the poor people, and that is exactly what we are doing. Not only in one country, but in Ghana, in Nigeria, where are the people suffering. Moreover, we had means of helping people with human sacrifice, which coupled with the meager financial resources makes a sizable contribution. But without that human sacrifice, that small contribution financially would not mean anything. Now, our experience tells us that if we spend money ourselves for a good cause, the result is 10 times more satisfactory.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. In the name of God, the most gracious, the ever merciful. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome you to the 2020 Humanity First United Kingdom Telethon, over which the next few hours we're going to be showing you an insight into just what kind of an amazing effect contributions made from good people like yourselves can have, and the impact that they can create in people's lives around the world. You're joined by myself, Mansoor Clark, and of course the absolutely great and wonderful Atiq Rahman. So over the next couple of hours, we're going to be showing you an insight and speaking to people from all around the world.
Yes. So we're going to, first of all, go straight into Telethon, and then we'll start off our introduction, and then we'll start talking to some of the inspirational speakers from across the globe.
And just before we go into Telethon, we'll start today's proceeding with a silent prayer. We in the Ahmadiyya Muslim community pray by raising our hands and praising God. Of course, anyone around the world can join in as they deem appropriate and they see fit. Please join me in silent prayer. Ameen.
We're now going to move on to Telethon, which is a recitation from the portion of the Holy Quran, and then after that we'll then start the show.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الذين ينفقون أموالهم بالليل والنهار سرا وعلانية فلهم أجرهم عند ربهم ولا خوف عليهم ولا هم يحزنون.
I seek refuge with Allah from Satan the accursed. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the ever merciful. Those who spend their wealth by night and by day, secretly and openly, have their reward with their Lord. On them shall come no fear, nor shall they grieve.
Again, a very timely reminder for us to remember the purpose of why we do what we do. In the day-to-day, we know that people around the world face different troubles and different obstacles in their life. And as people of good morals and good intention, it is our responsibility to ensure that we do our part to help people and to help alleviate the suffering of individuals around the world. And over the next couple of hours, we'll be showing you exactly where your money is spent, where your donations go, and how it can actually have a real impact and change people's lives for the better.
Exactly. There's a number of times people ask me, where does charity money go? You know, how is it spent? I don't see it. So inshallah, this show will give you an insight into where the money goes and the impact that it has. So moving on, we're going to start straight away and go into it. We're actually going to go to Gambia, where we're going to be speaking to Dr. Babukar Sow. He's a personal physician to the president of the Gambia. And we're going to be talking about the medical camps and the training that they run there. So we go to Dr. Babukar Sow in the Gambia.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Dr. Saab, how are you? You okay?
Fine, alhamdulillah.
And how's the Gambia? How's things over there?
Alhamdulillah, we try our best despite the challenges.
Perfect.
And it's a pleasure to be part of this.
It's a pleasure to have you. It's an absolute pleasure to have you. So, Dr. Saab, I wanted to just ask you a couple of questions, and then, just give us give the audience an insight into what you've been doing over there in the Gambia. So, how important are these medical camps to the community currently?
Thank you. Let me just quickly say, Humanity First from the onset have been supporting Gambians in various fields. So here we're going to focus on the health very quickly. I must say the medical camps have been ongoing for the past 10 years regularly and have been conducted in communities that are not privileged to have access to healthcare so easily. So these are the places which are selected, and medical camps are run there on regular basis, and hundreds of thousands of patients have benefited from these medical camps. And essentially, patients are seen by physicians and who will assess them and then give them medication. And those with chronic diseases who would need follow-ups, we make arrangements for their subsequent follow-ups to the nearest health facilities. And for those who would need specialized care, we help to facilitate that they benefit from that specialized care from the teaching hospital. In essence, this is what we have been doing for the medical camps, and it has really helped the poor rural communities who would have not otherwise benefited from healthcare service.
And Dr. Saab, how many people are we expecting to be visiting these camps, and what kind of an impact do donations from across the world actually help with people's stories on the ground?
I must say, in every camp, the least number of people who will turn up will be around 700, 600. Wow. Right. We have camps where we have seen over 1,000 patients, and hundreds of thousands of patients have benefited from these camps over the period. And these are people, as I alluded to, who lives in hard-to-reach areas, poor communities. So who would have not had that free access to healthcare. So it really impacted a lot in their lives, as they've had their sick ones being attended to at no cost. Some of them would actually just need some form of health education as well to help prevent diseases. Some of the diseases are quite preventable, infectious diseases. They need to know what to do to help prevent them.
I see. And Dr. One other thing is, I know there's also been mention of these medical camps, but we've also heard that there are surgeries being set up in schools as well. That's a fantastic initiative. Could you tell us a little bit more about that? Yes. In addition to the medical camps, as you mentioned, we've been having regular visiting, specialists from the UK, who have been running specialized, surgical care. This range from maxillofacial surgeries, which the dental team was often led by Dr. Asif, who have done tremendous work at the teaching hospital, not only attending to patients who would have otherwise gone abroad to get their surgeries done. But again, remember, this is a poor country. Most of the patients cannot afford the cost of treatment elsewhere outside the country. So this has been a blessing for those people benefiting from specialized surgical care, and in this country, with the support of Humanity First. And in addition to that, teams also have visited across, the country, in poor communities, rural communities where, dental care and dental procedures, surgical procedures have been done in communities, and schools in this case have been used as ad hoc clinics where assessment and procedures have been conducted, and thousands of patients have benefited from.
Amazing, Dr. Saab, beautiful. Dr. Saab, it seems like you're obviously still on call and a very busy man because you're in your car. One last question. How many students and doctors do you think have been trained during this scheme?
I must say also, in addition to the healthcare intervention trainings also have been ongoing in parallel. We've had teams coming from UK who have been providing specialized surgical care of course, and medical care as well. I must, include here. We've had teams that have come to do, trainings and also service provision in the area of neonatal care, in the area of pediatric care, and also obstetric and gynecology. And in addition to this service provision, training also run in parallel, which is quite significant because this is the sustainable part of it. You can provide services, but if the local are not trained enough to ensure they are able to maintain the momentum, then the impact is minimal. But as services are provided, the local doctors, healthcare workers are equally trained alongside. I must say, Humanity First have conducted a series of trainings, for healthcare workers. This range from basic life support, which is extremely important for patients that are coming to the emergency unit, who would need, to be stabilized before any, definitive treatment is instituted. So if the health workers don't have the right knowledge and skills to keep the very sick patients alive until the specialists come to intervene, then our efforts of health service delivery will be hampered. And Humanity First have, fulfilled this responsibility in a fantastic way by training young doctors, by training nurses who are at the emergency units who receive patients. And this has been extremely well. And I must say, there is no other organization that does it in this country apart from Humanity First. And each year we look forward to receive Humanity First to provide this kind of training. In addition to that, I just wanted to also mention that the dental team who has been coming regularly has also stimulated and sort of injected the energy into the department of surgery, and subsequently now the dental school is starting.
Wow. Amazing.
That's fantastic news. Dr. Sow, thank you very much for joining us. That was Dr. Babukar Sow, personal physician to the President of the Gambia, talking about the various medical camps and the other training facilities and medical facilities that have been going on in the Gambia. Some fantastic work going on there.
You don't realise it until you hear it firsthand what he's been doing.
I think that's one of the key things in today's telethon. We're going to not just tell you about things here from our comfy studio. We're going to be taking you around the world to really see the impact that your donations and your contributions are making, because have no doubt that every single penny, every single pound that you donate from yourself, as opposed to spending it on something frivolous at home, you can make a real life-changing impact on people's lives around the world, and indeed here in the United Kingdom, as we'll be hearing about a little bit later on. I think it's phenomenal to hear this.
I know, you're making me feel bad. I know there's a lot of you guys now wondering, okay, how can we kind of donate to these beautiful and amazing causes? So we're now going to go to a how to donate video, which will give you all of the information that you need on how to donate for all of the causes today.
You can donate in 1 minute. Click Donate Now in the top right-hand corner. You can choose to donate one-off or monthly. You can select or enter an amount. If you've donated before, you can sign in to fill in your details automatically. Select Gift Aid to give an extra 25% at no cost to you. Enter your name, email, and address. If you're happy to hear from us, check the box and click Submit Donation. Enter a password to save your details and click Donate. Donate now at hfuk.org.
Water. Many of us take it for granted. Open a tap. Clean water flows into your hands. More than 750 million people still don't have access to clean water. Many women and girls travel tens of miles to collect water for their families every day, which is often contaminated with dangerous pathogens. Humanity First has installed over 2,800 water pumps and wells, providing clean, sustainable water to over 4 million people, reducing disease, freeing families, and giving children back their childhood. Just £2,000 gives a community clean, sustainable water, not just now, but for years to come. Humanity First.
serving mankind.
Irrespective of the cause of the suffering, if we claim to be true Muslims, it is our obligation and paramount duty to assist all people who are facing difficulties and to strive to alleviate their pain and distress. Our religion of Islam has taught us two overarching means of serving mankind. The first way is to bring people towards their Creator and to inspire them towards fulfilling His rights. Accordingly, it is the duty of every true Muslim to try to bridge the rift and void that is growing between humanity and Allah the Almighty. The second primary means of serving mankind is to help people in their time of need and to utilize whatever resources are available in order to bring ease and comfort to those who are deprived or facing trials and tribulations.
ایک مرتبہ پھر ہم آپ کو ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کی براہ راست نشریات میں خوش آمدید کہتے ہیں. ہماری آپ سے درخواست ہے کہ آپ ہمارے اس پروگرام کو خود بھی دیکھیے اور اپنے دوستوں، عزیزوں، رشتہ داروں سب کو بتائیے کہ اس وقت جو ہے وہ ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کا لائیو ٹیلیتھون ہو رہا ہے اور وہ عطیہ جات دے سکتے ہیں. انشاءاللہ العزیز آج کے پروگرام میں ہم دنیا کے مختلف ممالک میں بات چیت کریں گے اور آپ کو دکھائیں گے اور ان سے پوچھیں گے کہ وہاں پہ ہیومینٹی فرسٹ جو ہے وہ کس طریقے سے خدمت سر انجام دے رہی ہے. سب سے پہلے ہم بات کرنا چاہیں گے گینی کناکری میں مکرمہ محترم طاہر محمود صاحب جو کہ چیئرمین ہیں وہاں پہ ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کے. ہم ان سے بات کرنا چاہیں گے. السلام علیکم. جی محترم طاہر محمود صاحب سے ابھی ہم رابطہ کرنے کی کوشش کریں گے، لیکن آج آپ نے ناظرین فراخ دلی کے ساتھ خود بھی عطیہ جات دینے ہیں اور اپنے دوستوں، عزیزوں، رشتہ داروں کو بھی اس کار خیر میں شامل کرنا ہے. حضرت اقدس مسیح موعود علیہ الصلوۃ والسلام فرماتے ہیں میرا مقصود و مطلوب و تمنا خدمت خلق است، ہمی کارم ہمی بارم ہمی رسمم ہمی راہم. تو آئیے اسی موضوع پہ بات کرتے ہیں محترم طاہر محمود صاحب سے. السلام علیکم ورحمۃ اللہ وبرکاتہ.
وعلیکم السلام ورحمۃ اللہ.
محترم طاہر محمود صاحب ہم آپ کو خوش آمدید کہتے ہیں ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کی نشریات میں. کیسے ہیں آپ؟
الحمدللہ جزاکم اللہ.
محترم طاہر محمود صاحب آپ یہ فرمائیے کہ وہاں پہ ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کس طرح کام کر رہی ہے اور واٹر فار لائف کے وہاں پہ پروجیکٹ شروع کیے گئے ہیں، کچھ اس حوالے سے ہمارے ناظرین کو بتائیے.
جی جزاکم اللہ. الحمدللہ یہاں پہ جو بنیادی پانی کی ضرورت ہے اس کو پورا کرنے کے لیے ہمیں جو فنڈز ریسیو ہوتے ہیں ہیومینٹی کے تھرو، انہیں ہم کوشش کرتے ہیں کہ ان مقامات پر جہاں پر پانی کی بہت زیادہ قلت ہے، جو بہت زیادہ ڈپرائیوڈ ہیں، اس حوالے سے وہاں پر جاتے ہیں ہم. اس حوالے سے ایک واقعہ میں آپ سے شیئر کرنا چاہوں گا کہ ہم ایک یہاں سے ایک جگہ ہے کانسا کے نام سے، اور بہت ہی مشکل ہے وہاں پر پہنچنا، اور جو روڈ ہے وہ آف دی روڈ بہت ہی گندا راستہ ہے جہاں کراس کر کے ہمیں وہاں پہنچنا تھا. جب ہم وہاں پہنچے تو 2000 کے قریب لوگ ہمارے انتظار میں کھڑے تھے. تو جب میٹنگ ختم ہوئی تو کچھ عورتیں میرے پاس آئیں اور آ کر کہنے لگی کہ ہمیں آپ کو کچھ دکھانا ہے. تو وہ مجھے ایک جگہ لے گئی جہاں پہ ایک چھوٹا سا گڑھا بنا ہوا تھا اور پہاڑوں سے ایک قطرہ قطرہ پانی گر رہا تھا. تو انہوں نے مجھے بتایا کہ یہ وہ جگہ ہے جہاں ہم رات 2 بجے کے قریب اکٹھے ہونا شروع ہوتے ہیں، اور چند لوگ ہی جو ہے کچھ بکٹس جو پانی کی وہ حاصل کر سکتے ہیں، اور اس طرح ہم پھر سارا دن قطرہ قطرہ یوز کر کے جو ہے وہ پانی اپنی ضروریات کو پورا کرتے ہیں. تو مجھے بہت اس حوالے سے دل کو یہ بات جو تھی وہ اثر کیا مجھے، اور میں نے انہیں وعدہ کیا کہ انشاءاللہ ہم آپ کو ضرور کوشش کریں گے یہاں پانی مہیا کرنے کی. تو انہوں نے بتایا کہ یہاں پہ پانی کی کوشش حکومتی سطح پر پہلے کی جا چکی ہے لیکن پانی نہیں نکلا. تو میں نے اسی وقت حضور انور کی خدمت میں خط لکھا، دعا کی درخواست کی، اور اس طرح عرض کیا کہ یہاں پانی نکلنا مشکل ہے. اور اس کے بعد میں نے ایک کمپنی سے آ کر رابطہ کیا اور وہاں ان کو بھجوایا. تو خدا کے فضل سے 7 دن میں ان لوگوں کو پانی مل گیا، اور رمضان کا مہینہ تھا، شروع ہونے والا تھا، اور میں نے ان سے وعدہ کیا تھا کہ انشاءاللہ آپ رمضان میں جو ہے وہ پانی آپ کو میسر ہوگا. تو اس طرح اللہ تعالیٰ کے فضل سے ان کو پانی کی سہولت جو تھی وہ ہیومینٹی کے ذریعہ اللہ تعالیٰ نے ان کے لیے آسانی پیدا کی.
سبحان اللہ. اللہ تعالیٰ نے آپ کو بھی توفیق دی اور ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کے ذریعے وہاں پہ پانی کے نلکے لگائے جا رہے ہیں. آپ یہ فرمائیے، جیسے کہ آپ نے بتایا غالباً وہاں پہ رواج بھی ہے کہ جو عورتیں ہیں یا بچیاں ہیں وہ وہاں پہ رات کے وقت ہی پانی لینے کے لیے چل پڑتی ہیں. تو کتنی دور جاتے ہیں لوگ، اور یقیناً اس طرح تو جو خواتین ہیں یا بچیاں ہیں وہ تو تعلیم سے بالکل محروم رہ جاتی ہوں گی.
جی بالکل ایسا ہی ہے، اور حقیقت یہی ہے کہ وہاں پہ عورتوں کو ہی گھر کے سارے ضرورتوں کو پورا کرنا ہوتا ہے پانی کے حوالے سے، یا کھانا پکانا ہے یا اور ضروریات جو باقی گھر والوں کو پوری کر دینی ہے وہ عورتوں کی ذمہ داری ہوتی ہے. تو اس حوالے سے جو ایجوکیشن ہے، خصوصاً جو گرلز ایجوکیشن ہے، وہ اس کا ریٹ بہت کم ہے، جس کی بنیادی وجہ کہ پانی کا نہ ہونا ہے. اور آپ کو حیرانگی ہوگی سن کر کہ بعض علاقے ایسے ہیں کہ جہاں مجھے بعض بزرگوں سے مل کر ان سے بات کرنے کا موقع ملا تو پتہ چلا کہ وہ ان کو پتہ ہی نہیں ہے کہ نل کا بھی کوئی چیز ہوتی ہے جس کو کھولیں تو پانی نکل آتا ہے. تو ان کے لیے تو اس دن عید ہو جاتی ہے جب ایک بکٹ بھری ہوئی پانی کی ان کے باتھ روم میں ہو یا ان کے گھر میں موجود ہو. تو اس طرح پھر اس بکٹ کو لانے کے لیے بعض دفعہ 3 سے 4 5 6 کلومیٹر تک سفر کر کے وہ بیچاری جاتی ہیں، اور اس کو لوڈ اٹھا کر لانا اور پھر آ کر جو ہے وہ کھانا بنانا، تو ایک بہت ہی مشکل جو ہے وہ پیدا ہو جاتی ہے اس حوالے سے کہ جب تک پانی ان کے ڈور سٹیپ پہ نہ ہو تو باقی جو زندگی کے کام ہیں وہ بھی رک جاتے ہیں.
جی طاہر محمود صاحب، اور ہم یہاں اپنے ناظرین کو بتاتے چلیں اس وقت ہم بات کر رہے ہیں گینی کناکری میں. وہاں طاہر محمود صاحب ہمارے چیئرمین ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کے، اور وہ ہمیں بتا رہے ہیں کہ وہاں پہ بعض لوگوں کو ابھی تک یہ نہیں معلوم نلکا کسے کہتے ہیں، کیونکہ پانی جو ہے وہ انہیں گڑھوں میں سے ہی لے کے آنا پڑتا ہے، اور 5 یا 6 میل لوگوں کو پیدل چلنا پڑتا ہے. محترم طاہر محمود صاحب، آپ یہ فرمائیے کہ ہیومینٹی فرسٹ نے اب تک وہاں پہ کیا کیا کام کر لیا ہے، کیا کیا ہونے کی ضرورت ہے، اور ہمارے ناظرین جو ہیں کس طرح واٹر فار لائف کے پروجیکٹ میں مدد دے سکتے ہیں.
جی اس حوالے سے میں عرض کرتا چلوں کہ ہماری جو رجسٹریشن ہے گنی میں وہ پچھلے سال اکتوبر میں ہوئی ہے 2019 میں. تو اس حوالے سے ہم ابھی زیادہ کام نہیں کر سکے ہیں، لیکن تھوڑے سے عرصے میں جتنا بھی ہم کر سکیں اللہ تعالیٰ کے فضل سے جو توفیق ہمیں ملی یا جو فنڈز ہمیں ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کے ذریعہ موصول ہوئے اس کے مطابق ہم 5 واٹر ویل جو ہیں وہ انسٹال کر چکے ہیں اب تک، اور آگے انشاءاللہ ہمارا جو آن پائپ لائن ہے وہ تقریباً 4 کے قریب جو ہے وہ پائپ لائن میں ہے، انشاءاللہ وہ بھی بہت جلد ہم اسے کمپلیٹ کر لیں گے. ایکچولی آج کل ہمیں جو مشکل کا سامنا ہے اس حوالے سے وہ بارشوں کا ہونا ہے. تو بارشوں میں جو ڈگنگ ہے واٹر ویل کی وہ زیادہ افیکٹو نہیں ہوتی، کیونکہ پانی آلریڈی ہوتا ہے، اور وہ اچھلی سطح پہ پانی جب نکل آئے تو پھر جب ڈرائی سیزن آتا ہے تو پانی جو ہے وہ غائب ہو جاتا ہے. اس لیے ہم ایک تو اس کا انتظار کر رہے ہیں کہ بارشیں کچھ کم ہوں تو باقی جو پروجیکٹس ہیں ہم شروع کریں، اور ان علاقوں کو خصوصاً ہم ترجیح دے رہے ہیں جو اس نعمت سے محروم ہیں. اور بعض تو مجھے ابھی سے پیغامات آنے شروع ہو گئے ہیں یا ریکویسٹ آنی شروع ہو گئی ہیں کہ کچھ ایسے علاقے بھی ہیں کہ جہاں پانی جو صاف پانی ہے وہ بالکل مفقود ہے، جو مطلب عرصہ ہوا ہے انہوں نے پانی کو استعمال کیے ہوئے، صاف پانی پیے ہوئے. اور بعض جگہ تو بلکہ یہ بھی میں بتاتا چلوں کہ اتنا مشکل ہے پانی کا ایکسیس ہونا پانی کا ایزیلی، کہ 7 دن لوگ جو ہیں وہ پانی جو ہے نہاتے نہیں ہیں، اور جس کی وجہ یہ ہے کہ پانی نہیں ہے، اور وہ پانی اپنے جانوروں کو بھی پلانا ہوتا ہے، انہوں نے گھر کے لیے بھی یوز کرنا ہے، حتیٰ کہ کپڑے دھونے بھی ان کے لیے مشکل ہوتے ہیں. وہ کوشش کرتے ہیں کہ کم سے کم کپڑے استعمال کیے جائیں تاکہ ان کو دھونے کا مسئلہ نہ ہو، کیونکہ جہاں پینے کا پانی نہیں ہے وہاں دھونے کے لیے اس طرح وافر پانی کا ہونا ایک انتہائی مشکل کام ہے.
سبحان اللہ. اور یہ حضرت اقدس مسیح موعود علیہ الصلاۃ والسلام کی بابرکت جماعت کی برکات ہیں، خلافت کی برکات ہیں کہ اس حوالے سے ہیومینٹی فرسٹ جو ہے وہ وہاں پہ کام کر رہی ہے. آپ یہ فرمائیے، آپ وہاں پہ ہوتے ہیں اور آپ اس صورتحال کو سمجھتے ہیں کہ جو پینے کا پانی ہے وہ کتنا دشوار ہے وہاں پہ حاصل کرنا. جب آپ وہاں پہ نلکا لگاتے ہیں اور جب صاف پانی آنا شروع ہوتا ہے تو کچھ ان کیفیات کا بتائیے، کیسے لوگ وہاں پہ خوش ہوتے ہیں اور آپ کیسا محسوس کرتے ہیں ان خوبصورت لمحات کو دیکھ کے؟
پہلی بات تو اگر اب میں پرسنل ایکسپیرینس آپ کہیں تو جو فرسٹ میرا جو انکاؤنٹر ہوا اس سچویشن سے، تو آپ بلیو کریں کہ میں نے تہیہ کیا تھا کہ جب تک پانی وہاں نہیں نکل آتا میں بھی 1 بالٹی سے زیادہ پانی استعمال نہیں کروں گا دن میں. تو وہ خوشی جو اس وقت مجھے ملی جب انہوں نے مجھے فون کر کے بتایا کہ پانی نکل آیا ہے اور بہت پانی نکل آیا ہے، تو وہ میں آپ کو بیان نہیں کر سکتا کہ کیا حالات تھے، اور وہاں کس طرح انہوں نے اس جشن منایا، اسے جوبلیٹ کیا اس سچویشن کو پانی کو دیکھنے کے بعد. کیونکہ وہاں جہاں باٹلز میں پانی ڈال کر سارا دن جیب میں چند قطرے رکھ کر وضو کو کیا جائے یا باقی ضروریات پوری کی جائیں، اگر انہیں بکٹس میں پانی مل جائے تو آپ اندازہ لگا سکتے ہیں کہ خوشی کی کیا انتہا ہوگی وہاں.
سبحان اللہ. اور آخر پہ آپ سے ہماری درخواست ہے، پوری دنیا اس وقت آپ کو سن رہی ہے، آپ اپنے الفاظ میں ہمارے ناظرین کو کیا کہنا چاہیں گے ان ممالک کے بارے میں جہاں، کیونکہ یہاں یورپ میں تو سچ بات ہے جادو کی طرح ہے، آپ پانی کی ٹوٹی کھولیں اور وافر مقدار میں پانی آتا رہتا ہے. افریقہ میں بہت سے ایسے ممالک ہیں، آپ ہمارے ناظرین کو کیا پیغام دینا چاہیں گے آپ کے ملک میں اور ان بہت سے ممالک میں جہاں پہ جو بچے ہیں، ان کو، بچے کیا بڑے بھی، ان کو پینے کا پانی میسر نہیں ہے، انہیں کیا پیغام دینا چاہیں گے آپ؟
دیکھیں، بات یہ ہے کہ جب تک کسی چیز کی کمی نہ ہو انسان کو، اس وقت تک اس مشکل کا اندازہ نہیں ہو سکتا. اور یہی وجہ ہے کہ اسلام میں رمضان کا جو روزے ہیں وہ فرض کیے گئے ہیں تاکہ ان لوگوں کا احساس ہو جن کو پانی اور کھانے کی قلت ہے. تو اس چیز کا اندازہ پہلی بات تو یہ کہ ہم لگا ہی نہیں سکتے جب تک ہم خود اس میں سے نہ گزریں یا ان حالات کو نہ دیکھیں. تو ہم چونکہ باقاعدہ یہاں پر آن گراؤنڈ ہیں اور ان ریالٹیز سے ہمارا روز کہیں نہ کہیں ہمارا رابطہ واسطہ پڑتا رہتا ہے، تو ہمیں اندازہ ہوتا ہے کہ واقعتاً جو پانی کی نعمت ہے جس کو قرآن کریم میں اللہ تعالیٰ نے زندگی سے وابستہ کیا ہے، تو اگر اس نعمت سے کسی کو محروم کر دیا جائے تو گویا اس کی زندگی ختم ہو جاتی ہے. تو ہمیں جو وہ ممالک جہاں پانی کی اس حوالے سے کوئی تنگی نہیں ہے، اگر ان کو ان حالات سے گزرنا پڑے یا انہیں دکھا دیا جائے کہ وہ کس طرح وہاں بیچارے لوگ پانی نہ ہونے کے نتیجہ میں کن کن محرومیوں کا شکار ہو
जी अभी हम बात कर रहे थे मुकर्रम मोहतरम ताहिर महमूद साहब जो कि गिनी कोनाक्री में मौजूद हैं। हमारा राब्ता उनसे मुनक़ते हो गया, लेकिन जैसे आपने सुना वो बता रहे थे कि उन ममालिक में जहाँ पे पानी पीने का मुयस्सर नहीं है, ख़वातीन रात को 2 बजे चल पड़ती हैं पानी लेने के लिए और 5 से 6 किलोमीटर तक दुश्वार गुजार रास्तों से होकर उन्हें पानी लाना पड़ता है। हम जिन्हें अल्लाह ताला ने इस नेमत से माला माल किया हुआ है, अब ये हमारी ज़िम्मेदारी है कि हम अपने मन को टटोलें और देखें कि अल्लाह ताला ने हमें किस तरह इन नेमतों से नवाजा हुआ है और हम किस तरीके से उन लोगों की मदद कर सकते हैं जो कि इस नेमत से महरूम है। आप वाटर फॉर लाइफ के लिए आप ख़ुद भी डोनेट कर सकते हैं अपनी तरफ से, अपने मरहूम बुज़ुर्गों की तरफ से भी डोनेट कर सकते हैं। इस वक्त हम आपको ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट की खिदमात से मुतालिक एक वीडियो दिखाने जा रहे हैं।
As everyone knows, food poverty is a massive thing in this country now, and there's families with small children who do not have any food in their cupboards, vulnerable people with no shopping. Here we are again at Humanity First, our new food bank in Mirfield. We'd just like to show you around, tell you a little bit about what we've been doing over the past few weeks. In the beginning, the shell, it was empty, all run down. And then we got a team of volunteers together, put a shout out for some items, what we need. Within a few weeks, some people donated all the shelving. People came in, did all the decorating, the carpet tiles, and we've had a desk donated, a computer, a printer, all the seating. All the work what's been done has been totally voluntary. All the food has been donated from supermarkets in the area, and we have carrier bags which we hand out to people and they bring back with a few donations. So all this stock has been donated by members of the public. There's breakfast cereals, there's milk, soup, beans, bread, toiletries, snacks, biscuits. There's every food item that you can think of, really. That's for any single parents, vulnerable, anybody who needs food. We'd like to say thank you to everybody who's been involved, all the volunteers, because we couldn't do it without you, the supermarkets, everybody in the local area, and hopefully the impact what we'll have will be beneficial to all those vulnerable and needy families, especially in this economic climate.
You can donate in 1 minute. Click Donate Now in the top right-hand corner. You can choose to donate one-off or monthly. You can select or enter an amount. If you've donated before, you can sign in to fill in your details automatically. Select Gift Aid to give an extra 25% at no cost to you. Enter your name, email, and address. If you're happy to hear from us, check the box and click Submit Donation. Enter a password to save your details and click Donate. Donate now at hfuk.org.
Always remember that the founder of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, the Prophet Messiah al-Islam, directed the members of the Jamaat on countless occasions towards serving others and towards fulfilling the needs and rights of mankind. On one occasion, the Prophet Messiah al-Islam said, Allah the Almighty repeatedly commands that irrespective of religion or ethnicity, you should show love and compassion to all people. He says, Allah commands us to feed the hungry, free those shackled in bondage, pay off the arrears of those mired in debt, shoulder the burdens of others, and fulfill the rights of sincere love owed to mankind.
So again, a really interesting and important look at the reason that we do what we do. The fact of the matter is that people all around the world are suffering in different forms, and it's up to us to dig into our pockets, quite literally sometimes, and to help people around the world to alleviate their suffering with small donations from ourselves. So again, we've all been talking about the ways to donate. Again, I think it's a pertinent time to ask the people watching that, of course, you may be enjoying today's telethon and indeed all of the different projects that are going on, but please log on and make those donations and make a change in people's lives. And of course, this isn't just things that are happening around the world. Even here in the United Kingdom, there are fantastic projects that are happening. And in fact, if I'm not wrong, I believe we're going to be speaking to someone at the UK's, the Humanity First in the UK's first food bank.
Food bank, yes. So we're going to go live to Mirfield, and we're going to get a chance to speak to Nadeem, who was very instrumental in setting up the food bank. So Nadeem, Assalamu alaikum, are you there? Probably creating a food parcel right now. There he is. Nadeem, Assalamu alaikum, how are you?
Walaikum assalam, Atiq Saab, how are you? You okay?
I'm good. So Nadeem, look, I know you very, very well. You're also the regional youth leader within that local area, but give our viewers an idea of kind of the journey that it's taken from start to kind of where you are now for the food bank to be developed.
Yes, so welcome to our first food bank in the UK. We're based in a small town in West Yorkshire called Mirfield. It's our first project, and the reason of creating this project is under our food poverty program. And in creating this, we always take the guidance of our beloved Imam, Hazur, who always guides us to put humanity first. And in our early conversations with our chairman and directors, we felt a need, and due to the global pandemic, there's been a huge increase in food poverty, and what best way to set up a project in Mirfield was to open a food bank. And we managed to open a food bank, and we managed to locate a building. The building has transformed from humble beginnings. You know, this was just 4 walls, and now we've got a full operated food bank, which we've been operating for nearly 2 months. So from June, we had local volunteers from the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association who dedicated their time, and not just time, they also contributed towards it as well. And we managed to get shelving, racking, desks, all this from donation in kind and all very little purchases to get to what stage we are operating now. And we've had great response from the local community who have donated food. We've had conversations with the local authorities, with supermarkets, charities who have equally helped us to set up this food bank. And the miracles that I've seen in set up in this project has been great. And you know how God blesses that. You know, our intentions is to serve, and whilst we're serving, God just removes all any hurdles away. So, you know, the impact and need is huge. We've seen that, you know, these difficult times where families have to make these really difficult decisions that, you know, either will they be having food on the table, or will they be paying their house bills, or children who are also going through that less nourishments that they are not getting given, or parents who are going in difficult circumstances. You know, we're here to provide food and food parcels to the people who are in need, such as the homeless, the vulnerable, the elderly, the ones who are in lockdown or self-isolating. And we are providing this facility for them. So this is the need and impact that we are providing to the local members, and not just the local people. We are also extending our dimensions to the nearby towns and cities as well.
And of course, that sounds phenomenal. That sounds fantastic. It's amazing to see such a brilliant project like this being held around the United Kingdom. And what kind of an effect has COVID had on this whole issue? I mean, I can imagine that it has exasperated the problem quite a lot. What kind of things are you seeing that's happening, and how directly are you helping? Are there any particular stories that you could share with regards to this?
Yeah, so due to the global pandemic, many people have gone on furlough or self-isolated or even lost their jobs. And these people have a lot of expenditure to make their living standards they should be. And in these difficult times, that's why we come forward and provide that little assistance, little help, that they don't go hungry. And that is our main objective, that we get this. We are blessed to have food on our table, and how can we have our fellow being to go hungry? And that's why we provide this assistance to the local community members. We don't look at colour, religion or creed. We just need to serve mankind, and that's what we are doing here in Mirfield.
Amazing. Nadeem, I can see the shelves are packed behind you. I can see you've obviously not been eating anything because you've kept your weight down. But what would you ask our audience to do? What would they need to do in terms of to help out the Mirfield Food Bank?
So the food is getting replenished constantly, but the food goes out as quick. You know, our shelves, just earlier, I was here on Thursday, just 2 days ago, and our shelves were near empty. And the local residents have played a huge part in this by filling our shelves, and the local members of the local community members as well, who are helping to fill the shelves up and who are donating. But we request all our viewers to either help donate by giving items or give food, give money, so we can purchase some items that we can help the people who require food on their tables.
Absolutely phenomenal. That was Nadeem Ahmed telling us all about the Humanity First food bank in Mirfield, and it's a fantastic project.
Amazing,
I think,
amazing.
Again, a big opportunity for people at home to get involved, make donations. This is not donations that you're making for the sake of me or even for the sake of the people around you. This is a donation that you're making for yourself. The fact of the matter is that if we are living comfortable lives, we as moral human beings should wish that same comfort upon other people. And people are falling, as we all know, through hard times, and it's our responsibility to try and alleviate some of that suffering. So I think we're going to be talking a little bit about the COVID-19 relief efforts that have been carried out by the phenomenal charity and organisation that is Humanity First. Let's have a little look.
Today, the world is facing the worst global crisis since World War II. More than 820 million people are suffering extreme hunger every day, and the UN fears that a further 400 million could be dragged into poverty. The pandemic has proved devastating for daily wage workers, who could no longer earn and whose families have been plunged into poverty, not just in low-income regions such as Africa, South America and Asia, but even in North America and Europe. Humanity First has supported almost 700,000 people looking out for the most vulnerable. In developed economies, our food banks are busier than ever, providing families with dietary necessities as well as the provision of hot meals and food supplies, while our teams provide for the homeless, care homes and refugees. In much of South Asia, Humanity First has provided daily wage workers and their families with food ration packs and clean drinking water. All across Africa, as the pandemic spreads, our teams have been reaching remote villages and providing a lifeline for families struggling to provide a simple meal for their children. With your help, Humanity First has now provided over 10 million meals. People like you are making a difference, helping us put humanity first.
Again, a special reminder for everyone to dig into their pockets. That's what this telethon is all about. We're sitting here because, of course, we love each other's company, even if we are socially distanced. But nevertheless, the purpose of this telethon is to just make a simple reminder to everybody at home that we all have pounds, £10, £100 lying around spare that we can make a difference with. We can give to change someone's life, to help them see again, to help them drink water, to help them go to school and have an education, things that often we can unfortunately take for granted, but we have the luxury to be able to do so. So please make a difference and understand that every single penny counts.
Jazakallah, you're quite inspirational, to be fair. We're going to now move on to our next segment. And again, as you heard this morning, an amazing inspirational talk by Dr. Saab in the Gambia. We're now going to talk about another project that Humanity First have helped out in and have been really inspirational and influential in as well, is the disaster relief in Jordan. So we're now going to go to Jordan, and Dr. Qasim Mazri. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. How are you? You okay?
Alaikum salam. Alhamdulillah. How about you?
We're good. We're very, very good. Dr. Saab, so there's been kind of 650,000 registered Syrian refugees in Jordan, and over 30% of those of a school age. What has Humanity First been doing in terms of trying to accommodate them, help them, and integrate in terms of the Jordanian life?
Yes, Jazakallah. First of all, let me brief the Syrian refugee crisis in Jordan. As you said, Jordan has 655,000 Syrian refugees. 80% of them are living in local communities, and we have 140,000 are living in refugee camps. Jordan is one of the largest host community for Syrian refugees. Therefore, we had some projects to serve Syrian refugees. Our main project was a school for Syrian children. Every year, we sponsor 100 Syrian refugee children to continue their education. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalam, we can still hear you.
We're listening very intently to what you're saying.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I just hear the some echo.
No, you're coming through loud and clear.
Perfect.
Okay.
You were talking about the education of the children.
The education of the children, this is our main project, which was up and running since our establishment in 2014. Since then, we have delivered education to hundreds of Syrian refugee children, alongside Jordanian needy children. We have another project which was under the criteria of disaster relief. Back in 2017, we have distributed 4,500 thermal blankets to Syrian refugees to help them pass the cold weather of Jordan. We also have various projects like Qurbani in Eid al-Adha to distribute meat for the needy families. Also, we had a project, classroom transformation project, in cooperation with UK team. This is our main projects that have been done in Jordan since then.
MashaAllah, Qasim Saab, I think there's a lot of work going on in Jordan. I think what people struggle with, perhaps, living in different parts of the world, is actually understanding how much of an effect it has on people. So could you tell us any stories, perhaps, about how people's lives were changed by the projects that you initiated? It could be something as simple as a school child seeing a transformed classroom, or it could be something big like the other projects you have mentioned. But if you could give us a couple of stories, I think it would really bring it home as to how much of a change donations can really have.
Yes, as you know, our children are refugees, and they have seen horrible things back in Syria. We helped them getting over the war trauma, to get rid of these bad memories about war and conflict in Syria. There is a lot of stories, but I need to concentrate on the positive stories of our children. When you make a good environment, fun environment for the children, for the students, It's good for their mental health. So they are having fun in our school. We have also playground in our school. There is many stories. I remember one story that when we were implementing this classroom transformation project, a large number of Syrian refugee children came to our school, and they make some notice how we could add some paints to the walls, you know. It was very funny. We had photos with them. They were very happy indeed.
Wow, mashallah, that's a very, very truly inspirational story. I think it reminds us that the things that we take for granted, things like nice classrooms and books to read and a comfortable environment to learn in and food on the table every day, these kind of things are things that other people around the world don't necessarily have.
Exactly, and I think we forget sometimes that, you know, we always think of charity being, you know, Africa and maybe India and whatnot, but we forget there's wars taking place all over the world, and there are people being displaced from their own countries. And I'm sure there's many parents out there who have got children, and yourself, I know you are a father as well.
Yeah, indeed.
I'm still yet to get there, but soon. But you can imagine you want the best for your children, and this is what they are doing in Jordan, and what Qasim Saab is currently doing. He is providing, and it may seem simple, you know, but he's putting a smile on the children's faces.
Absolutely.
And that is something truly special. So please do donate. It's something which is really easy to do on our side, and it can have a huge and massive impact across the globe. So I think we're now going to go on to a timely how to donate video, so you guys can kind of get an idea of what needs to be done.
You can donate in 1 minute. Click Donate Now in the top right-hand corner. You can choose to donate one-off or monthly. You can select or enter an amount. If you've donated before, you can sign in to fill in your details automatically. Select Gift Aid to give an extra 25% at no cost to you. Enter your name, email, and address. If you're happy to hear from us, check the box and click Submit Donation. Enter a password to save your details and click Donate. Donate now at hfuk.org.
Charity is simple. Give money, help people. But how does the money in your pocket become vital help for people in need? Let's take medicine, for example. When you donate, the medicine has to be procured, packed up, taken to the airport, loaded on an airplane, flown thousands of miles, then taken by road, but not on roads like this. Roads like this, this, and this. Or sometimes jungles with no roads, or a ferry. You get the idea. Finally, they arrive, but we can't just hand them out. So we send doctors with them to diagnose the patients and dispense it safely. So the journey to turn your donation into the help people need is a long one, but worth it for the difference it makes to people's lives. Humanity first, serving mankind.
Always remember that the founder of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, the Prophet Messiah al-Islam, directed the members of the Jamaat on countless occasions towards serving others and towards fulfilling the needs and rights of mankind. On one occasion, the Prophet Messiah al-Islam said, Allah the Almighty repeatedly commands that irrespective of religion or ethnicity, you should show love and compassion to all people. He says, Allah commands us to feed the hungry, free those shackled in bondage, pay off the arrears of those mired in debt, shoulder the burdens of others, and fulfill the rights of sincere love owed to mankind.
You can donate in 1 minute. Click Donate Now in the top right-hand corner. You can choose to donate one-off or monthly. You can select or enter an amount. If you've donated before, you can sign in to fill in your details automatically. Select Gift Aid to give an extra 25% at no cost to you. Enter your name, email, and address. If you're happy to hear from us, check the box and click Submit Donation. Enter a password to save your details and click Donate. Donate now at hfuk.org.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, and welcome to all of our viewers. Today we're going to be talking about how Humanity First is working to build a hospital in a part of the world we call Côte d'Ivoire, known to some of you as Ivory Coast. Now, this hospital in the Ivory Coast is there to provide affordable access to high-quality health care to the sections of the community that would not be able to access it. To my right, I am joined by Dr. Hamad Khan, and also to my left, my dear brother Fazal Ahmed also joins us in the studio. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, gentlemen.
So, Fazal, you've been involved from early on in this project in Ivory Coast, and like many countries in that part of the world, in West Africa, the health infrastructure is very poor. So what was the specific need for this hospital, and why was a decision made to build it where it is? And tell us a little bit more about this project.
So in healthcare in Africa, it's all about compromises. In Abidjan, which is the capital of Côte d'Ivoire, there are many expats, there are many business people who are there who can afford private healthcare, and there are private hospitals like Tricheville which are there. However, for the lower income parts of the population, such as the Abobo slum, then there are probably 3 or 4 million people who can't afford proper healthcare. And how does that manifest itself? Women not surviving maternity, children, those are the people that are most affected. So there was a clear need, and the location, we needed a compromise of a location that wasn't too far from those populations that we need to serve, but also where we could also subsidize their care by providing private treatment as well. If you put it right in the slum, that wouldn't have worked.
And this is a model that Humanity First has used in other parts of the world as well. Tell us a little something about how it works, because building a hospital is an expensive business, and then having to run it and make sure that it continues to provide the service that it needs to provide for the local community.
So the hospital, the concept is that it's not a profit-making venture. Any income that we generate, we then subsidize care for those people who can't afford it. That's the model. So there will be care that's provided for people who can pay, and then the proceeds of that supports those people who need to be partially or fully subsidized. However, the thing that's important, it doesn't matter whether it's Côte d'Ivoire or Senegal or London, we want to provide the best quality care.
Well, interestingly enough, we now have with us on the line Dr. Ahmed Koulabati, who's the Director of Health Services in Ivory Coast. Dr. Saab, are you with us? Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Je profite, je salue M. Fazal, que j'ai déjà vu plusieurs fois, qui est venu à Abidjan et qui est déjà venu à Londres, que j'ai croisé à Londres plusieurs fois. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. So tell us a little bit about the reaction on the ground of the local people to the hospital.
Très bien. Nous voulons construire un hôpital dans un des quartiers d'Abidjan. Le quartier se situe à Yopougon. Il faut dire qu'Abidjan a 10 quartiers et le quartier se situe dans le site est dans un quartier qu'on appelle Yopougon Jesco, à la sortie de la ville d'Abidjan. C'est un quartier qui est extrêmement pauvre et le minimum, les soins de santé primaires, les habitants n'ont pas cette possibilité-là d'avoir des soins de santé primaires. Donc, en tant que médecin, nous avons prospecté un peu dans la zone et nous avons vu que le besoin était réel, surtout pour construire les maternités et également pour donner les premiers soins, la pédiatrie, la maternité. Mais ce qui est intéressant, c'est que c'est un quartier où le revenu des habitants est en dessous de $1 par jour. Donc, le besoin est réel. Ce qui serait intéressant également, c'est que c'est un site qui est situé sur une autoroute. Et en cas d'accident, les gens n'ont pas accès à la ville d'Abidjan tout de suite. Et ça sera très, très intéressant pour nous d'utiliser ce site-là où on va installer également un service d'urgence pour les urgences de traumatologie. Alors, pour revenir un peu aussi, quand les dames doivent accoucher, elles doivent parcourir plusieurs kilomètres pour trouver une maternité dans la localité, ce qui est extrêmement difficile, compte tenu de la distance. Donc, nous avons pensé que installer un hôpital pour offrir un soin de santé de qualité dans cette zone était vraiment la bienvenue. Nous avons essayé de prospecter également au niveau des habitants, poser quelques questions et également ils ont donné leur point de vue. Ils disent que ça sera vraiment salutaire pour nous si nous pouvons installer un hôpital dans cette zone-là. Donc l'idée de construire l'hôpital est acceptée par tout le monde et nous prions Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala pour que nous ayons vraiment cet hôpital. Les habitants de la zone, c'est un quartier où la densité de la population tourne autour de 100 à 300 habitants au kilomètre carré, parfois même dans des zones où c'est au-delà, et il n'y a aucune maternité de proximité, aucun hôpital de proximité. Donc l'idée de construire un hôpital est très bienvenue et nous prions que ce projet voit le jour. Essentiellement, voilà à peu près ce que nous avons à dire. Et compte tenu du fait que nous n'avons pas, il n'y a pas assez de moyens et qu'on nous a dit que Humanitarian First allait nous aider à avoir un hôpital pour cette zone, les populations sont très, 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 très enchantées. Et ça s'est passé un peu comme au Guatemala, où il y a eu déjà un hôpital qui a été construit pour aider la population. Et nous souhaitons également que cela se passe en Côte d'Ivoire pour que les gens puissent avoir ces soins de santé et ces soins de qualité pour toute la population de Yopougon en particulier et la population de GESCO. Voilà un peu nos besoins dans cette localité-là.
You understand that? Basically, he was describing that you know the need is for maternal and pediatric care, but also because it's next to the main auto route. So Abidjan is on the south coast, and there's an auto route that snakes up to Yamoussoukro and heads north to Bouaké and Kofikro. And when we first looked at this site, this was on the outskirts of the city. But even in the time that we've been doing the planning and design, other towns have now come up on the route adjacent to it, and so there's a big population that we could be serving, many of them who are totally underserved. And even for maternal and pediatric care, he was citing the example of the Guatemala hospital, where the quality of not just the facilities but the quality of the services and care is going to be central, because that will attract not just the local population. We are next to a main highway, so we're well connected, but also private patients and other patients from that region will be attracted if they see, because there are many other hospitals there, and as he was citing, but some of them lack anaesthetists, some of them lack nurses, some of them lack medication, even gloves. So the important thing is start small, but make sure the quality is good, and all of the ancillary facilities are there: the labs, the diagnostics, the post-op, the outpatients. Everything needs to flow properly.
I think I remember reading that also it means, because of its proximity to the main road or to the highway, I think I remember reading that it also means that for any accidents that happen on that main road, this also is able to serve that purpose as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a main highway, so you're going to get RTA, road traffic accidents there. Luckily, that road actually isn't as bad. You've been to Uganda, you've been on those roads there. You get, a quarter of a road per lines of potholes in Uganda. Here, it's a good road, but driving is still precarious. So yeah, it will serve that purpose too.
So just a reminder for people who are watching, if they donate to Humanity First, they're donating to projects like this project, the impact for people on the ground, the impact for those people who would be served by a hospital like this, you've seen it. Yeah. What does it mean for a local family? What does it mean for people living in that area?
So for those people who wouldn't expect to go into hospital, even for checks at the early stage of pregnancy, this suddenly gives them a full term service. It gives them a chance to have an ultrasound, gives them a chance to find issues early. It gives them a chance, you know, even I spoke to people in Abidjan 3 years ago when I was last there. There were women who were sent for cesarean, and they found out afterwards, and the cesarean is quite expensive, it's 6 months income out there. And they were told afterwards by friends of theirs that you didn't need that, but they've made more money out of you. Yeah. And unfortunately, you get those kinds of imbalances. The more financially challenged you are, the more prone you are to those kinds of decisions. So there is a huge need for proper maternal care and proper pediatric and neonatal care, your specialties, massive, massive need. And if we can take the mortality rates down from, we made huge progress over the last 20 years. I say we in the royal way, we're part of a whole health ecosystem, but COVID has taken us back many, many years. So we need to make sure that we address that and provide the care. The other thing which I discussed with the mayor of Yopougon is the place where we're planning the hospital. The mayor at first was thinking, oh, you're another private organisation, you want to set up a hospital, make lots of money, you're just overlooking JESCO. But I said to him, look, we're not a profit-making organisation. And he said, so what would happen in 5 years' time? I said, in 5 years' time, if you build better hospitals, you don't need us, we'll pack up and go. That would be success. But I said, the other success for us would be across West Africa, there is insufficient clinical capacity.
Well, speaking of the royal we've got Chris Edwards over in our call center right now, where you too can call in and donate to such worthy causes and be part of this royal we, otherwise known as the Royal Solution. Chris Edwards.
I'm not going wandering over there, I'm staying here, but you're catching it in view, aren't you? Yeah.
You can choose to donate one-off or monthly. You can select or enter an amount. If you've donated before, you can sign in to fill in your details automatically. Select Gift Aid to give an extra 25% at no cost to you. Enter your name, email, and address. If you're happy to hear from us, check the box and click Submit Donation. Enter a password to save your details and click Donate. Donate now at hfuk.org.
Normally this would be a hive of activity, people bustling around, but in this COVID environment we're all with our masks on, so I've masked off for this bit. Anyway, so we're here down at the call centre, and hopefully over my shoulder here you'll see the guys taking your calls. Don't forget the number 0300 56 10 10 7. I'm sure it's coming along the bottom of the screen and up here as well, so please, if you can, keep ringing in, they're really busy. Now, I don't know if you've seen this, but this is a new innovation this year. We've got bags going out to the Gambia. So it's Humanity First. In there will be all the equipment that a child would need for the Gambia. And so give you £20 and it's effectively you're sponsoring a child in Gambia. So that's a new innovation this year. So we're going to talk in a little bit about that. There'll be some other video coming along, but just thought I'd show you that while I'm down here. And of course the Humanity First honey, which is fresh out of Hadiq al-Mahdi. That's on the HF UK shop, but it comes through collection from me, so apologies for that. So anyway, we're down here, please keep donating. You know what the story is. 0300 56 10 10 7 is the number to call. Keep those guys busy. At the moment, it looks like online's winning, pressing all the buttons. Our friend Razak has done a fabulous job on the website and made it even easier to click donate and things like that online. But if you can, please ring in, tell your friends, please communicating. We've only done this 25-year thing once. I mean, look, we started in 1995. You know, we've done so much work, so really want to celebrate all that work, and it's been fabulous. What a journey we've had. We've been to Gambia, we've been to the Ivory Coast, we've heard all these stories, our friends in Jordan as well, so we've got loads more coming up, so please stay in tune, keep donating, keep those guys busy on the phone calls. Maybe a bit later we'll go and speak to one of them. And don't forget, we're going to talk more about the bags, and I think I'll be handing back to the studio shortly, if that's right, and if they're going to, yeah. Okay, so anyway, let's talk about our Silver Jubilee, this timeline here. 1995 we started doing sort of disasters, gosh, and we're in a disaster right now. It's 2020, we're still in a disaster. We've never done a pandemic before. What have Humanity First done on COVID? Well, it's all coming up. Keep watching those videos. We've done amazing work. Millions of meals have been generated. We've done lots of, amazing work. We were one of the first out there doing a call centre in the UK. We've done hand washing facilities around Africa. So it's great, aren't we great? Humanity First. And our brothers and sisters around the world have been doing fabulous. So I would urge you, please keep donating, keep making those phone calls, but also in the back of your mind, come and help us. We also need your time as well. So if you've got a skill, you're a little bit shy, now looking COVID, you can help us online. So we're always looking for people to come forward. If you've got a bright idea, we set up a food bank in the UK, just like that. So if you've got an idea and you've got some enthusiasm, I'm a trustee of Humanity First, so I'm really keen to hear your stories and come forward with your ideas. So I'm going to hand back to the studio now. Come and see us in a bit. Don't forget, 0300 56 10 10 7. Keep those guys busy. Thank you.
जज़ाकल्लाह कलीम एडवर्ड साहब अभी बहुत प्यारे तरीके से मालूमात पहुंचा रहे थे और ये भी बता रहे थे कि अल्लाह ताला के फल के साथ हमारी जो डोनेशन लाइंस हैं वो मसरूफ़ हैं और आप सब की तरफ से हमें एहतियाजात मौसूल हो रहे हैं। अज़राए करम डोनेशन भिजवाते रहें। 1995 में शुरू होने वाली ये जो ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट है, अब अल्लाह ताला के फल के साथ पूरी दुनिया में खिदमत खल्क में मसरूफ़ है और 53 ममालिक में ये रजिस्टर हो चुकी है। ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट के बहुत से शोबे हैं और उनमें से एक शोबा है डिज़ास्टर रिलीफ़, और आज हम बात करना चाहेंगे मोहतरम डॉक्टर आसिम सलीम साहब से, और हम उनसे पूछेंगे कि जब दुनिया में कुदरती आफ़ात कहीं पे होती हैं, ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट वहाँ पे कैसे पहुँचती है, कैसे मदद की जाती है। अस्सलामु अलैकुम वरहमतुल्लाहि वबरकातुहू।
वालेकुम अस्सलाम वरहमतुल्लाह।
मोहतरम डॉक्टर आसिम सलीम साहब, हम आपको खुशामदीद कहते हैं ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट की नशरियात में। जी डॉक्टर साहब, बात यह है कि कुदरती आफ़ात जब अल्लाह ताला की तरफ से आती हैं तो इंसान के बस में तो कुछ नहीं होता, लेकिन उसके बाद यकीनन हम मुतासरा लोगों की खिदमत ज़रूर कर सकते हैं, और ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट के हवाले से आप जो हैं वह अल्लाह ताला के फल के साथ इस शोबे में पेश हैं। आप हमें कुछ बताइए कि किस तरह हालिया दिनों में या हालिया सालों में किस तरह ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट को खिदमत की तौफीक मिली है।
जी मोहतरम मुबारक सिद्दीकी साहब, जैसे कि आपने सवाल किया कि अभी पिछले कुछ सालों में खाकसार का ज़ाती तौर पे तो इत्तफाक हुआ, खिदमत का मौका मिला अफ्रीका के मुल्क गैम्बिया में, और जैसा कि मैं कहूँगा कि गैम्बिया जो है माशाल्लाह बड़ा खूबसूरत मुल्क है, और जैसी वहाँ की ज़मीन खूबसूरत है वैसे ही वहाँ के लोग भी बड़े प्यारे, बहुत ही गरीब लेकिन बहुत ही सादा और मुखलिस लोग हैं। और पिछले कुछ सालों से ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट की टीमें बाकायदगी से वहाँ जा रही हैं। अभी मेरे जहन में एक वाक़या आ रहा है कि कुछ अर्सा कबल खाकसार जो है वो टीम के साथ गैम्बिया में मौजूद था। दिन में काम करते रहे और रात को कमरे में आराम कर रहे थे कि तकरीबन कोई 2 बजे मेरे गुर्दे में शदीद दर्द हुआ और हालत काफ़ी ख़राब हो गई, और ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट टीम के डॉक्टर इमरजेंसी ले गए, और आप देखें कि सुबह जिस इमरजेंसी में हम काम कर रहे थे आधी रात को मैं उसी इमरजेंसी में मरीज़ के तौर पे दाखिल हो गया। लेकिन फिर खुदा का बड़ा फजल हुआ और ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट और वहाँ के मुकामी डॉक्टरों ने बड़ा ख्याल रखा, उस रात को ये एहसास हुआ कि यूके में अगर ऐसा हो और कोई मसला हो तो फ़ौरन डॉक्टर को दिखाया, हस्पताल चले गए जहाँ पे तमाम दवाएं और टेस्ट मैसर होते हैं, और अक्सर हम इन चीज़ों को जैसे अंग्रेज़ी में कहते हैं फॉर ग्रांटेड लेते हैं। लेकिन ऐसे अस्पताल में अगर बुनियादी दवाएं ना हों, जैसा कि अफ्रीका के अस्पतालों में होता है, और अगर बुनियादी दवाएं ना हों, टेस्ट मैसर ना हों, इलाज ना हो, फिर मरीज़ की तकलीफ़ कैसे दूर हो। लेकिन खुदा ताला के फजल के साथ ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट की टीमें आपके नाजरीन के अतियात और डोनेशंस के तहत वहाँ दवाएं, आलात और थिएटर का सामान वगैरह पहुँचा रहे हैं। और इसके अलावा सबसे अहम चीज़ कि जब टीम वहाँ जाती है तो टीम में मेडिकल स्पेशलिस्ट, सर्जन, बच्चों के इमराज के माहिर और सर्जन, दांतों के डॉक्टर, दिमागी इमराज के माहिर, इमरजेंसी के माहिर वगैरह तमाम लोग उस टीम का हिस्सा होते हैं। और जो वहाँ ना सिर्फ खिदमत करते हैं बल्कि जो मुकामी डॉक्टर और अमला है उनकी तरबियत भी करते हैं। जैसा कि अभी आपने शुरू में जो है वो गैम्बिया से ही डॉक्टर बबकर सो जो है वो फरमा रहे थे यही बात कि जो टीम यहाँ से यूके से जाती है वो एक तो अब उनके साथ दवाइयाँ और आलात होते हैं, और प्लस वो वहाँ पे ना सिर्फ खुद काम करते हैं बल्कि जो मुकामी अमला है उनकी तरबियत में भी जो है वो पेश होते हैं। अब यहाँ पे एक और मेरे ज़हन में बात आ रही थी कि अभी हम रिसेंटली कुछ माह पहले ही जो आखिरी ट्रिप था गैम्बिया का ही, हम वहाँ मौजूद थे। और आप देखें कि अगर आपको इल्म हो कि जो मुकामी अस्पताल है उसमें नौमौलूद बच्चों की सर्जरी तकरीबन ना होने के बराबर है, और एक नौमौलूद बच्चा तशवीशनाक हालत में हो और फिर ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट के रज़ाकार डॉक्टर उसकी सर्जरी करें और फिर खुदा के फजल से वो बच्चा सेहतमंद होने लग जाए, तो उस बच्चे के जो वालिदैन के चेहरे पर तसल्ली और खुशी होती है वो बयान करना मुमकिन नहीं। और मैं कहूँगा कि ये सब मुखय्यर हज़रात के अतियात से ही मुमकिन हो रहा है। और आप देखते हैं कि अभी जो कुछ माह से जो इवन जो यूके में यहाँ पे जो कोरोना वायरस से जो हालात मुल्क में पैदा हो गए हैं, और अभी आप ख़बरों में देख रहे होंगे कि ख़तरा जो है वो दोबारा से फिर बढ़ रहा है। और हम सब की ये दुआएं हैं कि खुदा ताला महज अपने फजल करम के साथ और प्यारे हुजूर की दुआओं से उन बलाओं को सारी दुनिया से टाल दे। इसके साथ साथ हम सब का ये फ़र्ज़ बनता है कि जैसे हम सब ये तवक्को रखते हैं कि हमारे हस्पतालों में यूके में जब सब सहूलियात मैसर हों, वहाँ पे हम जाएं, इलाज हो, तो वैसे ही हमें चाहिए कि हम इस कार खैर में दिल खोल कर अतियात दें कि ताकि उन पैसों से जो अफ्रीका के मुख्तलिफ ममालिक हैं जहाँ पे ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट के रज़ाकार काम कर रहे हैं, उन ममालिक में भी दवाइयाँ, आलात, दीगर सामान वगैरह जो है वो मुहैया किया जा सके, और जो वहाँ के जो लोकल मरीज़ हैं उनको भी जो बुनियादी इलाज मुआलजा है और उसकी सहूलियात जो हैं वो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह मुयस्सर हो सकें।
जज़ाकल्लाह डॉक्टर साहब। और हम आपको यहाँ पे बताते चलें कि अल्लाह ताला के फल के साथ हमें जो अतियात मिल रहे हैं 11,300 पाउंड की कलेक्शन हो चुकी है, जबकि वादा जात जो हैं वो भी अल्लाह ताला के फल से आ रहे हैं। डॉक्टर आसिम सलीम साहब हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं जो कि बता रहे हैं कि बाज़ ऐसे भी ममालिक हैं कि वहाँ पे लोगों को अद्वियात की जो बुनियादी सहूलतें होती हैं वो भी मुयस्सर नहीं है। डॉक्टर साहब ये बताइए, जब आप ऐसे ममालिक में जाते हैं तो क्या ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट वहाँ पे अपने मेडिकल कैंप्स लगाती है कि वहाँ पे जो लोकल इंतज़ामिया है आप उनके साथ मिल के काम करते हैं?
जी, मैं आपको जैसे मैंने पहले भी अर्ज़ की कि मैं मिसाल दूँ कि जब हम स्पेशली जो गैम्बिया में मैं काफ़ी ज़्यादा इन्वॉल्व रहा हूँ रिसेंटली, वहाँ पे जो है वो जो आपने ज़िक्र फरमाया कि दोनों ही काम हो रहे हैं कि एक तो जैसे शुरू में डॉक्टर बाबकर ने ज़िक्र किया कि जो डेंटल सर्जरी है वो मुख्तलिफ इलाकों में जाके लोकल कैंप लग रहे हैं, लेकिन इसके साथ साथ जो वहाँ का जो बड़ा जो मेन टीचिंग अस्पताल है वहाँ पे टीम जाती है, और जो वहाँ के जो लोकल जो मुकामी डॉक्टर हैं उनके साथ मिल के जो है वो खिदमत करते हैं। उससे जो है वो दो फ़ायदे होते हैं। एक तो जो मरीज़ों की खिदमत होती है, उनका इलाज होता है, और जो जो मुकामी जो अमला है, जो डॉक्टर हैं, जो नर्सें हैं, उनकी जो ट्रेनिंग और तरबियत होती है, वो भी बहुत बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। अब जैसे मैंने मिसाल दी कि जो लोकल अस्पताल है, वहाँ पे नौमौलूद बच्चों की सर्जरी जो है वो बहुत मसला था, लेकिन अब अल्लाह के फजल से जो है वो ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट की एक बड़ी टीम जो है वहाँ पे उन्होंने टाइम गुजारा, वहाँ पे खुद भी खिदमत की और जो वहाँ पे जो लोकल अमला था उनको भी ट्रेन कर रहे हैं। और इंशाल्लाह ऐसे जो अगर हमारे जिस तरह से ट्रिप्स चलते रहेंगे तो इंशाल्लाह कुछ ही अरसे में जो है वो अस्पताल जो है माशाल्लाह एक वाज़े उसमें जो है वो फ़र्क नज़र आएगा
इंशाल्लाह। इंशाल्लाह डॉक्टर साहब, अल्लाह ताला आपको, आपकी सारी टीम को बहुत जज़ा दे। आपका बहुत शुक्रिया कि आपने हमें वक्त दिया और आप इसी तरह इंसानियत की खिदमत में मसरूफ़ रहें। और ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट जो है वो अल्लाह ने चाहा तो पूरी दुनिया में जहाँ जहाँ पे भी कोई दुखी है, कोई ज़रूरतमंद है, अल्लाह ताला के फज़ल के साथ ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट के जो कारकुनान हैं वहाँ पे पहुँचेंगे। और इसके लिए ज़रूरी ये है कि नाज़रीन जो कि इस वक्त हमारी नशरियात देख रहे हैं वो भी फ़राख दिली के साथ डोनेट करें। और नाज़रीन, हम आपको दिखाते चलें कि आप कैसे डोनेट कर सकते हैं।
In 1 minute, click Donate Now in the top right-hand corner. You can choose to donate one-off or monthly. You can select or enter an amount. If you've donated before, you can sign in to fill in your details automatically. Select Gift Aid to give an extra 25% at no cost to you. Enter your name, email, and address. If you're happy to hear from us, check the box and click Submit Donation. Enter a password to save your details and click Donate. Donate now at hfuk.org.
When you think of school, what do you think of? Books? Computers? Blackboards? Whiteboards? How about a building with walls and windows? The fact is, when you think of a school, this is not the picture in your mind. Some schools don't have books, computers, blackboards, whiteboards, or even walls. Over 200 million children can't even go to school. Transforming classrooms with books, equipment, and vibrant environments, and even building schools. Humanity First has built 34 schools because education is the only way to break the cycle of poverty, providing opportunities to children that have none. Give a child a chance at life. Humanity First, serving mankind.
You can donate in 1 minute. Click Donate Now in the top right-hand corner. You can choose to donate one-off or monthly. You can select or enter an amount. If you've donated before, you can sign in to fill in your details automatically. Select Gift Aid to give an extra 25% at no cost to you. Enter your name, email, and address. If you're happy to hear from us, check the box and click Submit Donation. Enter a password to save your details and click Donate. Donate now at hfuk.org.
Simple. Give money, help people. But how does the money in your pocket become vital help for people in need? Let's take medicine, for example. When you donate, the medicine has to be procured, packed up, taken to the airport, loaded on an airplane, flown thousands of miles, then taken by road, but not on roads like this. Roads like this, this, and this. Or sometimes jungles with no roads, or a ferry. You get the idea. Finally, they arrive, but we can't just hand them out. So we send doctors with them to diagnose the patients and dispense it safely. So the journey to turn your donation into the help people need is a long one. but worth it for the difference it makes to people's lives. Humanity first, serving mankind.
Welcome back. I think it's another very important reminder for us all to see the amazing work that's going on around the world, not just in one or two countries, but indeed you name a country and work is going on there in some shape or form. And it's been a fantastic couple of hours so far where we've seen some of the countries in which projects have been established. And indeed, over the next couple of hours, we'll endeavour to speak to more people on the ground, not so that we can tell you what we think is happening, but that's so you can see with your own eyes the effect and the impact that your pennies and pounds and contributions and donations are actually making.
So with that, we're actually going to move on to Uganda. We're going to speak to Mugaya Abu Bakr Saab. In Uganda at the moment, they're running vocational training centres where they're helping individuals to kind of attain specific skills, to set up a business maybe, tailoring or even hairdressing. Do you know I used to be a hairdresser, Mansoor?
I did not. I couldn't tell by the hairstyle right now.
So yeah, can we go to Mugaya Abu Bakr Saab, please, in Uganda?
Right. Assalamu alaikum.
How are you? You okay?
We're okay.
Very good, very good. Can you give us a quick kind of overview of some of the training that you're providing and kind of who benefits from these training sessions?
Yeah, Humanitarian First Vocational Institute is in the eastern part of Uganda. And it has largely benefited the people around that place. Although when we are doing the recruitment, it cuts across the country. So people from all regions of the country are recruited and they benefit from the programs in the institute. Uganda, like any other developing country, suffers a problem of unemployment. This is largely contributed to as a result of high rates of dropout. Many youths are unable to complete their studies due to fees problems. Some drop out at primary level, some at high school level. Those who get a chance to join institutes of higher learning do it strenuously. So Humanitarian First Vocational Institute has offered an intervention as far as vocational training and these skills are concerned. In this institute, we skill the youths. Like you gave an example of tailoring, hairdressing, electrical installation, and many other programs. IT, we have IT programs. We equip the youths with IT skills so that they are able to move out, and some of them start up their own businesses. Some are taken up in industries.
So I guess there's a number of interesting things that are going on there. And of course, this is one of the beauties of live television as well, that we can never always tell exactly how long the Wi-Fi connection will last for. But again, this is a very, very important point, because of the fact that there's things that we take for granted in our day-to-day lives. A good Wi-Fi connection. I know recently I've been looking at where to change my Wi-Fi connection to, and I'm thinking about how many more megs per second I can get. Things that we take for granted, things that we have every day, they're not things that are often enjoyed around the world by every single person. So again, a good opportunity and a live opportunity, of course, to tell you to donate. And of course, to donate, you can go on our website. You should be able to see that on the screen right now. Or you can call our call lines to send in your donation, and there will be someone to pick up and answer your call. I believe that the technical difficulty that we just faced has been remedied, and so we'll go right back to Mugaya Abu Bakr, the Director of Knowledge for Life in Uganda. Assalamu alaikum. We lost you for a moment there, but we were intently listening to what you were saying. So please, if you could carry on, tell us a little bit more about, say, for example, the rate of unemployment I hear in Uganda is also a very high contributing factor. How do the projects that we have in place help to remedy and to assist in that situation?
Right, I was saying that the government has tried, but they cannot do enough. So we need our vocation comes in to skill the youths, give them skills like tailoring, hairdressing, like you talked about, and some other skills like electrical. These skills help them get out of the institute to start up their own businesses and start a new life. You know, someone does not become a job seeker. They can start their own businesses and move on with life. This is what we are trying to do. The government has tried what they can, but it's not enough. So Humanity First comes in to boost the government's efforts to fight unemployment in this country. And I was saying we want to thank the contribution, the donors, our donors. There is a lot that we have achieved as a result of this institute. We have another branch of this institute in the central part of the country, also doing the same. Now, giving skills in tailoring, giving skills in hairdressing, electrical installation, IT skills. And we have cases of people who have graduated and they can sustain themselves. This is an achievement that we cannot underestimate. So it is quite tremendous. We really appreciate. Without it, we would be far way behind. You know, like you commented, the levels of unemployment are quite at an alarming level in this country. The government cannot provide enough jobs. And the nature of the courses that the youths are doing in universities is to the effect that you come out and begin looking for a job. Here we are in our vocational institute trying to give the youth skills that will enable them come out of the institute and then start on by themselves, start on life by themselves. This is what we are trying to do in our institute.
Amazing, amazing, guys. Are there any inspirational stories that you can share with us of individuals who have graduated and where they've gone and what they've gone on to do and possibly set up their own business or maybe set up their own barbers?
Yeah, there are quite a number of them within the country, and some have reached an extent of getting out of the country with their skills. Around here, we are lucky that most of our students who graduate from our institute are taken up by employers around us. We have specific examples of local government. We have many of our students who have done IT, for example, who are working with the local government, who are working at different levels in the different ministries. Then we have some of them who have set up their own businesses. In tailoring, for example, they have workshops. Some of them have been taken up in factories. We have quite a number of them. Then we have some that have been taken up as technical staff. We have a girl who was graduated from our institute, and she's now working in Botswana as an expert in tailoring. She's called Rashida Nakao. Graduated, performed very well, acquired some other skills, and she's now working in Botswana. So we have quite a number of stories, success stories of students who have passed through our hands and are now doing very well out there. Actually, people come in some of the offices where our students are working. Their bosses come back to pick more of the students who have qualified from our institute, indicating that the services that our students are rendering there are satisfying. So we have such stories, quite a number of them, like I told you.
Amazing, amazing, Mugai Sab. It seems like you're doing a huge amount for the people of Uganda out there. I'm pretty short of skills, so one day maybe we may cross paths and I'll come to Uganda and you can maybe help me with something as well. Provide some skills. But no, Jazakallah for that, Mugai Sab. Honestly, I think we take for granted, you know, all the jobs that we have, and we can just pick up a computer and learn ourselves. And I think until you've been through it, and COVID was a prime example, you know, with all of the individuals being furloughed and having to retrain and having to kind of look for new jobs. And what they're doing in Uganda is an amazing initiative.
Indeed it is. I think it's a good pertinent time to mention actually the fact that by the grace of God, since the beginning of this program, we've actually managed to raise £23,000, in excess of £23,000. So that's a phenomenal number. But again, please don't take this momentary success as a signal to stop. Everyone who's watching, everyone who's listening, if you're watching this back on YouTube or you're watching it live, however you're watching it, then please dig deep, make those donations. Every single penny and every single pound counts. we're not just talking about making food packages, we're not just talking about giving someone something to eat or a roof over their head. We're talking about doing that, but also giving people, as you've just heard from Uganda, the skills and the vocational training that they need to become independent and to become self-sufficient. And I think you mentioned this a little while ago, and I think it really hit home. You said that I was a father. Indeed I am, and hopefully everyone in this room will be at one point. But the fact of the matter is that if it was your child there going through and suffering that small amount, or indeed that huge amount, if it was your child that needed just a few more pounds for that education, or a school uniform, or your child went to a drab and dull classroom every day to learn, and by some blessed person you could make that classroom a beautiful place of learning. You could feed your child who is malnutritioned. You could do everything that you want to make your children's life better. If this was you at home right now for your children, imagine just this year how much money you have spent on your own children. And now imagine just what small fraction of that you could spend to help the children of others. And that, in truth, is the real essence of what we're doing and why we're doing it, to desire for others what we desire for ourselves.
Exactly. I couldn't have said it better myself, to be honest. And it's like we rehearsed it. We're now going to go on to how to donate video, so you guys can hopefully, inshallah, start to donate your pennies. And look, there's a Atfal out there. I know there's some truly beautiful stories where Atfal have saved up monies, saved up pennies over the years, and donated all of that to Humanity First.
Yeah.
So again, don't be discouraged, Atfal. If you want to also call in, then first of all ask permission from your parents, but then do call in and do donate. Jazakallah.
And with that, we're going to go now to a small video which is describing a little bit more in detail about how you can donate and the difference that you can make with your pennies and your pounds.
As everyone knows, food poverty is a massive thing in this country now, and there's families with small children who do not have any food in their cupboards, vulnerable people with no shopping. Here we are again at Humanity First, our new food bank in Mirfield. We'd just like to show you around, tell you a little bit about what we've been doing over the past few weeks. In the beginning, the shell, it was empty, all run down. And then we got a team of volunteers together, put a shout out for some items, what we need. Within a few weeks, some people donated all the shelving. People came in, did all the decorating, the carpet tiles, and we've had a desk donated, a computer, a printer, all the seating. All the work what's been done has been totally voluntary. All the food has been donated from supermarkets in the area, and we have carrier bags which we hand out to people and they bring back with a few donations. So all this stock has been donated by members of the public. There's breakfast cereals, there's milk, soup, beans, bread, toiletries, snacks, biscuits. There's every food item that you can think of, really. That's for any single parents, vulnerable, anybody who needs food. We'd like to say thank you to everybody who's been involved, all the volunteers, because we couldn't do it without you, the supermarkets, everybody in the local area, and hopefully the impact what we'll have will be beneficial to all those vulnerable and needy families, especially in this economic climate.
You can donate in 1 minute. Click Donate Now in the top right-hand corner. You can choose to donate one-off or monthly. You can select or enter an amount. If you've donated before, you can sign in to fill in your details automatically. Select Gift Aid to give an extra 25% at no cost to you. Enter your name, email, and address. If you're happy to hear from us, check the box and click Submit Donation. Enter a password to save your details and click Donate. Donate now at hfuk.org.
Again, such an easy way to donate, a really, really simple way of jumping online. Within 1 minute, you can help make a difference. I think it's an important message to all of us. And again, we wouldn't be saying it to you if we didn't believe it and we didn't do it ourselves first and foremost. We're actually going to be, as you've just seen on the video, we've been having a discussion and a talk with a fantastic project working in Mirfield here in the United Kingdom at the Humanity First's first food bank here in the United Kingdom. And we're actually going to be going over now to speak to Mr. Arif Ahmed, who is the External Affairs guy, I'm going to say, for Humanity First in Mirfield. So, Assalamu alaikum rahmatullah, Arif Sahab. Are you there? Are you joining us? Brilliant, excellent.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, it's an absolute pleasure. We were speaking to Mr. Nadine Ahmed himself, Noddy, to his fellow brothers and friends. But indeed, a very inspirational talk we had with him. Could you tell us a little bit more about the food bank itself? I mean, it's a huge project to be able to have established and to be running. I mean, where does the food come? Where do people get referrals from? How does it all work?
Yes, thank you for joining us. You're right. We're very blessed that we've got the first food bank in the UK in Mirfield. And it's been a journey. This hasn't happened overnight. This has taken many, many years to develop. But thankfully, I've been working as a trustee of another food bank for a year. So we've built up a lot of intelligence and knowledge. But just to summarize for our viewers, each food bank is often named after a place. So this place is Mirfield, and this is the Mirfield Food Bank. What that means is that you get a buy-in from the local community. And they're the ones that tend to support the food bank the most because they know they're only one paycheck or one misfortune from having to use the food bank themselves. So it's through the generosity of the local people, the local supermarkets, the councillors and the MP and the mayor that we've met. They all help to get the word out. And from that, we get lots and lots of donations. And it's because people know that we're going to help the local community, that there's such generous support. So people will often just come in, drop off a few bags of food. The supermarkets will contact us, or we will contact them when we need food, and we will pick up that food. We will store it here behind us, and we will get referrals from the local community. Those referrals come from a number of different sources. It might be local charities, it might be the doctor's surgery, it might be the local council. It may well be individuals that just walk in who are desperately in need of help. And we will book them all into our system and we will provide the assistance that they need. And thankfully, during COVID, we've also been able to deliver parcels where people can't come in. So it's mainly in the Mirfield area, but also surrounding areas. And what I would say to people is that if you've never been to a food bank, try and visit one. It's a real eye-opener for you. I was very hesitant to visit a food bank before I got involved. Don't be scared of visiting a food bank. You will learn a lot about how they operate and you will be more encouraged to help them.
Fantastic. I also thank you very much for that. Just, I guess another question from me would be, when we talk about food banks, I always imagine a lot of tinned foods, but my imagination is very, very limited. What kind of things do you have? It's not just tinned foods. Don't do me that bad. What kind of things are there in a food bank, and how do people? Is it just a walk-in system where somebody who is in need can walk out with a parcel of food?
To answer your second question, it tends to be a referral system because obviously we want to be helping the right people. So it's better if people can be referred to us. But if somebody is desperately in need, we will ask them to come in, we will assess the situation, and we will try and help everybody we can. But we don't just have people walking in off the street because we don't know their background. So if they're being referred through their doctor's surgery, the doctor's surgery has done the assessment. We know that by coming through the doctor's surgery, this person is in need. So the general principle is that people are referred to us. But of course, sometimes people find themselves in an emergency situation. They may well walk in and we'll do everything we can to help them. In terms of the food, yes, we do have a lot of tin food, where we have all sorts of items, things like rice, biscuits, drinks, water, all of the basics that people need just to get through. And also, one of the things which happens in a situation like this is that people don't spend money on things, basic things like personal hygiene. So we have even some basic toiletries, soap, shower gels, products, toothpaste, toothbrush, because people tend to forgo those things just so that they can afford to buy food. So as I said, it's interesting for people to visit a food bank. You'll be very surprised at how much help they do provide the local community and how much the local community values their food bank. We've had nothing but positive messages, positive support. Even people just walking past our food bank will just pop in because they want to know a little bit more about what we do. And it's been a great blessing, and we're very blessed to be involved in this project.
Amazing, beautiful, Arasab. Jazakallah for that information. I used to actually volunteer in a food bank. And,
Really?
and I'm not going to lie, that is probably the neatest and tidiest food bank I've seen in a while.
Wow.
So they've done an amazing job there. And look, people, the reality is that HF is a global charity, but we're doing some really amazing work right here in the UK. So if you want to donate, and I do urge you all, please to donate. You'll see the number on your screen right now where you can call in, where we've got a number of our youth waiting in the call centre to answer your calls. And also you can go online, and I think it's almost 3 or 4 clicks. You can donate
Indeed, yeah.
as much as you want. So talking about the call centre, actually, I'm sure you guys are keen to see what's going on down there. We're now going to go to Chris Edwards, who's in our call centre live.
Right, welcome back down to Dyer Hall. Here we are in Western Europe's biggest mosque, which has been kindly lent to us for this Silver Jubilee telethon. So we're down, this would normally be a hive of activity, and it still is a bit of hubbub. You can see over my shoulder here, we've got the guys doing the calls, receiving your calls on 0300 56 10 10 7, that number that keeps coming here or there, something like that. Anyway, so please do keep ringing. We need every penny that you can spare. And thank you for watching and paying attention and enjoying the videos. And talking of videos, we really want to push this this project if we can. So back to school, everyone's familiar with back to school as a program. Well, this is like the bag to school. Someone else, a friend suggested that a great opportunity to help. So in the Gambia, we're offering these out to children. So if you give £20, effectively you're sponsoring a child to go to school to Gambia with the right equipment. All the stationery, all of the stuff you need, pens, pencils, possibly a protractor, I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. But primary school kids that need these sort of equipment, so they'll have their bag ready to take to school. So hopefully you're seeing a bit of video of kids going to school in Gambia. My son did some time out in Gambia in one of the secondary schools. So again, if you're you've donated some money, or you've got a university-age child and want to send them out to Africa, great character building stuff. My son tells me about it a lot. So if you want to donate some money to buy a bag, that's great. If you want to donate your own child to go and help us paint a school or support our schools out there, look, we've got a project for everyone. So don't forget, so sponsor us on the bag. You can call 0300 56 10 10 7. So that's our school bag project, which is new in, and honestly, we'd be delighted. We'll send you a photo of your child that's out there. So it'll be a great opportunity. There's a few other things. We've got the HF honey I keep talking about. So don't forget, it's our Silver Jubilee our telethon. We're delighted to take your calls. These guys, they're not as busy as they should be, so we need you to get on the phone, ring them in, and give, even if it's a few quid. We're just delighted. And don't forget to share the message. Get on Twitter, #ServingMankind. We want to get that going so people are aware of what we do. I think people aren't aware. And I've got a few friends watching, so shout out to Courtney Kurahoni, who's watching from work. So, you know, grateful for passing the message on and making sure everyone's either ringing up or getting online and doing their bit. We're trying to communicate what we're doing around the world. Obviously up in West Yorkshire is part of our world, and so we're delighted to talk about that brand new food bank and all the work that we've done during this COVID-19 crisis. So I hope you're getting lots of interest, lots of details. I saw some great Skype chat with one of the guys in Africa in his car. You know, it's fabulous. Slightly different telethon this year, not just us yakking away on chairs talking about their experiences. We're getting real life experience from those people on the ground. So we had our friends there in Yorkshire talking about their experiences. So again, we need volunteers. If you're in West Yorkshire and you've got a few tins that, you know, you probably overbought in COVID-19, get them down to the food bank and help us out. Or if you've got some time, spend some time helping us out there. So I think we're wrapping up slowly. So don't forget, we're going to talk about the school bag a little bit more. Please, if you can donate to that, 0300 56 10 10 7, that number that keeps scrolling. Buy yourself a hat. You know, there's some goodies on our website. We'd love to get every donation we can. And if you want to buy some honey, get on the HF shop and have a look, HF UK. Okay, I think we're ready to go back if that's correct. So Right, so thanks very much. I'll catch you in a bit. Don't forget, keep those guys busy. 0300 56 10 10 7. See you later.
Many of us take it for granted. Open a tap. Clean water flows into your hands. More than 750 million people still don't have access to clean water. Many women and girls travel tens of miles to collect water for their families every day, which is often contaminated with dangerous pathogens. Humanity First has installed over 2,800 water pumps and wells, providing clean, sustainable water to over 4 million people, reducing disease, freeing families, and giving children back their childhood. Just £2,000 gives a community clean, sustainable water, not just now, but for years to come. Humanity First, serving mankind.
Chris Edwards, wow, he's had almost a shop set up there, didn't he?
Absolutely,
had
absolutely.
Honey, bags, hats, everything.
He's talking about yakking on chairs. I think that's what we've been doing
That's
for the
what
last
we're
couple
doing,
of hours.
exactly. But look, Mansoor, let me ask you a quick question, right?
Yeah.
What was your fondest memory when you're about to start school, the first day of school? What was kind of the thing that you were most looking forward to?
Do you know, I remember when I knew, it wasn't even the first day, it was a couple of days before my first day, there was one thing that I couldn't wait to open, and that was this brand new backpack, my new pencil case, my new uniform, all pressed, done for me by my mum in the wardrobe like a week before it needed to be done, right?
Exactly.
As mums do.
Yeah.
And I couldn't wait to wear that on the new day. And when I put that on, there's a sense of pride that I got. And it's interesting because Chris actually mentioned this school backpack that we're trying to get out to people so that they can enjoy that same kind of feel.
Exactly.
And for me, I can really relate to that kind of feeling that you're talking
exactly.
about.
And that's the key. I think what we're trying to get across is we take things like that for granted, you know, having a new school bag every single year, having a pencil case where there's kids in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa, that are going to school without even a uniform, you know, and actually giving a child a backpack will bring such joy and happiness to their face and kind of give them a sense of kind of pride to actually, you know what, I've got this, let me go to school. So again, I think it's £20 for a backpack.
Yep.
Please do donate.
But it's not just the backpack. The backpack is full of things which the kids can actually use when they go to school. I'm not sure about the entire contents, but I don't have an itinerary. But nevertheless, it's not just £20 for the backpack itself, it's everything going into the backpack as well. So again, it's a fantastic thing. And when you think about £20, when you think about giving £20 as a donation, it's one thing. But just think about what £20 is for you in your day-to-day life. If that's half a meal when you take your family out, or if that's how much petrol you put in the car, and again a couple of days of commuting to work, whatever it is, just imagine in the grand scheme of things, that is absolutely nothing for us. But of course, when we take that across the world to give people the very basic tools by which they can enjoy life, you can imagine just how much more valuable those couple of pounds becomes. We're actually going to be speaking now about one of the most valuable things, and often one of the most underrated things in the world, which is of course water. And one of the fantastic projects which Humanity First has been establishing, and indeed has established. We're talking about the Water for Life project. And to do this, we're going to be speaking to Mr. Ibrahim Asante, who is head of marketing in Ghana, and the president of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association in Ghana, Mr. Nasir Ahmed Bonsu. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah, gentlemen. Are you there?
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh.
MashaAllah, I can already hear the upbeat tones coming in. I think we're going to have a very interesting and lively conversation.
I'm first of all loving that shirt. That is absolutely amazing.
the HF shirt as well as the other shirt.
Yeah, the HF shirt. Sure. Guys, I actually have a vested interest in the Water for Life scheme because I kind of started to research around it and what it involves, because I was keen to actually look into possibly creating a well or building a well in one of the African countries. And I actually learned so much myself. Can you give our audience kind of an idea of what are the struggles that people are going through at the moment, not having kind of clean water to hand and having to kind of walk tens of miles to kind of just get water, and that not even clean water either?
Absolutely. When you consider water being a very essential commodity, 25% of the human bones is made up of water, and over 70% of the cells of human beings made up of water, then it suffices to say that it is a critical thing for anyone, any country, any community to have. Unfortunately, in Africa in general and in Ghana to be specific, there are places where people lack decent, clean, portable drinking water. And that has so many ripple effects, talking about diseases, infectious diseases from guinea worm to bilharzia, talking about affecting the food chain because animals, for example, drink from this same filthy, quote and unquote, unclean water. It affects our food security, our food safety, and our food sovereignty as a country. And that is very, very serious. When you look at education, the lack of clean drinking water, which in most areas deprived in Ghana, affects the girl child education. As you rightly alluded to, the fact that people sometimes travel 5 to 10 kilometers. And if we say 5 to 10 kilometers, as you can see on the screen, barefooted, not in cars, just to go and fetch water. And most of them are the women, unfortunately, and the little girls. So the girl child has no time to concentrate on their education. And most often than not, on these roads, you have other people who may even go to the extent of raping these girl child. So the lack of potable drinking water in our country, Ghana, is having a serious effect on our economy and even our national security as a whole. I think Nasser Saab can add something to that.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm very much grateful to Humanity First for giving us this opportunity. Just like my brother had already alluded to, I must say that back in our homeland, Ghana, the current situation of water in the rural areas, most rural areas, is very pathetic. Like he alluded to, the struggles that people go through having to walk long distances. And after having gotten to their destination, where these rivers are, when they get to these river banks, that's where they wash their clothes, that's where they take their baths, and they get exposed. They get exposed. When people see, when men who see them taking their baths, it gets them exposed, so that sometimes you realize that some of these girls are being raped. So these are serious issues that the rural areas are going through. And, you know, when the Water for Life project was started far back in 2010, so far we've been able to build, from 2010 till date, we've been able to build over 200 boreholes. And it has spanned across about 30 communities. And in each community, we have an average of about 3,000 people in each community. So in essence, what we are trying to say that we have impacted about 90,000 lives. And sometimes when we have the drilling machines going into these areas to start drilling, you know, the kind of satisfaction you see in the faces of these people. Sometimes the accolades and the gratitude they show to you, you sometimes feel that, no, this is just overrated. But it is coming through down from their heart as a result of the impact, as a result of the things that had come to change. The things are formerly, they used to, travel long distances where these young girls are deprived from schools because they have to wake up at dawn, follow their moms to these areas to fetch water. Whereas schools are being deprived again, having gone through all these toils, realize that on the way, some of these girls are even molested, to be precise. So some of these things that they have been going through are just something which is very pathetic. And as a result of the Water for Life project that we have, embarked on all these areas, it has alleviated all these worries and struggles that they have been going through.
Absolutely. Nasab, you've put it in a very powerful and emphatic way, and I guess this is something which we all need to focus on and remember as well. Asante Sab, if you could elaborate a bit on this, but I remember something that Nasir Sab has just said, which reminded me of something which the worldwide head of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, His Holiness Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad, also said. He said that the look on the faces of children when water gushes forth for the first time, it is akin to the look on the face of people when they have won a lottery of millions or hundreds of thousands. Can you tell us a little bit about some of the stories and the real impact that it has had on individual lives, or the stories of people that have benefited from this very basic yet such rare commodity?
Absolutely. As my brother Nasir Sab just said, over 200 boreholes. And when we're talking about these 200 boreholes, they come in two forms, the mechanized and then the manual. With the mechanized too, it's either solar powered or electricity powered, have so far been installed in Ghana. And beyond that, other existing boreholes have also been repaired. Those which were in existence but had broken down has also been repaired by Humanity First Ghana in conjunction with IAAE in Ghana. Now, when the rig that digs the well gets to the villages, when just the sound of that rig, sometimes not even starting to dig, it just brings jubilation. Like you see when people are in the football field and they are supporting a winning team, and that winning team scores that winning goal at the dying minute. You see that kind of jubilation, that kind of joy, and it goes overboard, especially when the water is being drilled and it gushes out. My God, it's just amazing. It's awesome just to see that smile on those little children's faces, the adults, the women, the men. We have places like Obaladan, Wali Wali, Wangau, Galzon, Tungu, Tema, and Buguya in Ghana, where they have all benefited so much. And it also even affects the education, as Nasir Saab said. Now we have the numbers of girl-child education going up in places like Obaladan, where we also have built a 3-classroom block over there. And amazingly, this is being done with minimum amount. For example, if you look at the manual boreholes that we've so far installed, it cost about, in Ghanaian cedis, 13,000 Ghanaian cedis, but in pounds sterling, it's about 1,600 pounds. And if you're looking at the mechanized, it's about 25,000 Ghana cedis, which is about 3,200 pounds. So with as little as 2,000 pounds, you can impact somebody, not just one person, in each community. 3,000 people are affected. So far, we've affected about 30,000, 30 communities, culminating into 90,000 lives being positively affected from 2010 till date, as Nasir Saab said. So the joy is amazing. You get chiefs even converting and saying that now we believe in God. You get people seeing the light and joining the community just as a result of that water. And it goes to epitomize the point that he who gives water gives life. So water is life, and indeed, Humanity First is giving life, and we are appealing to everyone to contribute their quota. No donation is too small. The numbers are on the screen. In Ghana, for example, if you're in Ghana, you can send it on mobile money, 059-1437-454. I repeat it again, 059-143-7454, or the merchant ID 147244. I repeat again, the merchant ID 147244, or the the links on the screen as being provided. So we really appeal that you send your money through to us. And most importantly, the money sent, over 99% goes to the beneficiary. That is what is endearing. Humanity First is an organization which sends your donations almost 100% there, because almost all of us are volunteers. We don't add to an overhead cost to the organization. So your money goes directly to the beneficiary. Absolutely. And for that matter, I entreat you to look at Humanity First and support us as you may.
Absolutely. Ibrahim Saab and Nasser Saab, that's Ibrahim Asante, Head of Marketing in Ghana, and Sadr of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association in Ghana, Mr. Nasser Ahmed Bonsu. Thank you very much for joining us and giving us such an inspirational account of just how much of an impact Humanity First is having on the ground. I mean, it's phenomenal, right? I mean, the fact here that I'm reading is that our Water for Life initiative is helping over 4 million people daily in the world. And if it's a donation of £2,000, which, let's face it, for a family today, it's a decent amount of money, but it's not something that is impossible to do. With £2,000, you can provide water to a community of 3,000 people.
I did a bit of research beforehand on the Water for Life project, and I knew there were issues, but I didn't realise it was so bad. And it shows that the impact that Humanity First is having, and I think Sir Saab explained it really well. You can see the passion in his voice when he was talking. Just seeing that, and we take it for granted. We turn a tap on and water comes out.
That's it.
And my wife's always telling me, stop wasting it. She was originally...
You leave the tap on a little bit longer to get the colder water, right?
Exactly. Because she was obviously, she was born in Nigeria. And so she's got that mentality that don't waste anything. And there you can see how much water is, how important water is for them and what impact it can have. And actually, you know, we've actually kind of touched at the heartstrings of our viewers as well, because they are donating in their thousands. They are. So what's the number?
So I'm being told that we have just reached more than £36,000. Wow. So that's a phenomenal increase. I think last time we talked in the 20s, now we've gone up to £36,000 in excess of has been donated since the beginning of this broadcast. So again, please, like I said before, don't let this be a chance where you think, oh, that's great. £36,000 has been donated. They can do something with that. Because let's face it, we all know the problems that are existing in the world. Not one of us who is watching this, who has the morals to be watching this, thinks that, actually, you know what? The problem of water shortages in the world is finished. The fact is that everybody goes to school. Everyone has those luxuries. We all know that it's not the case. The only reason why we are able to put it to the back of our minds is because it's not us. It's not our children. But if we, as the words of His Holiness Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad were, he said, stop seeing the problems around the world as other people's problems. Instead, see the people of the world as your own family. And if you see the people in your own family in distress, would you not come to their help? Would you not spend 20, 100, 1,000, 10,000 for them? So keep that in mind. £36,000, phenomenal milestone, but we still have a long way to go. So please get on your phones, get on your internet, make those donations. Give give Chris a call in the call centre, get online. Couple of clicks, as Atiq said, you can make those donations work.
And I think if we look at it, the biggest gratitude and the biggest satisfaction that you can get as a human being is when you help another human being.
Absolutely.
And I can promise you, once you've helped somebody and you can now see physically all of the amazing work that is going on the ground, you'll have this special feeling inside you that you won't get many times. Maybe when you get married or maybe when you have your children. But apart from that, this is the single-handedly greatest thing. So do please donate. We're now going to go to a video which is going to guide you guys on how to carry on donating. There's many projects that you can get involved in and donate for. So please pick the one that kind of really touches you and donate as much as you can.
Donate in 1 minute. Click Donate Now in the top right-hand corner. You can choose to donate one-off or monthly. You can select or enter an amount. If you've donated before, you can sign in to fill in your details automatically. Select Gift Aid to give an extra 25% at no cost to you. Enter your name, email, and address. If you're happy to hear from us, check the box and click Submit Donation. Enter a password to save your details and click Donate. Donate now at hfuk.org.
Charity is simple. Give money, help people. But how does the money in your pocket become vital help for people in need? Let's take medicine, for example. When you donate, the medicine has to be procured, packed up, taken to the airport, loaded on an airplane, flown thousands of miles, then taken by road, but not on roads like this. Roads like this, this, and this. Or sometimes jungles with no roads. Or a ferry. You get the idea. Finally, they arrive. But we can't just hand them out. So we send doctors with them to diagnose the patients and dispense it safely. So the journey to turn your donation into the help people need is a long one, but worth it for the difference it makes to people's lives. Humanity first, serving mankind.
इसी तरह ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट भी मुख्तलिफ़ किस्म की खिदमत खल्क़ के काम कर रही है, जिनमें खुराक, पानी, तालीम, इलाज और दूसरे काम जैसे ज़लज़लों और तूफ़ानों वगैरह में हंगामी काम करना शामिल है। ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट में भी जमात के अफराद एक जज्बे से काम करते हैं और वही काम जो दूसरी तंजीमें लाखों खर्च करके करती हैं, ये हज़ारों में कर देते हैं। हमारे वॉलंटियर वहाँ जाते हैं। बस एक हिस्सा जमात का माली लिहाज से भी और अफरादी क़ुव्वत के लिहाज से भी रज़ाकाना तौर पर अपनी खिदमात पेश करके ये काम करते हैं। दूसरों को भी चाहिए, बहुत से ऐसे हैं जो इस कार खैर में हिस्सा नहीं लेते, उनको भी चाहिए कि जैसा कि मैंने कहा, अपनी खुशी के मौके पर इन नेक कामों में अल्लाह ताला की रज़ा के लिए हिस्सा लें। और हकीकत में इससे जो खुशी आपको इसकी आदत पड़ जाने के बाद होगी, वो इन आर्जी खुशियों से कहीं ज़्यादा होगी।
के लाइव टेलीथॉन में, और अभी हम हज़रत अमीरुल मोमिनीन अय्यदहुल्लाह ताला बिन नस्रिल अज़ीज़ का इरशाद मुबारक सुन रहे थे कि किस तरह अल्लाह ताला के फ़ल के साथ ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट जो है वो पूरी दुनिया में दुखी इंसानियत की खिदमत कर रही है। आप भी इस नेक काम में हिस्सा लीजिए। हमारा टेलीफ़ोन नंबर है 0300-561-0107। ये नंबर अभी आप स्क्रीन पे भी देख सकेंगे, 0300-561-0107। अभी इस नंबर पे कॉल कीजिए और आप हमें बताइए कि आप कितना अतिया देना चाहते हैं और किस तरह आप दुखी इंसानियत की खिदमत कर सकते हैं। हम यहाँ पे आपको बताते चलें कि एक नया हमने प्रोग्राम बनाया है जिसमें तमाम लोग आप हिस्सा ले सकते हैं। वो इस तरह है कि 20 पाउंड के अतिये से हम दुनिया के मुख्तलिफ़ ममालिक में, और ख़ास तौर पे हम गैम्बिया से शुरू कर रहे हैं, वहाँ पे जो मुस्तहिक तलबा और तालिबात होंगे, जो गरीब बच्चे होंगे और जिनके पास स्कूल का बस्ता नहीं होगा, हम उन्हें आपकी तरफ से एक नया बहुत खूबसूरत बस्ता उन्हें तोहफे में देंगे। और उस बस्ते में पेन भी होगा, नोटबुक भी होगी और इसके अलावा ज़रूरी अशिया भी होंगी। तो आप सोचिए कि आपके 20 पाउंड के अतिये से किसी बच्चे या बच्ची को कितनी खुशी होगी। और सबसे अहम बात यह है कि हम आपको बताएंगे कि आपका जो स्कूल का बस्ता जिसके लिए आपने डोनेट किया था वो किस मुल्क में है और किस बच्चे को दिया गया है। तो आप 20 पाउंड के अतिये से इस नेकी के काम में हिस्सा ले सकते हैं। एक बैग के लिए आप अतिया दे सकते हैं या ज़्यादा बैगों के लिए। इसके अलावा आप हमें 50 पाउंड का अतिया दे सकते हैं और इसके लिए आँखों का एक ऑपरेशन मुमकिन होगा। और मुमकिन है कि आपके 50 पाउंड की रकम से कोई बच्चा या कोई माँ या कोई बाप जिसकी बीनाई खो चुकी हो और ऑपरेशन करके उसे बीनाई की दौलत दोबारा मिल जाए। 50 पाउंड 2000 पाउंड की अतिये से आप किसी ऐसे इलाके में पानी का नलका और कुआं लगवा सकते हैं जहां पे लोगों को मील चलना पड़ता है। और इसके अलावा आपके 100 पाउंड के अतिये से हम क्या करेंगे कि किसी मुस्तहिक ख़ानदान को महीने भर का राशन दिया जाएगा। तो ये सारे हैं, और उसके अलावा आपने ख़ास तौर पे ये जो स्कूल का बैग है इसके लिए आप ख़ुद भी अतिया दें और अभी अपने दोस्तों, अजीज़ और रिश्तेदारों को भी इसमें शामिल करें। हमारा नंबर है 0300 561 0107। और आइए अब हम आपको एक नज़्म सुनवाने जा रहे हैं जो ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट ने ख़ास तौर पे तैयार की है खिदमत खल्क़ के हवाले से।
आए तूफान कहीं या कहीं ज़लज़ले, तुम पहुँच जाओ फौरन मदद के लिए। आए तूफान कहीं या कहीं ज़लज़ले, तुम पहुँच जाओ फौरन मदद के लिए। तुम संभालो उन्हें जो कहीं गिर पड़े, टूटे फूटे घरों को बनाते रहो। तुम संभालो उन्हें जो कहीं गिर पड़े, टूटे फूटे घरों को बनाते रहो। सारे आलम में तुम खिदमत खल्क के काम करते रहो, काम आते रहो। तुम हो खुद्दाम लजना या अंसार हो, तुम ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के मददगार हो। तुम हो खुद्दाम लजना या अंसार हो, तुम ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के मददगार हो। है खिलाफत की बरकत हासिल तुम्हें और खुदावन की रहमत भी पाते रहो। है खिलाफत की बरकत हासिल तुम्हें और खुदावन की रहमत भी पाते रहो। सारे आलम में तुम खिदमत खल्क के काम करते रहो, काम आते रहो। तुम मसीहा बनो हर दुखी के लिए, दिल लुभाते रहो, गम बटाते रहो। काम आते रहो, दिल लुभाते रहो, गम बटाते रहो।
You can donate in 1 minute. Click Donate Now in the top right-hand corner. You can choose to donate one-off or monthly. You can select or enter an amount. If you've donated before, you can sign in to fill in your details automatically. Select Gift Aid to give an extra 25% at no cost to you. Enter your name, email, and address. If you're happy to hear from us, check the box and click Submit Donation. Enter a password to save your details and click Donate. Donate now at hfuk.org.
Again, a very, very important reminder as to how to donate, and indeed the fact that your donations will make an important impact and an effect on people all around the world. And that's basically the core of what we're doing this telethon for, because we know that you know that there are problems in the world. We know that you know that there are sufferings, there are problems and obstacles that people face in their day-to-day life all around the world. And we also know that the pounds and the pennies that we donate and take out of our own pockets, which pay for frivolous things, can actually raise the quality of people's lives to a dramatic extent, where people that have to walk, listen, for miles to get a glass of water, even then, when they go and they travel for that period of time, they find water and they don't know if that water contains a disease, if that water will end up killing their children or their families. The fact that sanitation is at such a level that you don't know if your family members will survive the next day. The fact that you don't know about the security of food, that you have to worry about what you're eating in a few hours' time. How many of us have to worry about these things on a day-to-day basis? And I think that's the key as to what we're talking about today. You can make a difference by logging on or giving us a call and find out what you can do.
But also, I think with Humanity First, there's also an opportunity for volunteers. You know, Humanity First, yes, they need your donations 100%. With the donations, we can do a lot of stuff, and as you've seen from the videos, a lot of activities taking place on the ground. But volunteers, Humanity First is 99% volunteers. You know, so I remember when I was volunteering, there was an individual who was consistently asking, "Can you just come to the warehouse in the offices where they were sorting clothes to send to Africa?" You know, so it's not like we need you people to come along and get involved and go to Africa. You can do it right here. So, you know, even if you want to volunteer your time, you want to get involved, you know, and it's accessible. You know, there's times when you think to yourself, like, I want to do something good. You know, it's about time I did something, help someone out. And you go online, you type in charities, and you're bombarded with so many.
It's all there.
Yeah, it's so easy. And Humanity First, all you've got to do is just pick up the phone or ask your brother or friend or cousin, speak to your local youth leader, and they can tell you exactly what needs to be done. So yes, money is very, very important, but also Humanity First does need volunteers as well.
Absolutely. And in regards to this, what we're going to be doing is we're speaking to different people all around the world, getting a bit of a flavour of the different projects. And what we'll do is, in a little while, not right now, but in a little while, we're going to be speaking to a representative from Kenya and indeed some other countries as well to find out some more about the projects. But you know what, the amazing thing that I feel, Atiq, is that all of these different projects, that it kind of highlights to us about the things that we take for granted. I mean, we've talked about water. Water's like a very obvious thing that we take for granted. That the fact that anyone watching at home right now, you can walk to your kitchen, you turn the tap on, you can do the fancy tap or the normal tap, and the water will gush out. And you want it to be cold, you want sparkling water, you want heated water, all these different types. Food, education. But there's so many parts of life that we, living in a more affluent time and in a more affluent place, we take for granted. And it's only when you realise that people don't have what you have that you feel a little pang and you want to help other people.
It's because it's not tangible. You know, we don't, like you said, we don't experience it in our everyday life. You know, and hopefully a lot of these videos and a lot of the things that you guys are seeing today will give you a taste that actually it is real, it is happening, and you can actually directly impact what is happening currently. So we're going to go to a quick video of Hazur Eidel Talam bin Aziz, giving us some further guidance on what we should be doing in terms of our daily lives, especially when it comes to charity.
Always remember that the founder of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, the Prophet Messiah alayhi Islam, directed the members of the Jamaat on countless occasions towards serving others and towards fulfilling the needs and rights of mankind. On one occasion, the Prophet Messiah alayhi Islam said, Allah the Almighty repeatedly commands that irrespective of religion or ethnicity, you should show love and compassion to all people. He says, Allah commands us to feed the hungry, free those shackled in bondage, pay off the arrears of those mired in debt, shoulder the burdens of others, and fulfill the rights of sincere love owed to mankind.
Again, a very, very important look there, and understanding the wise and full of wisdom words of His Holiness Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad, the worldwide head of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. In fact, the inspiration that comes behind Humanity First is indeed what we believe is, as Muslims, for us and indeed for everyone else that believes in the morality of helping other people, comes from this innate belief that we should be desiring for others what we desire for ourselves.
Exactly.
And I think one thing that we mentioned before, Atiq, was about the when we spoke to Chris down at the call centre. I still can't get that the book bag out of my mind, and the school bag that you can get. And I think it's small little things like this where so recently my son really wanted a Sonic backpack. He's going through one of those phases right now where he loves Sonic. I'm like, look,
I'm still in that phase. Don't worry about phases.
So he loves Sonic. So we got him a Sonic backpack. And I was just thinking that they're at this age where they want to have things at their own. And I remember when we got our daughter like a Frozen backpack or something like that, she really loved it. And we packed it full of all these cool things that she liked. And I was thinking this project is something so similar to that. And what's really cool about this project is the fact that it comes with the number, whereby, you know, when we give charity, sometimes we don't know exactly where that's going. But by this number, you can actually see the person who is the recipient of the thing that you've bought for them. And for me, that's almost like giving a gift to your own child.
Exactly.
Would we stop ourselves from buying a gift that our child wants, let alone what a child needs?
Exactly. No, I completely, absolutely agree. I don't have children at the moment, but I know my own recollection of when I was starting school and getting that backpack, Mizuno, for any of you older people out there. If you know, is it that old? Swiftly moving on then. So we're now quickly going to go to Sadr Majlis Khadam al-Ahmadiyya, who is going to talk to us a bit more about the work that the youth have been doing on the ground in the UK, especially when COVID-19 hit. Assalamu alaikum. Sasab.
Assalamu alaikum. How are you?
Not bad. Yourself, Sasab? How are you?
Yeah, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. Are you going to ask me questions, or are we just going to do
monologue? I think we'll go with a couple of questions.
Yeah, we'll go with a couple of questions, and then you can just elaborate as much as you want. I suppose just give us a quick overview of what kind of work have the youth been doing in the UK, what impact has that work been having on kind of local communities?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I think, like all the majalis, Khadam al-Ahmadiyya across the world, the guiding principle was Huzur Aqdas Sayyidahullah Ta'ala bin Aziz, as I think Huzur guided humanity first as well, that this is the time to serve one's nation. And I specifically remember Huzur, one day after one of the namazes outside Masjid Mubarak, he called me over and he said that don't worry about the cost impact. This moment is about serving and serving one's nation, and this is the moment to actually, fulfill your pledges. And I think that was our guiding principle, especially during the COVID crisis, whereby, Khudam exceeded, all our expectations through the grace and mercy of Allah, and of course through the guidance and prayers of Huzur, that they were able to serve their nation and their country, and we tried to fulfill our pledges of ensuring that, we try our level best to serve humanity. And I think the impact, it's still ongoing. Unfortunately, the crisis is ongoing, so our relief efforts are ongoing as well. But one thing that really, really made me think about how amazing the Jamaat is and the structure is that how Khalifa al-Masih was able to guide us so many months ago, and we were able to really utilize all our resources, limited resources that we had, and redo and basically restructure our majlis's projects and workings to suit the COVID crisis. And we had a disaster relief committee set up very quickly under the chairmanship of the Naib Sadr, and we were able to mobilize very quickly. And we were able to, under the instructions of Huzur, write letters to Her Majesty the Queen. We were able to write to the Prime Minister, the Health Minister, and other, figures, and offer our support. And till date, we've been able to support approximately 20,000, households across the country. Considering how small we are in terms of numbers, it's through the blessings of Huzur and through Khilafah that we were able to achieve such a milestone. So alhamdulillah, I think when the intentions are right, as Huzur said, when you have the intention of serving your nation, then Allah opens so many different doors and avenues for that to be achieved. And you two have been in this as well, so you can probably vouch and share your experience as well, that how you've seen the Majlis grow in the last few months in helping the community.
And I think one of the things that I saw and noticed was the relationships that we were building with the local community and also the local councils, where they were relying pretty heavily on our Khudam to go around and kind of help out where they could. Can you kind of just give a brief overview of some of the relationships that we've built with some of the local councils and kind of how strong is that bond now, where they now see us as kind of their number one kind of priority when they need any help or assistance?
Yeah, so there's quite a few incidences. One thing that really straight to my mind, there was a gentleman, an elderly gentleman, a khadim went to help him, and he put the groceries or the medicine outside of his home, and he realized that this person was a Muslim, and he said that, you must belong to the Ahmadi community. I mean, that is, here's an indigenous person who is from just the local community, yet he was able to recognize that the gentleman at their doorstep was an Ahmadi Muslim. In the same way, especially in the northwest in Manchester, the Manchester Council, City Council, they gave, I think, nearly more than 50% of all their vulnerable people, and to look after them and deliver goods to them. They gave it to the Majlis, and we've been doing it ever since. And the feedback that we got from them is that we do not know how you manage to do it every week, but you're able to mobilize so quickly and so efficiently. And for them, they always said that, look, this is exemplary of how you work. And I think that's been our distinction from everyone else, where we have been able to mobilize on the ground so quickly and so effectively and so efficiently. And this is not just because of the Majlis itself. Like I said, it's only due to the grace and mercy of God and His Khalifa guiding us. And likewise, we've been able to partner up with Humanity First and offer our support with Humanity First. And I think right at the beginning, when Humanity First did set up their hotline for the general public, if anyone needs any sort of support and help, then we're able to assist them. And all the calls that we were receiving, the people that are on the ground with Khuddam, they were the ones going out and running errands for the vulnerable, the needy, anyone who was in need, actually. And I think that in itself shows you how two different auxiliaries can work so well and so efficiently together as well.
Absolutely. So there's been a lot of talk recently about the Gift of Sight project and also the fantastic food bank that's been set up. Could you tell us a little bit about these projects and what kind of an effect they've had and how they came about?
So the food bank itself, it's only a couple of months old, not too old. But again, it was Humanity First that I remember having a conversation with Dr. Aziz Saab, who's currently serving as Chairman of Humanity First UK, and there was a conversation where we were thinking that, what else can we do? It was never like, what else we can do to promote ourselves. That was never the intention. But what else can we do to support the needy? And one thing that came up was, we can, potentially have something to help them open up, a food bank. And we were talking about, other organizations that we can partner up with and who have, a lot of governmental funding as well. But Allah's plan was so different. Allah wanted Humanity First to open their own food bank, and they were very successful in doing so a couple of months back. And from what I've heard and what I know, of course, Khuddam have been volunteering regularly, but Humanity First has been able to reach out to the local community, and they have come forward themselves and assisted the food bank and donated to the food bank as well. And we weren't just opening a food bank just in one place of the country, but right at the beginning, we were able to offer food bank across the country, wherever there were. We have a region in the Majlis. So I think it was 24, 25 different food banks. Yes, the uptake wasn't as much, but we were already there. We were planning, that if ever there needs to be, then we're able to, help our fellow countrymen.
Absolutely. Jazakumullah. That's a very inspirational account there as to how much of a difference we can make, and of course when people mobilize for a good cause, how much of an impact we can make. So again, a very deep and heartfelt thank you to Abdul Qudus Arif, the president of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association.
I think what was beautiful, what Saab mentioned as well, is exactly what Hazur says on a regular basis. You can really educate people through your actions. And that story where he gave, where that individual knew straight away, are you from the Ahmadi community? All through our actions, we're not only just doing kind of helping people out and serving mankind, but also kind of teaching them about ourselves and our religion as well.
Absolutely. We're actually going to go across to speak to Kenya now, where we're going to be speaking to a representative over there, talking about the orphan care project. We're going to be speaking to Ismail Kishoma, who is head of orphan care in Kenya. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakumullah, thank you for having me.
It's an absolute pleasure. It's an absolute pleasure to have you with us in the studio. So Humanity First partners with a number of orphanages in Kenya and provides a very, very vital and precious service to people living in there, especially these young children that are being housed in these orphanages. Could you tell us a little bit more about this phenomenal project and the impact it has on the little people in life?
Yes, thank you once again. Humanity First has really helped so many young children, orphans and vulnerable children in this country. Humanity First has partnered with a number of orphanages here in Kenya. We've been trying our best to reach those people who are at least vulnerable in the society. We've been providing basic staple food such as maize, beans, sugar, oil, and this has really brought a very big impact, a very positive impact to these children. So it has been a good job done by Humanity First. We are really appreciating what we've been doing so far.
And what kind of help does, I mean, we're trying to get people to understand the impact that their donations, whether big or small, can actually have on the ground. So what do the donations help achieve in Kenya, in these orphanages? Why, as I would say, why do these orphanages need the donations of people living around the world?
These donations that are being got, the orphans are really benefiting from this. Most of them, they are facing so many challenges from their places. Before they come to the orphanages, they have been facing so many challenges like high poverty level. Some of them are school dropouts, sexual abuse, stigmatization, lack of parental care. So when they come in these orphanages, they get that support. And Humanity First has really tried their best to make sure that these kids get the proper needs and care that they are supposed to have.
I see.
So Humanity First has really tried their best to do all this. And yeah.
And what is the difference between, say, the orphanages that have been established by the government and the, as I read, the orphanage that we wish to establish via Humanity First? What would be the difference in the aims and objectives of such an orphanage? The information, most of the orphanages here in Kenya are privately run. Those that are run by the government are very few. But if you see the kind of services that is being given there, it's not that much of a great impact. Humanity First Kenya will really like to have an orphanage of its own because we have proper accountability of funds, donation, and the kids will ensure that we bring about the best foundation and care for the children. Yeah. Thank you very much. That's a very well put, and it gives us a lot more of an understanding as to some of the real needs that people are facing and how we can help to overcome them.
It blows my mind how many projects Humanity First is involved in.
I mean, we're trying to rattle through them, but there's so many to get through.
I had no idea. I'm learning today myself how many projects there are, and that to me is a very, very important project, giving kind of kids an opportunity who may not necessarily have had the chance of that opportunity, and we'll start to see, inshallah, those kids develop into amazing human beings and grow further.
And we just said again, just a thank you then, of course, to Ismail Kishoma, who is head of orphan care in Kenya, giving us a special insight into the orphan care project, yet another project run by Humanity First. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back. Here's a video talking and looking at Hazur Aqdas, His Holiness Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmed, the worldwide head of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, giving us yet again a nugget of immense wisdom for us to act upon.
Irrespective of the cause of the suffering, if we claim to be true Muslims, it is our obligation and paramount duty to assist all people who are facing difficulties and to strive to alleviate their pain and distress. Our religion of Islam has taught us two overarching means of serving mankind. The first way is to bring people towards their Creator and to inspire them towards fulfilling His rights. Accordingly, it is the duty of every true Muslim to try to bridge the rift and void that is growing between humanity and Allah the Almighty. The second primary means of serving mankind is to help people in their time of need and to utilize whatever resources are available in order to bring ease and comfort to those who are deprived or facing trials and tribulations.
You can donate in 1 minute. Click Donate Now in the top right-hand corner. You can choose to donate one-off or monthly. You can select or enter an amount. If you've donated before, you can sign in to fill in your details automatically. Select Gift Aid to give an extra 25% at no cost to you. Enter your name, email, and address. If you're happy to hear from us, check the box and click Submit Donation. Enter a password to save your details and click Donate. Donate now at hfuk.org.
Hamza, we were just watching a video there about the plumpy nut.
Right.
Interesting name, but a serious subject actually, because for children with malnutrition,
right,
for children who are malnourished, who have been starved, essentially have not had enough food, 75 pence for this packet. And this is, I mean, it's called ready-to-use therapeutic food. The reason that it's called the plumpy nut is it's basically peanut butter with a little bit of magic added to it.
Is it?
And it's incredible because it provides all the nutrition that a child needs to help them to grow and thrive. For 75 pence a day, if people donate just 75 pence, then they can save a child's life and help them to grow and give them the energy to be able to go to school, learn something and make a future for themselves. So this is the sort of impact that people's donations make when they give money to Humanity First. And these are the sorts of programs that we've been working on throughout the world, and so really, really important work. And I think we are going to be joined by our friends in Uganda now.
Yeah, that's right. So moving right from Plumpy Nut, I mean, that was fantastic. 75p, ladies and gentlemen, you too can help a child get a few of these per day. Makes a huge difference. Joining us here now in the studio is Mabiru Huruna, chairman of Humanity First Uganda. He's now joining us. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure for us, myself, Dr. Hamad Saab, to have you here with us in the studio today. One of the reasons that we wanted to have you in is because we wanted to give everybody sort of a first-hand understanding of what it's like there on the ground in Uganda. And I think one of the questions that everybody had was, why was there a need for installing water wells and pumps in the country? You know, when they think of Uganda, they think of this beautiful country. So what is the real need of the water pumps in Uganda?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi, once again, respected viewers and all guests in the studio. In Uganda, we always have a problem of unclean water. This is mainly because the main source of water in our country is natural spring. So with natural spring, you know, they're not always protected. So as a result, the water is unclean. Not only being unclean, it is not suitable for drinking purposes or for domestic use. People mainly depend on rain during rainy seasons, and with rain you cannot predict when it will rain. So, and in areas where there are some areas, more especially in the northern country, you have prolonged drought. Not only prolonged drought, you know, people who always harvest that water and have no means to harvest the water. So as a result, there's really a huge problem as far as clean water is concerned in our country. So as a result, people are inclined to share water with animals, which exposes them to contagious diseases like cholera, typhoid. You know, with contagious diseases, you know, a number of people die, and as a result, it increases the mortality rate in our country. So really, there was a need as to why we needed to drill boreholes in our country. Not only spring wells, because as earlier mentioned, that it is accompanied with a number of challenges, as I said, contagious diseases. Another reason was the distance, actually. You know, accessing clean water, it covers a number of challenges. People have to travel long distances to access clean water. People travel 10 to 15 kilometers to get clean water for the domestic use and for drinking. So as a result, you know, it is so hectic. Very few have means of transport to go there. Very few have bicycles, which they use as means of transport. So as a result, it exposes children, because most especially people who go to fetch water are children and our daughters. So as a result, they expose to child kidnap and child sacrifice, which is rampant in our country. So really, there was a need, as many of us, to come on board to provide safe and clean drinking water. Not only that, as I say, that mainly our daughters and our mothers, ladies who go out to fetch water, and when it comes to children, you know, they always miss out schools. As a result, it has increased on the number of school dropouts in our country. So as Humanity First, really, there was really a big need for us to drill boreholes in our country and protecting natural springs as a result.
Wow.
And Mabiru Saab, I mean, from what you've told us, it has a huge impact on the ground and really makes a big difference to those people, especially in rural areas where water is a significant problem. Can you tell us about, you've been to the villages, you've been to these places where the water wells have been put in. What has been the response of people? How has it helped these villages on the ground?
Yeah, how much cyber, as I said, because mainly we look at rural areas, because in urban area you can easily access water. Such problems are found in villages and deep in villages. Really, you really see the reaction of the community, of the locals when we access water. Like in places where we've been as Humanitarian First Uganda, the moment water is accessed, you see the jubilation, people are happy. People who have been exposed, especially our daughters who have been exposed to child abuse, like kidnap and child sacrifice as a result of traditional beliefs. Basically, it has reduced that problem in our country. Not only that, the number of dropouts in our country has reduced, because now people can easily access water. People who are traveling 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers can now get water with few meters away. Not only that, I talked about spring wells which are protected, where not only spring wells, we also drill boreholes. So when people get clean drinking water, they're not exposed to contagious diseases. Even the number of mortality rates reduces. So as a result, really, it has helped in our country in a number of ways, as I've mentioned.
Sab, thank you so much for telling us about the impact of water wells in Uganda, and Hamza, we take it for granted, don't we? You turn on the tap, you wash your hand, you take some water, you put it in a glass. We take this so much for granted, and in countries like Uganda, where water is, especially in those rural areas, it's a real commodity, very difficult to come by, and dirty water spreads diseases, causes death. These water wells, which are paid for by generous donations from people who support Humanity First, and a reminder of the number to call, 0300 561 0107. So if you're watching right now and you heard those words, you were listening to the story of the impact that these water wells have. Pick up the phone, dial this number 0300 561 0107, and please donate. Please make a pledge. Please donate your money. It will have a huge impact. It makes a big, big difference.
Yeah, I remember when we were in another part of the country, of the continent rather, and I remember we woke up one morning and the pumps had stopped working in the country. In the village where we were. And, I suppose, like Mabiru was just saying, for guys, you just think, okay, I'll move on. But for everyone else, for the vulnerable, the ladies, the children, it can make a huge, huge impact. And I remember there was a knock at our door, and we opened up the door, and there was about, I think, one 11-year-old, a 7-year-old, and a 13-year-old. They had realized that the pumps had stopped working, and they had guests in their village, and they walked to get the nearest to the nearest working pump and got 6 buckets of water, and then came to where we were staying and walked it up the flight of stairs to bring it to us that morning. So I have a huge and profound respect and love and appreciation. Again, pick up the phone, like Dr. Hamad Sab says. You can also reach us at hfuk.org/donate. For all of you out, outside of 1990 who don't want to pick up the phone anymore, you can reach us online. You can donate. I mean, charity is half of anyone's humanity. So we do urge you to reach out and to definitely go online, pick up the phone, and help. Mubiru talks about a very good point also for those. He said, for those of us who have mothers, who have daughters, who have sisters, having to travel so far away to go and get water leads, unfortunately, to a lot of kidnappings, rape, etc. And you hit it right on the head when you start thinking about how we sit comfortably, in America, in the UK, and, in fact, for hashtag first world problems, y'all, oh, the bathroom is downstairs. Ugh, it's cold outside. I mean, when I say outside, I mean like outside of your warm bed. I've got to go all the way downstairs to go get water. you know. I have an ensuite in my house, and even then I struggle sometimes. So can you imagine? So can you imagine having to walk a mile, 2 miles, 3 miles? Ladies and gentlemen, your fellow human beings, this is their daily life. Please pick up the phone. Please reach us online, hfuk.org/donate. I'm telling you, you'll change your life.
Okay.
Some funds were raised entirely for the sake of helping the suffering humanity. I decided to spend that money on the poor people, and that is exactly what we're doing. Not only in one country, but in Ghana, in Nigeria, where are the people suffering. Moreover, we had means of helping people with human sacrifice, which coupled with the meager financial resources makes a sizable contribution. But without that human sacrifice, that small contribution financially would not mean anything. Now, our experience tells us that if we spend money ourselves for a good cause, the result is 10 times more satisfactory.
You can donate in 1 minute. Click Donate Now in the top right-hand corner. You can choose to donate one-off or monthly. You can select or enter an amount. If you've donated before, you can sign in to fill in your details automatically. Select Gift Aid to give an extra 25% at no cost to you. Enter your name, email, and address. If you're happy to hear from us, check the box and click Submit Donation. Enter a password to save your details and click Donate. Donate now at hfuk.org.
इसी तरह ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट भी मुख्तलिफ़ किस्म की खिदमत खल्क़ के काम कर रही है, जिनमें खुराक, पानी, तालीम, इलाज और दूसरे काम जैसे ज़लज़लों और तूफ़ानों वगैरह में हंगामी काम करना शामिल है। ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट में भी जमात के अफराद एक जज्बे से काम करते हैं और वही काम जो दूसरी तंजीमें लाखों खर्च करके करती हैं, ये हज़ारों में कर देते हैं। हमारे वॉलंटियर वहाँ जाते हैं। बस एक हिस्सा जमात का माली लिहाज से भी और अफरादी क़ुव्वत के लिहाज से भी रज़ाकाना तौर पर अपनी खिदमात पेश करके ये काम करते हैं। दूसरों को भी चाहिए, बहुत से ऐसे हैं जो इस कार खैर में हिस्सा नहीं लेते, उनको भी चाहिए कि जैसा कि मैंने कहा, अपनी खुशी के मौके पर इन नेक कामों में अल्लाह ताला की रज़ा के लिए हिस्सा लें। और हकीकत में इससे जो खुशी आपको इसकी आदत पड़ जाने के बाद होगी, वो इन आर्जी खुशियों से कहीं ज़्यादा होगी।
Charity is simple. Give money, help people. But how does the money in your pocket become vital help for people in need? Let's take medicine, for example. When you donate, the medicine has to be procured, packed up, taken to the airport, loaded on an airplane, flown thousands of miles, then taken by road, but not on roads like this. Roads like this, and this. Or sometimes jungles with no roads, or a ferry. You get the idea. Finally, they arrive, but we can't just hand them out. So we send doctors with them to diagnose the patients and dispense it safely. So the journey to turn your donation into the help people need is a long one, but worth it for the difference it makes to people's lives. Humanity first, serving mankind.
You can donate in 1 minute. Click Donate Now in the top right-hand corner. You can choose to donate one-off or monthly. You can select or enter an amount. If you've donated before, you can sign in to fill in your details automatically. Select Gift Aid to give an extra 25% at no cost to you. Enter your name, email, and address. If you're happy to hear from us, check the box and click Submit Donation. Enter a password to save your details and click Donate. Donate now at hfuk.org.
और एक मरतबा फिर हम आपको खुशामदीद कहते हैं ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट के लाइव टेलीथॉन में, और हम आपके बेहद शुक्रगुजार हैं। हमें आपकी तरफ से अतियाजात मिल रहे हैं और वादे भी मिल रहे हैं, इसके लिए हम आपके बेहद शुक्रगुजार हैं। ख़ुद भी अपने दोस्तों अज़ीज़ों को फिर से बताइए कि वो अभी आएँ और डोनेट करें। और हम इस वक्त बड़े हमारी खुशकिस्मती है, हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं मुकर्रम मोहतरम रफ़ीक अहमद हयात साहब, जो कि अमीर जमात अहमदिया बरतानिया है। हम आपसे बात करते हैं। अस्सलाम वालेकुम रहमतुल्लाहि व अमीर साहब।
वालेकुम अस्सलाम रहमतुल्लाहि व बरकातहू।
अमीर साहब, सबसे पहले तो हम आपको खुशामदीद कहते हैं और आपके शुक्रगुजार हैं कि आप तशरीफ़ लाए। अमीर साहब, आप आज ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट के हवाले से बात हो रही है। आप अल्लाह ताला के फल से ख़ुद भी चैरिटी के कामों में पेश हैं, और ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट की जो बिल्कुल इब्तदा है वो आपने देखी हुई है। तो कुछ इस हवाले से बताइए, क्या चीज़ है जो आपको इंस्पायर करती है कि आप इस काम में हमेशा अल्लाह ताला के फल से आगे आगे?
देखिए, इस्लाम की जो एक बेसिक जो है टेनेंट वो है सर्विस टू ह्यूमैनिटी, और इन मुल्कों में भी जो चीज़ सबसे ज़्यादा अप्रिशिएट की जाती है रिलीजियस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के बारे में, वो है कि वो ह्यूमैनिटी के लिए क्या कर रहे हैं। तो इस हवाले से ये इसकी हिस्ट्री तो बहुत पुरानी है, अब तो 25 साल हो गए माशाल्लाह। और मुझे याद है कि शुरू में जब शुरू हुआ है, उस वक़्त हमारे पास कुछ भी नहीं था, पैसों की कमी थी, सब कुछ था। लेकिन एक जो सबसे बड़ी चीज़ जो जमात में है ना, जज्बा है और खलीफा वक्त की अताअत, यकीन, और उस हवाले से ही सारे काम होते हैं। और जब हजूर ने उस वक़्त हमारे खुदाम को कहा कि आप जाएं और जो उस वक़्त बोस्निया में जो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हो रहा था वहाँ जाके उन लोगों की मदद करें, तो हमारे जो यंग खुदाम थे उन्होंने ये नहीं सोचा कि हमारी जानें ख़तरे में होंगी या क्या होंगी। वो डायरेक्टली फ़ौरन तैयार हो गए और यहाँ से ट्रक्स लेके वो वहाँ बिल्कुल जिधर वॉर जोन है उसके अंदर पहुँच गए।
सुभान अल्लाह।
और रास्ते में उनको जो मुश्किलात आई, कितने मतलब के लोगों ने उनको चैलेंज किया कि आप कहाँ जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उन्होंने किसी चीज़ का फ़िक्र नहीं किया और वहाँ पहुँच गया, और अल्लाह के फल से वहाँ एड दे के तो वापस आए। तो वो वहाँ से ये निज़ाम शुरू हुआ। फिर बाद में अल्लाह के फल से एक प्रॉपर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट क्रिएशन हुई उसकी, और इसमें मरहूम मुफ्ताब खान खलीफा राबिक रहमतुल्लाह की डायरेक्शन पे मरहूम मुफ्ताब खान साहब ने इसमें बहुत एक अहम रोल प्ले किया, और हमारे अहमद ये साहब अल्लाह के फल से इनको रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी दी गई कि ये इसको अच्छे तरीके से ऑर्गेनाइज़ किए। तो वो मैं देख रहा हूँ कि अल्लाह के फल से दिन ब दिन जो बीज जो लगाया था वो अब दरख्त बनता जा रहा है।
और अब तो अमीर साहब अल्लाह के फल से वैसे तो सारी दुनिया में है, लेकिन 53 कंट्रीज़ में 53 ममालिक में तो रजिस्टर हो चुकी है अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। अमीर साहब, बाज़ जो अफ्रीकन ममालिक हैं या दूर दराज के, वहाँ पे तो फूड की कमी का सोचा जा सकता है। यहाँ पे कोविड के दिनों में हमने देखा है कि थोड़े दिनों के लिए लोग जॉबलेस हुए हैं, यहाँ पे मुश्किलात पड़ गई हैं, और यहाँ पे भी गालबन कोई फूड बैंक वगैरह का।
आप देखें कि यहाँ जो वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज़ हैं जो इस वक्त दुनिया की सबसे ज़्यादा अमीर कंट्रीज़ में शामिल है, जिसमें अमेरिका नंबर 1 है। आप अमेरिका में देखें तो वहाँ आजकल इतना बुरा हाल है कि जो लोग बड़ी बड़ी अपनी गाड़ियाँ उनके पास हैं, लेकिन वो फूड बैंक्स में जा रहे हैं क्योंकि उनके खाने के लिए कुछ नहीं है। और इसी तरह इस मुल्क में भी यहाँ अल्लाह के फजल से फिर भी कुछ हालात बेहतर हैं क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट हेल्प करती है, लेकिन फिर भी इस वक्त इतनी सख्त ज़रूरत है कि हर एक जगह फूड बैंक्स खुल रहे हैं। تو اس حوالے سے میں ہماری ٹیم کا بہت مشکور ہوں کہ انہوں نے اللہ کے فضل سے وہاں نارتھ میں ایک فوڈ بینک ہاں بالکل کھول دیا، اور اس میں ہمیں مطلب کہ سپر مارکیٹس بھی ہیلپ کر رہی ہیں اور مختلف ادارے ہیلپ کر رہے ہیں، اور یہ ایک مرحلہ اب نیا چیپٹر شروع ہوا ہے ہمارا ہیومینٹی فرسٹ یو کے کا، کہ اللہ کے فضل سے انشاءاللہ اب مختلف فوڈ بینکس ان ملکوں میں بھی کھلیں گے، اور جہاں باہر ضرورت ہے اس وقت ہمارے مختلف پروجیکٹس چل رہے ہیں، تو انشاءاللہ اللہ تعالیٰ کے فضل سے میں نے ایک چیز دیکھی ہے کہ ہمارے لوگ جو ہیں اس کام میں اللہ کے فضل سے آگے بڑھ کے حصہ لیتے ہیں، اور وہ ان کی خواہش ہوتی ہے کہ ہیومینٹی فرسٹ زیادہ سے زیادہ سکسیسفل ہو ہر ایک ملکوں میں جو کام ہو رہے ہیں۔ آپ کے جو کچھ پروگرامس ہیں، فار انسٹنس اس دن ہم ایک پروگرام کر رہے تھے جس میں بتا رہے تھے کہ چھوٹے چھوٹے بچے جن کو آئی پرابلمس ہیں، وہ جب ایک دفعہ ان کا آپریشن ہو جاتا ہے اور پہلی دفعہ اپنے والدین کو دیکھتے ہیں، آپ سوچ سکتے ہیں کہ ان کو کیا اس وقت جذبات ہوں،
کیا ان کی کیفیت،
اور یہ تھوڑے سے پیسوں میں اتنا بڑا کام ہو سکتا ہے۔
جی
تو میرے خیال میں کہ یہ جو ہیومینٹی فرسٹ اس وقت دنیا بھر میں جو یہ خدمت کر رہی ہے انسانیت کی، اس میں سب سے جو امپورٹنٹ پارٹ ہے نا وہ یہ ہے کہ یہ جو ہمارے ویلز لگانے، پانی، صاف پانی جو ہے نا، یہ زندگی کا ایک سب سے امپورٹنٹ ایک چیز ہے جو جس کے علاوہ ہم جی بھی نہیں سکتے۔ تو ایک پہلے بیچارے چھوٹے چھوٹے بچے پتہ نہیں کتنے کتنے میل آدھا دن لے کے اپنے چھوٹے سے وہ بکٹس لے کے اپنے سروں پہ تو چل رہے ہوتے تھے، اور جب یہاں ولیجز میں ویل لگے ہیں تو آپ خوشی دیکھیں ان کی، اور صاف پانی، پہلے گندا پانی وہاں سے کدھر سے ڈھونڈ کے لاتے تھے، تو اس کی وجہ سے بچوں کی صحتیں بھی بہتر ہو گئی ہیں، ساری کمیونٹی کی صحتیں بہتر ہو گئی ہیں، لیکن پانی کے ساتھ پھر اور بھی چیزیں ہیں جو ویجیٹیشن وغیرہ ہے، وہ سارا پانی کے اوپر ہی چلتا ہے، سارا نظام چلتا ہے۔ تو اس حوالے سے جو کلین واٹر ہے نا، یہ میرے خیال میں یہ ہم بہت بڑا ایک کر رہے ہیں ہم سے۔
جی میر صاحب، آج بات ہو رہی تھی ہماری ایک ملک سے، وہاں پہ وہ بتا رہے تھے کہ وہاں کی جو خواتین ہیں اور بچیاں ہیں وہ رات کے یعنی مڈ نائٹ 2 بجے وہ چل پڑتی ہیں، اور کوئی 5 یا 6 کلومیٹر کا فاصلہ طے کر کے وہاں پہ پہنچتے ہیں، اور پھر تقریباً آدھا دن ان کو لگ جاتا ہے، اور وہ کہتے تھے کہ اس وجہ سے وہاں پہ خواتین کی جو پڑھائی کا ہے تناسب وہ بالکل نہ ہونے کے برابر ہے، اور سارا دن اس میں گزر۔ امیر صاحب، اس وقت بہت سے ناظرین بلکہ ساری دنیا آپ کو دیکھ رہی ہے، تو کیسے آپ کچھ ان کو پیغام دینا چاہیں گے، کیسے مدد کی جا سکتی ہے ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کی؟
دیکھیں، ہم ایک امیر ملک میں رہتے ہیں، ابھی آپ نے کہا کہ غریب ملکوں میں ایک بچیوں کو آدھا دن جانا پڑتا ہے صرف ایک بکٹ، یہاں ہم نلکا کھولتے ہیں اور ہمیں کلین واٹر جسے کہتے ہیں ہائیسٹ اسٹینڈرڈ کلین واٹر ملتا ہے۔ تو اللہ تعالیٰ کے جو ہمارے اوپر فضل ہیں یہ ہم سوچ بھی نہیں سکتے۔ یہاں کوئی بھی، نہ ہی ہمیں بھوک ہے، نہ ہی کوئی ایسے ہے، پڑھائی بھی ہمیں بیسٹ پڑھائی دنیا کے ملتی ہے، اور ہر ایک بیسٹ ہیلتھ سروس ہے ہماری، سب کچھ اللہ تعالیٰ کے فضل سے ہمیں دیا ہے۔ تو اگر اللہ تعالیٰ نے ہمیں سب کچھ ہمارے فضل کیا ہے تو پھر ہمیں ان کا نہیں بھولنا چاہیے جو بیچارے غریب لوگ اس دنیا میں جن کے پاس کچھ بھی نہیں۔ اگر ہم ان کی مدد نہیں کریں گے تو پھر یہ اللہ تعالیٰ کو ہم جواب دہ ہوں گے۔ ایک دن ہم نے واپس جانا، اللہ تعالیٰ نے سب سے پہلے پوچھنا آپ نے کیا خدمات کی ہے دوسرے لوگوں کی۔ تو میرے خیال میں کہ جو بھی آپ اس وقت کر سکتے ہیں، آپ پوری ہمت سے، ہر ایک انسان یہاں انگلینڈ میں تو میں کہوں گا کہ کوئی ایسا انسان نہیں جو پیسے نہ دے سکتا ہو،
یقیناً ایسے
ہر ایک کے پاس ہے۔ یہ ہم کئی دفعہ ہم سوچتے ہیں کہ وہ ہم چھٹیاں کرنے جانے ہیں تو 10,000 پاؤنڈ ہم جا کے خرچ کرتے ہیں،
ایسے ہی
بلا 5 فیملی ہوئی، ٹکٹیں اور ہوٹلز اور سارا کچھ 10,000 پاؤنڈ خرچ کر دیا۔ لیکن اگر ہم وہی 10,000 پاؤنڈ وہ ان لوگوں کو دیں جن کے پاس کچھ بھی نہیں، تو آپ سوچیں کہ آپ ان کی زندگی کتنی بدل دیں گے۔ آپ کو تو کوئی فرق نہیں پڑے گا یہاں 10,000 دے دیے، کیونکہ اللہ تعالیٰ نے آپ کو اتنا کچھ دیا ہے۔ تو اگر ہم اس حوالے سے سوچیں تو میرے خیال میں ہم بہت کچھ کر سکتے ہیں دوسرے لوگوں کے لیے، اور یہ ہیومینٹی فرسٹ تو ہے ہی، مطلب کہ ان کا مقصد ہی یہ ہے کہ دنیا میں وہ غریب لوگ جو ہیں جن کے پاس کچھ نہیں، ان کی جا کر مدد کریں. اور یہ چیز جو ہے نا, یہ کام جو ہے اس ملک میں سب سے زیادہ اہم سمجھا جاتا ہے. جو اتھارٹیز ہیں یہاں کی, وہ جب آتے ہیں ہمارے فنکشنز پہ تو ہیومینٹی فرسٹ پہ جا کے دیکھتے ہیں جو کام ہو رہا ہے, تو وہ اپنی تقریروں میں آ کے مینشن کرتے ہیں کہ ہمیں جو سب سے چیز امپریس کی ہے وہ یہ ہے کہ جو آپ ہیومینیٹیرین کام کریں. تو اس لیے میں کہوں گا کہ اللہ تعالیٰ کے فضل سے جو اللہ تعالیٰ نے ہمارے اوپر فضل کیا ہے, تو ہمیں پھر اس میں سے ضرور دوسروں کے لیے حصہ نکالنا چاہیے.
کیونکہ ہمارے پاس تو یہ سب مثالیں ہیں. جب حضرت صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم کا ہم دور دیکھتے ہیں, جب حضور نے مالی قربانی کی تحریک کی تو حضرت عمر فاروق رضی اللہ عنہ اپنے گھر کا آدھا سامان لے کے آ گئے, اور تھوڑی دیر کے بعد دیکھا تو حضرت ابو بکر رضی اللہ عنہ اپنے گھر کا سارا سامان لے کے آ گئے, اور ان سے پوچھا کہ گھر میں کیا چھوڑا ہے. تو انہوں نے کہا کہ میں نے گھر میں اللہ اور اللہ کے رسول کو چھوڑا ہے. امیر صاحب, اب بھی ویسے تو کورونا کے مسائل چل رہے ہیں, لیکن آج سے 3-4 ماہ یا 2 ماہ پہلے جب یہ عروج پہ تھا, اللہ تعالیٰ کے فضل سے جماعت احمدیہ برطانیہ نے کام کیا اور ہیومینٹی فرسٹ نے بھی ساتھ کیا, خدام الاحمدیہ سر. امیر صاحب, کیسے وہ دور گزرا سارا؟ یہ
وہ حضور اقدس نے جیسے ہی کووڈ کا ہوا نا, تو ہمیں مختلف ہدایت حضور نے دی, جس میں یہ تھی کہ ہم نے کیسے اپنے آپ کو سیو کرنا ہے, اپنے آپ کو دوائیاں لینی ہیں, سب کچھ. لیکن پھر انہوں نے حضور نے کہا کہ ہمیں چاہیے کہ ہم یہاں کے جو غریب لوگ ہیں اور جو جن کے پاس فیسلٹیز نہیں ہے, ہم ان کی جا کے مدد کریں. تو اس حوالے سے پھر جماعت نے اور ذیلی تنظیموں نے اور ہیومینٹی فرسٹ نے فوراً اپنے آپ کو آفر کر دیا اتھارٹیز کو, اور ہم نے یہاں ہیلپ لائن ہماری شروع ہو گئی ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کے حوالے سے, کہ کسی کو کسی ٹائپ کی مدد چاہیے ہو, اگر ان کو کوئی بیچارہ گھر میں بند ہے تو ان کو گروسریز چاہیے, تو آپ ہمیں فون کر دیں, ہم ہمارے خدام جا کے گروسریز خرید کے آپ کو دے دیں گے.
جو خدمات تھیں, کیا یہ احمدیوں کے لیے تھیں یا سب کے لیے؟
نہیں, بالکل سب کے لیے کھلی تھی. انفیکٹ ہمارے یہاں ینگ لڑکوں نے جا کے گھروں میں, جو باہر ہمارے ہمسائے ہیں, ان کے گھروں میں لیفلیٹس پھینک کے کہ آپ کو کسی طرح کی مدد چاہیے, آپ اس نمبر پہ فون کریں تو ہم آپ کو گھر میں لا کے دے دیں گے. اور مجھے کافی خطوط آئے لوگوں کے کہ آپ کی جو یہ آپ نے مدد کی ہے, یہ اللہ تعالیٰ آپ کو اس کا بہت اجر دے گا. اور یہ میں اس حوالے سے ہمارے خدام لجنہ نے بھی اور ہیومینٹی فرسٹ وغیرہ نے جو کام کیا ہے, میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ یہ ایک بہت اس خلیفہ وقت کی آواز کو لبیک کہتے ہوئے انہوں نے جا کے جو کام کیا ہے, یہ اللہ تعالیٰ ان کو بہت جزا دے گا اس کی انشاءاللہ.
جی. اور امیر صاحب, جیسے ابھی آپ نے فرمایا خلیفہ وقت, تو ساری جو برکتیں ہیں خلافت کی وجہ سے ہے. امیر صاحب, یہ جو ہمارے احمدیوں میں جذبہ ہے, جب بھی اب ہم نے حالیہ دیکھا, پہلے انصار اللہ کا تھا, پھر اللہ کے فضل سے بیت الفتوح کا آیا, یہ کیا ہے امیر صاحب عام لوگوں میں اور ہم میں ایسے کیسے یہ جذبہ ہے؟
جب اب بورس جانسن صاحب جو ہمارے پرائم منسٹر ہیں, وہ یہاں آئے نا ہمارے فنکشن پہ, تو حضور کے ساتھ ملاقات ہوئی, تو انہوں نے ایک سوال پوچھا کہ آپ نے اتنی خوبصورت مسجد بنائی ہے, پیسے کہاں سے آئے ہیں؟ اس کو یہ تھا کہ شاید سعودی عربیہ جیسے عام مطلب کہ جو بڑی مسجدیں ہوتی ہیں, سعودی عربیہ یا کوئی عرب ملک یا کوئی مسلمان اتھارٹی پیسے دیتی ہیں. تو ان کو ہم نے کہا ہمارے جو غریب لوگ ہیں یہاں کے, انہوں نے دل کھول کے پیسے دیے اور اس سے یہ بنا, اور وہ آج تک دے رہے ہیں. آپ دیکھیں, اب جب بھی ہم نے کوئی بھی فنکشن کیا ہے, اللہ تعالیٰ پتہ نہیں کیسے ان کے پاس ریسورسز آ جاتے ہیں کہ وہ ہر جو اپیل ہے اس کے اوپر لبیک کہتے ہیں, اور ہر ایک پہ اوپر وہ دل کھول کے دیتے ہیں. لیکن یہ بھی دیکھیں کہ اللہ تعالیٰ نے پھر ان کے ساتھ بھی کوئی ایسا حساب کیا ہوا کہ کوئی کمی نہیں ہوتی ان کی.
یقیناً ایسے ہی ہے,
انہوں نے جتنا دیا ہے اس سے 10 گنا اللہ تعالیٰ واپس ان کو کر دیتا ہے,
گنا بڑھا کے دیتا ہے.
تو یہ جو اللہ تعالیٰ کے ساتھ آپ حساب کریں گے, وہ تو کبھی کمی کا نہیں ہوگا. وہ اس میں آپ سمجھیں کہ آپ کو فائدہ ہی فائدہ ہے, صرف اس دنیا میں نہیں, آگے جا کے جو آخرت ہے وہ جو فائدہ ہے وہ تو اس کا تو کوئی حساب
نہیں. امیر صاحب, بہت अच्छा लग रहा है और इंशाल्लाह आपके साथ ये गुफ्तगू का सिलसिला जारी रहेगा। हम अपने नाजरीन को बताते चलें, इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद मुकर्रम मोहतरम रफ़ीक मदहियात साहब अमीर जमात अहमदिया बरतानिया हैं और वो चैरिटी के हवाले से अल्लाह ताला की राह में ख़र्च करने के हवाले से उसकी बरक़ात का ज़िक्र कर रहे हैं। हम एक छोटी सी ब्रेक लेते हैं और उसके बाद हम मोहतरम अमीर साहब से हमारा गुफ्तगू का सिलसिला जारी रहेगा।
Assalamu alaikum and welcome back down to Tyre Hall. Thank you very much, Amir Saab, for giving us a bit of a pep talk there, trying to get us going. So I just want a bit of breaking news as well. We've nearly got to £43,000 sterling. So thank you for all those donations that have been coming in. Keep those guys busy on the phones. 0300 56 10 10 7 is the number that's up in here scrolling around. So please, if you haven't donated yet, please do that. We need donations today, we need them tomorrow, we need them next month. We've got loads of work to do. You've seen all the amazing projects we've got. My Uncle Graham and Auntie Lizzie, they're slightly older than me, in their 70s, 80s. They're starting to get eye problems, so they're also interested in gift of sight. So if you've got a favourite project, maybe choose that. But obviously we've got all this COVID work to do, so we're just desperate for money. And you see that we're spending it in really wise ways, and all of our volunteers give us a totally different platform than other charities. We have these volunteer base, we get so much done, so it's amazing. So thank you very much. I know that you've talked earlier about the school bag. Well, now we've actually got one here with some bits in it. So we've got, you'd anticipate a book for them to write in, some pens, some paper. We've even got a drinks bottle, a lunch container as well. So fabulous, these bags. £20 gets all of that, and it's tracked in the Gambia, so you know exactly who's got it and you've got your child, as it were. We've also got them in Guinea-Bissau and Kenya, that they're not tracked as yet, but and we've also, look what's in here, what's in here? The New Scientist, amazing. And look, this is today's New Scientist. And I've been reading New Scientist since 1984. Brilliant magazine for any budding scientists. And in there, look, we've got a whole page on Humanity First. I think that's my 25-year silver anniversary present to have that. I'm delighted that that's in there. So that's fabulous. I'm going to put that in my school bag and ready. We've also, I hope you saw earlier, the plumpy nut paste. So this is a sort of peanut buttery paste that a child suffering from malnutrition could have 3 of these, 75p. You just mash it up, open it up, eat it, have one for breakfast, one for lunch, one for evening. That's all the nutrition a child would need to get them back up, so to get them plumpy, get them looking a bit like me. So that's a plumpy nut paste, and we put that in the mag ready for our child. I mean, it's emergency rations. That's what it is. But anyway, so look, what's this? The donation number 0300 56 10 10 7. So don't forget, keep ringing in with that. We've still got the Humanity First honey. That's also going well. That's Humanity First shop. That's an online thing, and that's for UK people only. So I'll just show you that. That's Humanity First honey, and that's come from the Jalsa Solana site. The honey there, we've got I think now 20 hives down at the Hadiq al-Mahdi. So the bees attended Jalsa this year. Maybe you didn't, but anyway, so they were producing honey. So our thanks to Hayden, and he's facilitating orders on that. So it's £10 a jar, and all donations come into Humanity First. We've got a bit of a distribution problem because you have to collect it from either Morden or Sutton. But if you're local, that's fabulous. And we're taking orders. You can collect it whenever we get this lockdown sorted. So I hope you can see our friends in the background. They're busy taking calls as possible on that number, 0300 56 10 10 7, as you can see scrolling along. So please give them a call. Scrolling bottom of the screen, there it is. Is it there? There we are. Anyway, so but if you do miss it, it's a bit of a game. You can catch up later. And also the online is so much easier now. We took some feedback that it was difficult to donate in the past. Now look, even older relatives are making it a doddle, putting these guys out of business on the telephone. So we talked about the bag. We talked about New Scientist, which I'm absolutely delighted. We talked about the honey. It's 25 years. Look how well we've done, and I really hope and pray that you've enjoyed all these reports and the live interviews with our friends in Africa, in Jordan, in West Yorkshire. We've had different accents. Someone parle français, someone parle Yorkshire. We've needed a translator for the Frenchman. We could have needed a translator for our Yorkshire friends as well, but They were fabulous. So delighted that that you've enjoyed the show far. Keep listening in, keep watching, keep donating. We've got lots of other stuff coming up. I know that gift of sight for my relatives, they'll be delighted to see that. And a shout out to all my friends at Hereford Sixth Form College who are watching. I hope and pray that you are donating as well as watching. So anyway, I'm going off now to my school with my school bag. Don't forget, £20 and it's all yours. Bye bye.
Assalamu alaikum, welcome back to the studio. Again, Chris Edwards doing what he does best, plugging lots and lots of products. So again, please, we urge you guys all to donate. It's simply a quick phone number or a click of a few mouse clicks on the website. So we're actually very fortunate. We've got respected Amir Saab UK with us today. Amir Saab, I know you're a big fan of charitable causes and kind of and especially Humanity First. What inspires you to get involved in these charitable causes or give to these charitable causes?
Well, it's basically one of the principal injunctions of Islam is that we should help humanity, right? Service to humanity is one of the principal. And I think that is the thing that inspires any Muslim to go and help others. And on top of that, you know, we are very blessed in this country that we have the institution of Khilafat. And Khilafat gives us direction which is so properly targeted that once we follow that, we cannot go wrong. And this is the key to the success of our, you know, we are a very small community in relation to the overall people. You know, we're a very small community in this country. We started when I first came here in the 1960s, late 60s. This Jamaat was only a few hundred people. You know, that's the time when we went to the mosque in the winter months. We didn't have enough heating in the mosque, so we used to say prayers in the 62 Melrose Road, which was you know in the sitting room there. And during the summer when we did have the facility available, there used to be a curtain. There used to be men at the front and women at the back. So it just shows you from those humble beginnings. And at that stage, you know, in the initial stages, the UK Jamaat, before we had the influx of people from East Africa, the East African community used to support. And if you look at history, you will find that the pioneer Murabbis who came to these countries, whether it was Africa or Europe, Colonel Zafar Saab, for instance, in Spain, he used to sell perfume to earn his living and do tabligh at the same time. And those people who went to Africa, you know, you have heard about how difficult it was sometimes. They had to eat leaves to survive. Absolutely. You know, and so that is where the Jamaat starts, right? And by the grace of Allah, their sacrifices, I was reading today an article where they said that in Africa, the largest growing faith is, of course, Islam, but from that, Ahmadiyyat, they said, was the biggest growth sector within Islam. And these are from those humble beginnings of the pioneers who came to this country. And they had nothing, they came with nothing, they had absolutely nothing. And even in this country, in the initial stages when the Jamaat started, you know, we had started from very humble beginnings. In fact, in relation to charity, one of the first things when Khilafat came to the UK, Hazrat Akhtas decided that we should organize marathon walks for youth and the elders. It had a dual purpose. One was good for health of people, and secondly, we could raise money for good causes. And the first charity walk, which I was very much involved with, we raised about £1,500. And Hazur said that today we are raising £1,500, but there will come a time when we will be raising millions of pounds. Yes, and by the grace of Allah, in this very short period, under the guidance of Khilafat, we are now at a stage where we are raising millions of pounds. And that very small Jamaat, it was our parents who were the bread earners at that stage. Their children now have come through, and by the grace of Allah, their sacrifices are now coming to fruition. And today, the same children from those earlier families are giving huge sacrifices, you know. But I think one of the biggest things that we have in this country especially is the blessing of Khilafat. Absolutely. You know, the fact that we have Khilafat giving us constant guidance, constant direction. Even in the COVID period, you know, immediately, I mean, who other leader has said that?
Absolutely.
Nobody. So Hazur, after having given us direction as to how we should conduct ourselves, how we should try and keep ourselves safe, he gave homeopathic medication and all the that we should follow government guidelines strictly. The next thing he said is, see how you can go and help your community, right? He said, reach out, go and help, and immediately, every Jamaat throughout the country, they were out there helping our frontline workers, they were helping the poor, those people who couldn't go leave the houses. We helped set up helplines, people could ring and we would deliver food, warm food, clothing, groceries, whatever was needed, medication, whatever was needed. And we were getting a lot of, besides the internal setup of the Jamaat itself, trying to help our own people, we're getting a lot of calls from outside.
Of course, you've been here in the United Kingdom, as you said, from the 60s, so you very well know the mentality and the social situations of people that are here. But one thing that's being very pertinent in the news right now and coming up a lot is this concept of food poverty and this shortage of food and this poverty, epidemic of poverty that's taking place in the United Kingdom. What kind of problems do you see this creating in society, and what would be your message to the people that are watching in right now to do something about it?
I mean, this is Allah telling these richest nations that, you know, I mean, America, which is undoubtedly the most rich nation in the world, I am seeing how people are queuing up in their 4x4s just to collect food because they haven't got anything to eat, you know. And even in this country, alhamdulillah, I think we have a much better system in this country where, you know, because of the social security and the poverty net that the government has for the people of this country makes it better. But even in this country, there are thousands and thousands of people who have nothing to eat in spite of that. And therefore, you know, Humanity First has taken the initiative that they have opened up a food bank in the north as one of hopefully many food banks that it will open, inshallah. And today, by the grace of Allah, we are at the forefront at every, you know, whether it is I remember I was working in MTA when we had the Kobe disaster. And we were able to send Khuddam out immediately to the affected area. And they were serving hot food to those people. This is going back many, many years. And I remember we used to do a call from Japan to London for our news items, where we would give the latest news of what our teams used to do there. But that is the same whether it's Katrina or whether it was you know, disaster Haiti, any of these disasters around the world, whether it's China, India, Pakistan, our teams, by the grace of Allah, it is purely because of the direction of Khilafat. We have very little resources, but those resources, we can make them count. Because, you know, other organizations, they get millions of pounds, billions of pounds sometimes from governments, but they have such huge infrastructure, such huge administration. And here in our Jamaat, with our little resources, we can go much further than they can. Because it is people are giving their time. Our engineers are happy to go out to Africa, personally go and dig wells there. You know, our doctors are happy to go out anywhere in the world to help poor people. And, you know, this gift of sight, for instance, I mean, there are poor people in Africa who, you know, have lost their sight, and for a very small amount of money, you can restore their sight. Can you imagine a 5-year-old girl who is seeing her parents for the first time, the joy and the emotions of that young child? And a little bit of help from us can make that happen. And the other thing is that, as I mentioned, that alhamdulillah, you know, our parents made the sacrifices before us, and they gave whatever they had for the help of humanity. Now Allah has blessed us manifold as a result of the sacrifices that our parents made. It's purely Allah's blessing, nothing else. And if Allah has blessed us, then we would be failing if we were not doing the same thing and giving generously to help those poor people around the world.
Absolutely.
Because one day, when you appear in front of God, God is going to say, so what did you do?
Yeah, exactly.
Allah, I had a big car, I had this, I had that. What did you do for humanity?
Exactly.
Right? And that is what we should be thinking about. We should look at and see what is it that we can do to bring about change to those very poor people who deserve a better gift from us than they have at this moment in time. And whether it is Water for Life, or the Gift of Sight, whether it's schooling or hospitals, or whatever it is, by the grace of Allah, with our limited resources that we are trying to get out and establish there. Inshallah, Hazur said, £1,500 is going to millions. And inshallah, within our lifetime, we've seen that materialize. And inshallah, it's only going to grow from here.
Absolutely.
I was going to ask you, Mirza, about what message would you have for our audience, but I think you've articulated it beautifully with a couple of very inspiring stories. And I really love listening to you speak, because you talk about the history of the Jamaat and where it was and where we are now. And touching on the message that you just said about Hazur saying from 1,500 will go to millions, just for our viewers out there, and obviously for you as well, Mirza, we've actually raised £57,000 now. But like Mansoor Saab said, that's not where we want to finish up. So please do keep donating. Amir Saab has given us some amazing insights. But Amir Saab, while you're here, you should take the advantage, because I know a lot of people listen to you. What message would you have for our audience?
Well, my message to everyone is that, one of the purposes of our Jamaat, particularly, is to be service to humanity. I know that a lot of our both young men and women, old and young, all alike, are giving a lot of their time and resources and facilities to help other people. I think we can go even further, because there is nobody in the UK who can say, oh, well, I haven't got anything. We all have. Rather than going on a holiday where we may, without thinking, spend £10,000, right? We go with 5 children, go hotel, air travel, and everyone does it. Well, maybe this year we say, right, we are not going on holiday, COVID here, let's give it to a good cause. Let's give it to humanity first. And maybe, from that, we will get the satisfaction that we have done something good in our lives. And that, we have helped maybe 100 young girls who lost their eyesight, and they are able to see because of our donation. Or we have, fed 10,000 people from our donation. So we should aspire high. The more we give, the more Allah will return. If you do business with Allah, let me tell you this, you'll never fall short. I can tell you from, when we came to this country, we didn't have anything. I started by earning my pocket money by doing paper round. 5 o'clock in the morning, I used to get up and go and do paper round. And then Saturday, I used to go to work in a grocery shop. And I remember I was very good at hockey. I was a school hockey captain. I was selected for London schoolboys. I didn't go. Okay. My teacher was furious. Said, why? I said, well, I can't give up my Saturday job, because otherwise I want to earn money. So, but today, by the grace of Allah, Allah has given everything, nothing, I can say. In every, Allah has given me good health, Allah has given me good wife, children, and, everything that a man could want. Yeah. So if that is the case with other people, and then they fall short in not being able to return something, then I think one day we'll be able to be answerable for that. And but never forget, Allah has given you so much, and there are people out there who have got nothing. So we've got to go and help them.
Absolutely. I think a very heartfelt gratitude to Amir Saab for coming and giving us his inspiring words. You've heard it from Amir Saab, you've heard it from all of our guests. The fact of the matter is that we are living lives of luxury. And the things that we can often, unfortunately, take for granted are those things that people around the world often don't have. And all it takes is for you to put your hand in your pocket and to make those small donations, which can create such massive impacts around the world and literally change people's lives. We've already had an update as to how much money we've raised over today. But again, please don't stop there. The fact of the matter is that this is money that's been given, but every single penny, every single pound that you give will genuinely make an impact on someone's life around the world. So please make a donation, log on the internet, give Chris a call down in the call center, and please make your donations. And now we're going to go to a small video letting us know a little bit more about how we can donate.
When you think of school, what do you think of? Books? Computers? Blackboards? Whiteboards? How about a building with walls and windows? The fact is, when you think of a school, this is not the picture in your mind. Some schools don't have books, computers, blackboards, whiteboards, or even walls. Over 200 million children can't even go to school. Transforming classrooms with books, equipment, and vibrant environments, and even building schools. Humanity First has built 34 schools because education is the only way to break the cycle of poverty, providing opportunities to children that have none. Give a child a chance at life. Humanity First, serving mankind.
I've got as well.
I think we can all speak. That was inspiring, Amir Saab. Honestly, the stories that he told kind of a few goosebumps on my body. And I'm pretty sure that the information and the stories that Amir Saab told us has got people there on the phone. And I would say as well, I know some of you guys might be waiting to jump online or call the phone after we finished, but look, don't worry about us two. We don't matter that much. Get on the phone now. Call the number or get online now while you're watching us. You saw a very small VT about first of all the tractor in Gambia. So essentially the key things to note there are we're not just providing food and helping out kind of orphanages and whatnot. We're also now providing products for individuals where they can be sustain themselves. So we provide tractors in Gambia so they can start to feed themselves and then also grow enough crops to basically start a business.
Absolutely.
And help others out.
It's a recurring theme, isn't it? Because every time it's not just about feeding someone there and then. It's about giving them, pardon me, gosh, it's about giving them the tools and the facilities by which they can then become. I'm welling up. But it's giving them the tools and the facilities by which they can establish themselves and become independent, so that we can see nations grow, whereby we know that nations have access to such huge amounts of resources and potential. But at times we all need just that little bit of a boost in order to help us stand up on our own feet. And indeed, this is what we're seeing across the entire globe. I think we're actually going to go across to the Gambia now. We're going to speak to Ibrahima Bayo, who is principal of the Misrule School. And we're going to be talking a little bit about another fantastic project, the Knowledge for Life. So, Assalamu alaikum, Ibrahim Saab. Thank you very much for joining us.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
So, Ibrahim Saab, I know we run a number of schools in the Gambia, and people often, we know, travel very long distances to attain an education, something which many people in the world often take for granted. What kind of an impact does this have on the ground, and what can you tell us a little bit about this project?
Humanity First has contributed significantly in helping Gambia achieve its educational goals. I remember in 2005, when the first school that was built by Humanity First, Masrule Senior Secondary School, came up, the classrooms were not even completed when we had to start our lessons. That shows you the pressure that was on the community to have access to school. In 2005, the whole of that community where Masrur Senior Secondary School currently is has no high school, or senior school as we call them here. But once that school came up, in few years, we were able to register very huge success. And then the first year of our examination, we were rated as the 4th best school in the Gambia. But currently, that's even different. This school was able to decongest schools that were in the greater Banjul area, because the school is 25 kilometers or more from Banjul, and people were traveling from Yundum, Buzumbala, Jabang, and many other communities around that end to Banjul schools, which is 25 kilometers. And it was in those days not very difficult for you to go to the streets and find students who were to start classes at 8:30, still on the road going to school, at around 11, 12 o'clock. So absolutely, it was a big achievement.
My father-in-law was actually a teacher in Ghana as well, so he's told me some really kind of inspirational stories from his time in Ghana when he was teaching. What impact has these kind of schools and the quality of these schools and the resources that Humanity First have been able to provide, what impact has that had on the actual students?
Yeah, for example, a child that is coming from a very humble family, if had to travel for 25 kilometers or more to get to school, absolutely, a lot of dropouts can happen. And then, as I have told you at the beginning of the conversation, when the school was established, the Minister of Education had this to say, that this was a God-sent idea for Humanity First to come and build a school in that community where it was most needed. So the construction of the school at that point was able to facilitate children moving to from the community to come and have their classes, return to their houses. And so all the problems that are related to with traveling and exposure of girls and boys to dangers that can happen on the streets have been eliminated. So absolutely, it was a wonderful project, to such an extent that the minister had to say that this was a God-sent idea for Humanity First to come and build a school in this community.
Wow, that's quite amazing, especially to know that on such a large and high level, the Ahmadiyya Muslim community is being recognized, and the work of Humanity First is being recognized for the work that it's doing for the people around the Gambia. Now, one fact that came across my desk, which was quite interesting, I wanted to know your opinion about it as well, is that in a country of 2 million people, I'm told here that in 2 IT centers which are established by the community, we have seen more than 34,000 students graduate. That seems like a huge proportion.
Yeah, absolutely. The IT center, Humanity First, I will give you to one of my colleagues, is one of the best in the country. And they have graduated, as you have said, more than 35,000 students. The director for that center is here. Please talk to him.
Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Mamadou Jao. I serve as our Knowledge for Life director.
Yeah, so we're talking about the IT centers in the Gambia, and we hear much praise internationally about these 2 fantastic centers. Could you tell us a little bit more about what they are, who they educate, and what kind of impact it's had on people's lives?
Absolutely. The IT center has, over the years since inception, have trained about 30,000 Gambian youths in programs such as certificate, diploma programs, and advanced diplomas, networking, etc. But what is important to also note is that as of 2013, according to Gambia's population census, we have 60% of the Gambia's population as youth. And so most of these people finish their grade 12. They're in between high school and college, and they need some sort of skills, particularly in the area of ICT, to increase their employability. So in this case, the IT Center has been very, very useful. And it is also important to note that the government workforce has benefited immensely from this IT Center, particularly the security sector. The police, the soldiers have been sent by the government of the Gambia in many occasions, paying for their fees and get themselves qualified. And these people are today found in the State House at the Gambia's only airport, that is the Yundum International Airport and the like. So, and the IT Center, the reason why we keep saying it is the best, not only in quality, but also the fees are quite smaller compared to other IT institutes in the Gambia.
That's phenomenal. It sounds like there is some absolutely amazing work going on. We've spoken to many countries, and we're trying to compare the countries, and it seems every country we come across is one step further than the last. And it's an amazing thing, and I want to say again, a heartfelt thanks and gratitude and jazakallah to both Ibrahim Abayo, principal of the Masroor School, and Mamadou Jawo, head of knowledge for life at the Gambia. So indeed a fantastic thing. I believe, Atiq, we, as we've been repeatedly saying, again and again, please send in your donations. We are showing you and speaking to people all around the world for the purpose, of course, to have good TV and a good broadcast. But the real purpose that we're holding these events is that it inspires people to make a difference in people's lives. We're not asking for millions of pounds from each person. We're asking to make a donation as much as you can do, as much as you would donate if it was a member of your family, if you could make a difference in someone that you know's life. So again, please, a heartfelt request to everyone watching in. By all means, don't listen to myself. You can listen to Atiq Sahab. Atiq Sahab is very respected. Don't listen to me. Take the time when I'm talking to log on, call, and get on the phone, get online, and make a donation so that you can earn both, of course, the blessings of God, but also to help humanity on the grassroots level. I think on that note, I think we're going down to speak to Chris.
I think you may have the wrong person when you talked about me, but it's fine. But we're going to go down. There's loads of youth at the moment in the call centre who are frantically picking up the calls and are speaking to you guys and taking your donations. Let's go to Chris, and assuming he's going to try and sell us something.
So do I.
Assalamu alaikum and welcome back down to Tyre Hall in Western Europe's biggest mosque for the 12th Silver Jubilee, 25 years of Humanity First at the Telethon. Now I'm joined by my mere Urdu dost, Mubarak Siddiqui, who's going to give us some talk in Urdu and some discussions. Thank you.
जज़ाकल्लाह कलीम एडवर्ड साहब और इस वक्त मैं मौजूद हूँ कलीम एडवर्ड साहब के साथ। सबसे पहले मैं आपको बताता चलूँ कलीम एडवर्ड साहब जो मेरे पुराने तरीन दोस्त हैं उनमें से शामिल हैं। खाकसर जब इस मुल्क में आया 1995 में तो मैं और कलीम साहब ने हमने मिल के हम न्यूज़ कास्टर थे दोनों एक वक्त में 1995 में, और उसके बाद 1995 में ही जब ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट का आगाज़ हुआ तो हम दोनों ने ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट का में काम शुरू किया। आज अल्लाह के फजल से 25 साल हो गए हैं। कलीम साहब भी उधर हैं और मैं भी ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट में और MTA में अल्लाह ताला के फजल से। कलीम साहब, first of all, do you remember those days?
Oh,
very early days.
We had a hoot. We had a hoot. Great fun doing the old news and such happy days back in 1995. Can you remember? Yes. 25 years ago.
25 years. So we can call it Silver Jubilee.
Silver Jubilee, yes.
Yeah, Alhamdulillah, we both working for Humanity First and all that. Kaleem Sahab,
yes,
I have a question for you.
Far away.
I know that you are working for Humanity First for a long time and you are working in almost every project. I have noticed wherever I see you, you have a special jar of honey. So what's that? Do you love the honey or is there another story behind this?
I have a sweet tooth, but I have a friend, my friend Hayden, who was interviewed, if you saw last year's Telethon, we had Hayden in the studio. He was great fun. So he's a beekeeper and he lives in New Malden, and we've had some hives at my house for a few years now. And by the grace of Allah, Hazrat gave us permission to have some hives down at Hadiq al-Mahdi. So this is the situation. We have 20 hives down at Hadiq al-Mahdi. So this product, you cannot buy this in Harrods. You can only buy it here. Actually, well, you can't buy it here. You can buy it online on the HF UK shop.
Okay.
£10 a jar,
£10
which is fabulous for pure honey, absolutely pure, you know, pure cold filtered honey, straight from Hadiq al-Mahdi. That's available on the online shop, but it's UK only and really collection from Sutton or Morden.
Okay, Masha. Kaleem sir, for £10 for this jar, don't you think it's little? I know. I mean,
listen,
in market. No, let me. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying. There's sometime we can get it for £5, but sometime if you go to Harrod, it can be £50. So it's not that much.
Exactly.
It's not that much.
They
so
have hives on the top of Liberty in central London. They charge a fortune for this honey.
Yeah.
What I would say is, yes, you can buy honey from Lidl for £1, but it's from China and it's not really honey. It's not pure honey. This is pure honey, honestly, and it's the only place you can buy Hadiq al-Mahdi. There's some blessings, some barakat.
बरकत
थोड़ा बरकत
जी नाजरीन ये एक्चुअली कलीम एडवर्ड साहब जो हैं यहाँ हमारा ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट का एक और भी प्रोजेक्ट है जिसमें हम ये जो ख़ास शहद है जो कि हदीक़तुल महदी में ही वहाँ पे शहद की मक्खियों के 20 छत्ते हैं जैसे अभी कलीम साहब ने बताया ये शहद भी बेचा जाता है और ये 10 पाउंड का है और ये सारी रकम भी जो है ये ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के कामों में जाती है Kaleem sir, today we are here to raise money for many projects. For example,
we need the money. We need the money.
What is the school bag?
Okay, so we talked earlier. This bag here. Many children in Africa go to school. They don't have a bag.
Okay.
They don't have the. They don't have a ruler. They don't have pens, paper, the books, all of this stuff. So this bag will contain a lunchbox, things that you need.
Okay, mashallah.
So. We have to rush through. Unfortunately, we're going to call back to the studio shortly. But this bag, £20 in Africa, away you go in Urdu.
जी नाजरीन आप ये बैग देख रहे हैं और कलीम साहब हमें बता रहे हैं कि अगर आप 20 पाउंड अदा करते हैं एक बैग के लिए तो हम ये गैम्बिया में किसी ऐसे बच्चे को देंगे जिसके पास बैग या तो नहीं होगा या बहुत पुराना फटा पुराना होगा हम उसे ये नया बैग आपका नाम लेके उसे तोहफे में देंगे और अल्लाह ने चाहा तो इस तरह बहुत से बच्चों की हम मदद करेंगे और अब हम चलते हैं वापस स्टूडियो में
अच्छा thank you very much and 0300 56 10 10 7 please donate now
jazakallah
thank you
amazing I sometimes feel Chris should be sitting here.
Oh, I think he is in spirit, isn't he? But I fear if he was sitting there, he'd probably send me a buck.
Yeah, probably.
So we're going to actually now go. We've been speaking to different people from all around the world, getting a flavour of the impact that your donations and contributions are having. Again, I mean, we've just heard from Chris, repeating the number for you to call again and again. Please get online, get on the number, give Chris a call, send in your donations, make your contributions, and make your pennies and pounds make a real impact in people's lives. We're actually going to go and fly over now to the Ivory Coast, and we're going to be speaking to Dr. Ahmed Koulibaly, Director of Health Services in the Ivory Coast, and Yaya Otora, who is Chairman, Humanity First Ivory Coast. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Wa alaikum assalam wa barakatuh.
Absolutely. So it's a fantastic opportunity that we have to speak to people from all around the world. Now, of course, we understand that there is a hospital being built in the Ivory Coast, and which aims to provide affordable access to high quality healthcare to more sections of the community. Actually, we have the very glamorous, I'm going to say, Sabahat Saab with us here to translate live from French. But Dr. Saab, could you tell us a little bit more about this project and the impact that it's having on the community there?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Je suis le docteur Koulibaly Ahmad, je suis gastro-entérologiste et proctologist University of Medical University Hospital in Ivory Coast, and also je suis également représentant de Humanity First Côte d'Ivoire et je suis également représentant de HF Care Côte d'Ivoire et représentant de HF Care en Côte d'Ivoire. Alors, Humanity First a travaillé beaucoup en Côte d'Ivoire et actuellement on a un grand projet de construction d'un hôpital en Côte d'Ivoire, et cet hôpital sera situé sur un site qui va intéresser toute la population de Yopougon. À Abidjan, on a 10 quartiers au total, mais il y a des quartiers qui sont démunis complètement où les gens n'ont pas assez d'argent. Et pourquoi nous avons choisi ce lieu? Parce qu'on a remarqué que l'emplacement est très spécifique pour la construction de cet hôpital. Premièrement, il y a une forte densité des populations. Les gens sont pauvres en général. Moins de $1, à peu près c'est 70% pardon, des personnes ont moins de $1 par jour. Et la population, il y a une forte densité de personnes dans cette localité, à tel point que ceux qui habitent dans cette zone ont un accès difficile pour les soins de santé primaires. Alors, également, les gens manquent du minimum pour se faire soigner. Je vais dire par là, on n'a pas de maternité, il n'y a pas de service d'urgence. C'est-à-dire quand une femme doit accoucher, elle doit parcourir une très grande distance pour pouvoir trouver une maternité. Donc, l'idée de construire un hôpital dans cette zone est bienvenue parce que nous avons également parcouru le quartier pour mener une enquête vis-à-vis des populations. Les populations nous ont fait comprendre que vraiment l'idée était salutaire. Comme je vous l'ai dit, au plan démographique, nous avons entre 200 et 400 habitants au kilomètre carré. Et on a environ 30 à 40 accouchements par jour. Et imaginez-vous, en 24 heures, 40 accouchements par jour, si les femmes n'ont pas accès aux soins de santé primaires, qu'elles doivent parcourir de longues distances pour pouvoir trouver un hôpital, ça devient très, très, très désagréable. Autre aspect, c'est que au plan géographique, nous nous situons au bord de la route principale de Côte d'Ivoire qui relie Abidjan au Burkina Faso et au Mali. Donc, il y a une grande autoroute qui passe par là. Donc, en cas d'accident, les gens n'ont pas accès aux soins de santé primaire. Donc, l'hôpital sera bienvenu pour pouvoir prendre en charge rapidement ces gens au plan des urgences, soit traumatologiques ou des urgences médicales.
Jazakallah, Dr. Saab. So basically what Dr. Saab said, no, I'm joking. We've got Sabah Saab here who's going to translate for us.
Right, so Dr. Koulibaly just gave us a brief description of why this hospital is essential to the population of Ivory Coast. So this hospital will be built in the region of Abidjan in Ivory Coast, which is a very impoverished area. It has got a very high density, so he was mentioning it's about 400 people per kilometer square. Wow. And most of the population of this region is very poor, so most of them make less than $1 per day. Wow. The reason why they want to build this hospital there is, first of all, there is no hospital in the area nearby. And as you can imagine, because there's about 400 people living per kilometer square, the number of birth rates is quite high as well. Sure. And the nearest maternity center is about 7 or 8 kilometers away. And people who are that poor can't really afford transport, or there are no transport means to get to the to access the healthcare soon enough. So the hospital will be central in that area to be able to accessible to those people living in that particular area. The second point he was making is that apart from maternity, there is no access to primary health care or A&E in the region either. Also, most of the people have to travel a few distances to get something. Sure. Also, the location of this hospital is next to one of the largest or most frequented national routes of the country. Okay. And due to a high number of accidents, and there is no trauma center on that route, so this hospital also aims to serve those populations of people who are victims of accidents. So this hospital will also serve these people. Apart from this, he mentioned that the initial plan is to start small, so they'll be offering basic services at this hospital. So A&E, maternity and GP, as well as a trauma center. And then they hope to expand in future, inshallah. And the last point he was making was that they have a precedence in Guatemala where Humanity First has built a very high quality hospital accessible to the general population, and the aim for Ivory Coast is to do something similar, to offer high quality healthcare at affordable prices for the poor population.
How do we thank Dr. Saab in French?
So you can say merci beaucoup, Dr. Saab.
Merci beaucoup, Dr. Saab.
In his English accent. But Jazakumullah, Dr. Ahmed Kobali, Director of Health Services at the Ivory Coast. A pleasure to speak to you, and thank you very much for giving us that insight into what's going on in the Ivory Coast. And of course, thank you, Jazakallah, to Idea Sabahat Sab for giving us the fantastic translation. I wish I did better at my GCSE French. Again, it's an opportunity for us all. These are interesting times for us all. Of course, we're sitting here, we're making light of the situation, but of course, around the world, these issues of poverty, of poor access to healthcare, to a lack of education, to a lack of water and food, these are all right now being exacerbated by the fact that COVID-19, of course, is rampant around the world. And if we living here in the United Kingdom, or indeed any other country in the world, when we feel the pang and the torment of having to stay in our homes, just imagine those people that don't have a home to stay in. When we feel the pang of having to go to A&E and worrying about contracting something when we go, or going to the GP and worrying about PPE, imagine those people that don't have the luxury to be able to worry about those things that keep us up at night. So again, please understand and feel the pain of others as if it was the pain of yourselves or your own family members. This is the message that was given to us by His Holiness Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmed, the worldwide head of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, who said, see the pain that other people feel, not as their problems, but as your problems. See other people not just as other people, but as members of your own family. So take this opportunity. These are all words, but they don't mean anything until you log on or you pick up the phone and you make that donation now. So please do so.
We've heard some amazing stories and some amazing projects that Humanity First are doing. And I think a lot of people used to ask me, and I think I mentioned at the beginning of the show, is what do charities do? You know, I don't really see where my money goes, and hopefully, inshallah, you guys are now able to see where your money goes. We've gone to the ground, to the people in the countries, and they've given us some amazing stories. So, some news for everyone: we've raised over £66,000. But like Mr. Saab said, that's not the end. You know, we've still got a couple of hours to go on the show, so unfortunately, you've still got to deal with us two for a bit more. But do pick up the phone and do log on, because, like Dr. Saab was saying, you know, just creating a hospital can have such a massive impact in the country, and can impact many different lives, and you could be a part of that amazing initiation. So please do pick up the phone, please do log on, and we're now going to go on to a donate video to show you guys how we can start to generate more money.
You can donate in 1 minute. Click Donate Now in the top right-hand corner. You can choose to donate one-off or monthly. You can select or enter an amount. If you've donated before, you can sign in to fill in your details automatically. Select Gift Aid to give an extra 25% at no cost to you. Enter your name, email, and address. If you're happy to hear from us, check the box and click Submit Donation. Enter a password to save your details and click Donate. Donate now at hfuk.org.
Lots of things today. You've seen lots of good information about Gift Aside, all our wells. We've talked about the bags. It's time now to think about it as a family. You're there, you've already maybe given some money, but what about that wedding present for your wife or for your husband? Why don't you give them a well? It's a couple of grand to buy a well, or refurbish a well for £500. Okay, you could buy, how about 10 of these bags? You could send 10 African children to school with a bag, with their lunchbox. You could buy them lunch. You know, there's all these other things in here. We've got the putty paste that we saw earlier. So many little projects, so many big projects. It's entirely up to you. Gift of Sight, an operation for cataracts. My Uncle Graham, Auntie Lizzie, they've had eye issues as well. It's a wonderful project, some Gift of Sight. So it's up to you guys now. We've done what we can. Look, where are we now? £66,000 we've got so far. That's fabulous. I really want to thank you. I'm a trustee. I'm delighted that you've come this far. But come on, let's push it a little bit further. Let's get to 80,000, 100,000 maybe. Look, the world's our lobster. We've got lots of these bags to go in Africa. You can trace your 10 children, or you know, you can have a football team full of little children who go to school with all the right kit. and they're taking a Humanity First back to school. We've got our honey. Buy a few jars of honey. Get you through the lockdown, the second lockdown. You'll be tucked away, lovely with a bit of honey. I do believe we have lots available, but it's a case of getting it. So that's on the website. This is on our we can either ring in on the number, which is 0300 56 10 10 7. The number's flashing around on the screens. So please, it's now or never. Just have a chat as a family. Maybe you were going to buy a new car. You don't need a new car. Yeah, buy yourself a well. That's much more. That's going to last you to heaven and back, right? So all of those things, I would urge you to think about our families, and also think about your life as well. Okay, we're really keen to get money, but we're also keen to get volunteers and maybe send your children to Africa on some sort of volunteering project. So think long term. We also want to think about today. Let's get some money in today. Pretty please with sugar on the top. We need some donations, and buy yourself some bags. Get some children going to school with the right kit. Our COVID-19 work, wow, we've done amazing work. We've got a food bank in West Yorkshire. All of these things, they do take a bit of money. We do amazing stuff with the volunteers we have. Who's paid here? Anyone paid here? Any paid? No. No one's paid here at Humanity First. We're all doing this for the love. So that's why your pound goes so much further. It's amazing. I mean, look at Oxfam and all these others. They have boards full of well-paid people that are taking money. So honestly, the money you donate to us goes a lot further with this. So Humanity First is amazing. You know that. You've seen all the reports, and it's through the blessings of all the prayers and all of that goodwill. We're serving mankind since 1995. These fellows here set us on the path, and away we went. We're talking about COVID-19, and I believe the video's coming up shortly. So, we're still in COVID-19. We're all being careful. We're all wearing masks. So with that in mind, it's over to the video now. Thank you very much. Keep donating. 66,000. Let's get it higher.
The world is facing the worst global crisis since World War II. More than 820 million people are suffering extreme hunger every day, and the UN fears that a further 400 million could be dragged into poverty. The pandemic has proved devastating for daily wage workers, who could no longer earn and whose families have been plunged into poverty, not just in low-income regions such as Africa, South America and Asia, but even in North America and Europe. Humanity First has supported almost 700,000 people looking out for the most vulnerable. In developed economies, our food banks are busier than ever, providing families with dietary necessities as well as the provision of hot meals and food supplies, while our teams provide for the homeless, care homes and refugees. In much of South Asia, Humanity First has provided daily wage workers and their families with food ration packs and clean drinking water. All across Africa, as the pandemic spreads, our teams have been reaching remote villages and providing a lifeline for families struggling to provide a simple meal for their children. With your help, Humanity First has now provided over 10 million meals. People like you are making a difference, helping us put humanity first.
Sana, it's Sana.
And welcome back to the Humanity First UK Telethon. So we wanted to remind our callers that right now, as you are sitting at your laptops or you're sitting at home, maxing and relaxing on your couches, feet up, you have a unique opportunity here. You've been listening all day to the stories, and people have been calling in and Skyping in from various parts of Africa to tell you what the effect your donations are having. In fact, what the effect of the donations of so many people across the UK and indeed the world are having on their lives. So you have a unique opportunity ahead of you now. Whereas my colleague here, Hamad, said, now's the time to pull out those £1,000 iPhone, right? Get on that £2,500 MacBook Pro, right? And do something to enrich and uplift your fellow man.
I think we don't realize how privileged we are.
Yeah, that's right.
We don't worry about food. We don't worry about running water. We don't worry about the fact that, we a day's work to be able to earn enough money to look after your family. And there are people around the world for whom that is a constant worry.
Yeah.
In this country as well, which is why we support things like the food bank up in Mirfield in West Yorkshire.
Right.
But around the world, for all of these projects, they have such a huge impact. And actually, one person who really wants to donate and has called us up is Sanaullah Mir and Sanaullah, Sana, if I can call you Sana. You've called to donate. Can you tell us a little something about yourself?
Assalamualaikum. I've called to donate because I'm familiar with what Humanity First is doing here within the UK, over in Africa and within the Middle East. And that's predominantly one of the reasons why I'm keen to donate. It's incredible that we have this NGO, this charity, which does reach out to the corners of the world, which does reach out to areas that are otherwise unreachable by many other NGOs. And I think we've really undersold on this telethon. And personally, I feel that any money that I can spare or sacrifice is going to Humanity First, without a doubt.
Incredibly generous. Incredibly generous.
Thank you, Sana. See, this is the type of behavior that we find consistent with people who really give some thought behind what Humanity First does. Yeah. And most importantly, as you mentioned, as Sana, thank you very much, Jazakallah, where the money goes. Yeah. Exactly. The fact that the money is reaching, the overhead is actually quite small compared to the proportion of money that's actually reaching the person on the ground.
Yeah. And talking of on the ground, one of the countries that we support is Guinea-Bissau, and I think we're really lucky to be joined by our colleagues in Guinea-Bissau.
So right now we're going to be joined by Inasa Inchasu, who's the IT Center Director over in Guinea-Bissau. Inusa, are you here on the air with us?
Yes, I'm here. I'm on.
Assalamu alaikum, dear brother. How's everything?
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Alhamdulillah, we are fine.
Alhamdulillah, it's good to have you join us here in the studio. One of the things we were just telling our viewers, just been reminding everybody how Humanity First has been running the IT center over in Guinea-Bissau for the past few years, 5 I believe to be exact, providing training for students and helping them in securing jobs. So I wanted to just get your take on why you thought an IT center was so important there in Guinea-Bissau. Give us a little bit of background on it.
Okay, yeah. The IT center is very important here in Guinea-Bissau. So we start operating. It's not 5 years, but 2 years now. Since Humanitarian First IT Center is operating, now is 2 years now. 2 years. 2 years now. The Humanitarian First Guinea-Bissau start to provide affordable and reliable computer skill through its IT center to high school graduates. There are some students with no financial support for university or college because of the fee. They are very high. IT Center is offering a number of the programs of computing and information technology area, whereby increasing their prospect of the getting job in the future. So through its IT centers, it's offering different courses. Different courses we are offering: basic IT, diploma in IT, advanced diploma in IT. And also we are giving the courses like hardware, maintenance, and networking in IT also. And the IT center is also building, IT center also is building partnership with another IT center and having a link with the schools, in way of the getting more students. And the other part, the IT center is not having some of courses, but the IT center is programming to plan to add these courses in the future. That's why the missing courses. So these are the very importance of the IT center here in the Guinea-Bissau.
Okay. Wow, that's pretty informative. That's it's interesting because you find that IT turns out to be one of the many jobs that seems to be COVID resistant as well.
Yes.
So I think one of the things that people will want to know is what reaction do the people have on the ground when they find out these types of services are available to them there in Guinea-Bissau? What's some of the feedback that you've received from some of the students?
Exactly. The reaction we are having from different students is that what they express is to applauding the IT center, that the IT center are giving them the courses, and that courses will help them to face the national market, getting the job. These other IT schools that's already graduated, so that they are getting job from the market, and most of them they are getting job to the office. So in this matter, always they used to say that thank you to IT Center of Human Interface in the Guinea-Bissau for providing us these courses of the competing that can help us to face the national marketing and international marketing.
Well, God bless you. Thank you so much for your sacrifice and also for the time that you spend there teaching the candidates who come there to this IT center. I mean, the type of benefit that you find is now opening up for people. This is yet, as we mentioned earlier this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, this is just but one of the many opportunities you have to help people like Inusa and his team that are there on the ground, trying to teach people the skills so that they can feed their families. And these IT centers are but one of hopefully many IT centers that will open up in Guinea-Bissau and Ghana and in many other countries that can benefit from such things. But Dr. Hamad Saab, remind them once more, where can they call? Or if they're sitting there at their laptops, how can they help?
How can they donate?
Yeah, man, we got to tell them.
They need to pick up the phone. They need to pick up the phone, Hamza. They need to call this number. They need to dial 0300 561 0107. They need to speak to some of the lovely people in our call center. They need to donate some money. They need to give a pledge. Listen.
How do they do it, though? Is there a video or something?
There's a video. They can watch a video. They can learn how to donate. But seriously, direct debit, monthly payment. Please watch this video.
Check it out.
You can donate in 1 minute. Click Donate Now in the top right-hand corner. You can choose to donate one-off or monthly. You can select or enter an amount. If you've donated before, you can sign in to fill in your details automatically. Select Gift Aid to give an extra 25% at no cost to you. Enter your name, email, and address. If you're happy to hear from us, check the box and click Submit Donation. Enter a password to save your details and click Donate. Donate now at hfuk.org.
Irrespective of the cause of the suffering, if we claim to be true Muslims, it is our obligation and paramount duty to assist all people who are facing difficulties and to strive to alleviate their pain and distress. Our religion of Islam has taught us two overarching means of serving mankind. The first way is to bring people towards their Creator and to inspire them towards fulfilling His rights. Accordingly, it is the duty of every true Muslim to try to bridge the rift and void that is growing between humanity and Allah the Almighty. The second primary means of serving mankind is to help people in their time of need and to utilize whatever resources are available in order to bring ease and comfort to those who are deprived or facing trials and tribulations.
Some funds were raised entirely for the sake of helping the suffering humanity. I decided to spend that money on the poor people, and that is exactly what we are doing. Not only in one country, but in Ghana, in Nigeria, where are the people suffering. Moreover, we had means of helping people with human sacrifice, which coupled with the meager financial resources makes a sizable contribution. But without that human sacrifice, that small contribution financially would not mean anything. Now, our experience tells us that if we spend money ourselves for a good cause, the result is 10 times more satisfactory.
Perfect time to say, pick up the phone, make a donation, go online, make a donation, just make a donation. Again, whatever we're saying here, it only means anything if it results in you picking up the phone or going on the laptop or the computer, I don't judge, and making a donation. Make a small donation that can change someone's life in a big, big way. Speaking to the different countries around the world today, we've heard a lot about the fantastic projects that have been established by Humanity First. And actually, we're going to be speaking now to Dr. Satam Mutlaj Ahmed, who is an emergency doctor working in a hospital in horrific conditions in northern Iraq. And he's been living in Daesh-controlled territory for 4 years now. So we're going to have a word with him to try and find out a little bit more about what's going on the ground. Dr. Satam, are you there? Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah.
Yes, thank you. My name is Dr. Satam from Salahuddin Governorate in north of Iraq, working as a medical doctor in many humanitarian organizations, working in camps of Iraqi refugees. You know, there are thousands of families living there in camps. These families primarily consist of children and hopeless women without husbands. Their husbands mostly killed in wars, and these hopeless families totally dependent on assistance from organizations. These humanitarian organizations provide the minimum requirements of living to their families. Some of these organizations established PHC, primary health care centers, for caring of these hopeless families, and also providing the minimum requirement of health to these families, which consists of little children and female. The families of refugees facing big deficit in food, medicine, and shelter. Most of these camps are established in the region where I live, in north of Iraq. As everybody knows, that these humanitarian organizations were doing their best in meeting the essential requirements or the essential needs of the refugees who are living in these camps. Sadly, lastly, these organizations raised their hands from their job of assistance to these hopeless families, and now most of these families in desperate need to the minimum requirements of living. The children of these families without any teaching, no primary schools, no secondary schools, and the children even don't know reading and writing. You know, we are now in the 21st century. Most of these families forced to go to their original village without any essential requirement of living. Every family taking their tent and go to their village because their homes, I mean their houses, were exploded and being leveled with air, with the surface of earth. The humanitarian organizations must go to their village to help these hopeless families. But till now, they didn't. The government didn't provide the essential requirement of living to these families and didn't provide the minimum salary to these families to keep them alive, at least. I want that my voice reach these humanitarian organizations through your organization, Humanity First. Please do your job. Do your best to these hopeless families who are in desperate need to every assistance you can do for them. At last, I would say that Humanity First were doing their best in assistance of the people living in camps in north of Iraq. I can testify truthfully that Humanity First was first actually in doing their job of helping these hopeless families. So I want to thank them for helping these people living in these camps. But at the same time, I would say to them, please continue in doing your best because there are many humanitarian challenges waiting for your assistance. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Jazakumullah. That was Dr. Satam Mutlaj Ahmed, who is serving as an emergency doctor in northern Iraq. And I mean, I think it really is heart-wrenching because I mean, I think what he said, where please do whatever you can to help these hopeless people. And I think to hear about the plight of people living where we are sitting in absolute comfort. I mean, there's no beating around the bush. We're sitting in comfort and luxury. I mean, in this day and age, we're wondering about AC and fans and what food we have in the fridge. And yet there's people out there that have lost their husbands, their wives, their children, their mother, their father. It's really quite touching is the wrong word, but again, heart-wrenching to hear that. And I think, again, it just piles on the pressure on us. Because the thing is, we can sit here, we can get emotional, we can hear people's stories, and we can really relate and try to be empathetic to their plight and to their pain. But really, unless and until we do something about it, then empathy is not going to get us anywhere. If we stand up and say, that's enough, we need to do it with our actions, not just our words. So take it from us, we as presenters here at the HF Telethon, Humanity First Telethon, we ourselves will be making donations, but also we need people at home to make those donations too. This is not an empty request, this is a request on behalf of humanity. You've seen the images, you've seen the videos, you've heard the stories, you've heard the people and the torment and pain they've been through. Now is the time for you to make a difference. So listening to us, fine. Jump on your phone right now, jump on the internet right now and make those donations to make that life-changing difference for people around the world. Because if you don't, then listening to this telethon, listening to us saying it, means absolutely nothing. So please make the donation, go online, call our call centre and make a difference today.
That was tough to watch and very heart-wrenching. And we're now moving into the last half hour of the telethon. So Jazakallah to everyone who has already donated, Jazakallah to everyone who is going to donate, and Jazakallah to everyone who's about to log on to their computer or give us a call in the call centre. I think what's clear to see, especially in the video we saw as well, was that a lot of the stuff that happens in the world today is it kind of stems from a lack of education. And it kind of lends itself nicely to our next country that we're going to go to. So we're going to be going to Ghana, where we're going to be speaking to Emma Jawad Hamansab, who's the General Secretary of Ghana. And we're going to be speaking about 2 of the schools that they've set up in Ghana. Hamansab, Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
How are you, Hamansab? You okay?
Alhamdulillah, I'm doing very well. How are you too?
I'm very good, We're very well. Hamansab, so the 2 schools that have been set up in Ghana, obviously education plays a vital part in any child's life. Can you give us an idea of what life would be like for these children if those schools weren't set up?
Sure. We have 2 schools in very deprived areas in the country. One is Obaladan and another is a place called Wangao. These 2 places are places which are very predominant with children. However, the nearest school that they can access is about 8 kilometers away from them. And it's not just the distance alone. Before they will be able to access this school, they would also have to cross a river before they can access the nearest school that is close to them. And when this happens and the rainy season sets in, what happens is that when the water level rises, the river becomes very turbulent and dangerous to cross. In this case, it means the children will have to wait for about 6 months so that when the dry season, the water levels will come down for them to be able to go to school again. So this therefore doesn't make education attractive to most of the students as well as the parents as well, because you can't go to school once in a year. So you see most of the children will end up doing most farm works rather than those years of their lives focusing on schools. So when this school, the Obaladan school project as well as the Wangao school project came in, Alhamdulillah, it has gotten a very massive effect on the people who are there. When I'm giving you some statistics with the Obaladan project, we currently have an enrollment of about 356 children who are now in primary 1 to primary 6. And we have 5 teachers with them now. And this school is the only school that is serving 17 nearby communities. When we also look at the Wangao school project, it also now has an enrollment of about 237 children from primary 1 to primary 6. And this is also the only school which has basic education for all the nearby communities around Wangao. So as you can even see from the clip that is showing now, when we go to commission the school and give the school out to the community, the kind of joy that is in the hearts of the children, or that you can visibly see from their faces, is something that you cannot even describe. The aura alone when you are there, when these children now have an idea that this time they are not going to travel 8 kilometers as well as cross a river before they will be able to access a school, that kind of joy alone is something that can never be described with words. When you are there, the aura that you feel when you are there when they have this school project is something that you can never imagine. However, this is just a drop of water in the ocean. There are many of such places in the country who will need such help. And that is why it is very, very important for us to come on during this telethon like this and encourage people to be able to help so that we'll be able to access more of such communities with such help now.
Beautiful. Emma, we saw on the VT some beautiful children's faces smiling and laughing and dancing along. What kind of effect has it had on these children? Are there any kind of real life inspirational stories that you can tell us about a child who went from possibly working on the farms and whatnot to then being able to have the kind of, not one would call it a privilege as such, I'd call it kind of a right to education, and how has that really impacted that individual's life?
Exactly. There were most of the children who, you see, because of the condition of the place, you wouldn't even have any push, or you are not going to have any joy trying to go to school, because look at the distance that you are going to cover before you'll be able to access the nearest school. Even with that, crossing the river, when it gets to the rainy season, it becomes very dangerous for you to cross. So most of the children decided to go to the farm to be doing work. However, when this school came in place, most of the children are now very much encouraged to attend school. And most of them have also come out with very good plans, and the plan of the children is even amazing. Most of them are now thinking about going to school, completing the school, and coming back to the community to come and help the younger ones who are coming. These are examples of most of the children who have started their school now in Wangao. They observe that it's sometimes even very difficult for teachers to even come to the place to stay with them and teach them. So most of the children who are now in upper primary told us that this school that has come is going to be an avenue that will bring education to most of the people who are in Obaladan and Wangao, because they are very much encouraged to go to school. They want to complete the school now so that they will be able to come back to the community to be able to help more of the children who also need education. So these are just a few of the encouragement or the good stories that has come out from this school going into Obaladan and Wangao, alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Jawad Hamid Saab, General Secretary in Ghana, Jazakumullah, thank you very much. We're also joined now by Al Haj Farooq Ali Saab, who is Chairman of Humanity First Ghana. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So it's an interesting. So we've been hearing a lot about this this school by the river, which sounds very picturesque in the way that it's described. But I'm sure that the facilities and the joy that it brings indeed is much more poetic in its nature. Could you tell us a little bit more about this project and what kind of an impact it's having on the people around?
If one need to, it's something that one have to describe. It's until you see it physically, you will not imagine what this school has impacted on the children in this school. Like my brother said, these were schools that people were attending once a year. As it's gone, since rainy season comes, they have to stay till another year till they are able to go back to school, because it's not easy to cross this river and go back to school. As for the impact, it's not even the children alone in the school or in the village that felt this impact. Even the surrounding, even the government institutions have the impact, because this is something that they should have been doing and they could not do. So it's become a global something. They cannot imagine just an NGO could come this far and come and set up a school. It wasn't even a plan. This was just a mere visit by one of a UK delegate in the name of Fazil Saab. And when he moved into it, was that and saw these children in this situation, he said, no, this is not something that I don't believe in this century we could have children going through this kind of issue. He said, no, as I'm going back, I'm going to pull a string. Something must be done. We cannot leave these children in this situation. And virtually, because of the school was not there, the parents decided to use these children as their helps, because they know they cannot attend school. They will stay back and then help them in farming. But since this school's initiative, since the school started setting up, you cannot imagine. It's something you cannot explain. Even when government officials goes to this area to see these children, to see this school set up, they will be asking you, how come? How are you able to put up such a fantastic facility for these children to enjoy? And not even that alone. We have now started developing classrooms, putting life in classrooms. If you see some of the classrooms and they ask you to enter, you say, what am I going to do here? But the impact of this classroom development project has brought life to the student. You could see that when a child enters a classroom, he now knows that he's in a learning facility. Unlike those days, you sit down in a classroom, no windows, light is not there, the child is sweating, 2, 3 teachers teaching. No. Now, when the children enters a classroom, they say, no, this is really a classroom. And these are facilities that is not in Accra, not in any of the capitals. It's about almost 800 kilometers away from Accra. You can imagine it. So these are things that if one don't feel it, see it, you will not understand. As for the parents, they have very little to say. They have just nothing to say, because it's wonderful. Because where this school is sited, if they were to go in gradually, they would have had a school in the next 20 years. No government, nobody would have thought of them. So this is something that Humanity First have done, and you cannot just think that it's just humanly thinking. You just that this is a directive from Almighty God. So we always say, Jazakumullah, Humanity First, and Humanity First, as you say, a lot more is needed in some of these areas. And we'll continue to pray that if Allah permits, we'll always have such facilities to ease the life of children and parents.
Thank you very much for that. That was Al-Haj Farooq Ali Saab, Chairman, Humanity First, Ghana. And just before that, we spoke to Ahmed Jawad Haman Saab, the General Secretary in Ghana. Indeed, fantastic and inspirational stories.
Wow.
Not just changing adults' lives, but indeed changing the way that children in our world are growing up. Indeed, often when we think about the facilities that we have, we think about them with regards to us. What do we have?
Yep.
But indeed, when we look at our children, we give even more than we have to our children. And yet, there are people in the world. I mean, it really breaks my heart to think that, of course, food shortages and food poverty is a real thing in the world today. And to think that people die of starvation. Imagine the pain of that mother who knows that she is unable to give her dying child a morsel of food. Just imagine that. Imagine that you know your child will now die because you could not even get one morsel of food. Or the child that died from an easily preventable disease because it drank the water you gave it. Because if you didn't, it would have died of thirst. Imagine the pain of those parents. This is not one or two families. This is hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people around the world. And by your donation, by your contribution, you can make steps to stop that happening in the future. By every penny and pound you give to Humanity First, we can work to make the lives of these people better. And it's not just something that you're throwing in the air. This is something that you can see happening. That's the purpose of today's telethon, that you can see with your own eyes, as Al-Haj Saab said in the call. You can see with your own eyes the effect that your money and contribution is having. With that, we'll go and we'll listen to the wise words and the guiding words of His Holiness, the worldwide head of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad. And just before we go to that, I should probably give a quick update that we have now, by the grace of God, reached over £75,000 raised just in this short few hours of the broadcast. Again, don't let it be the end, let it be the first building block. We still have half an hour or so left in this broadcast. Please make a special effort in this last 15-20 minutes to make that donation. Even if you've donated once, donate again. Is it really going to make that big of a hole in your pocket? Because it will make a huge difference in the lives of people around the world. Let's listen to the words of His Holiness Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad.
Irrespective of the cause of the suffering, if we claim to be true Muslims, it is our obligation and paramount duty to assist all people who are facing difficulties and to strive to alleviate their pain and distress. Our religion of Islam has taught us two overarching means of serving mankind. The first way is to bring people towards their Creator and to inspire them towards fulfilling His rights. Accordingly, it is the duty of every true Muslim to try to bridge the rift and void that is growing between humanity and Allah the Almighty. The second primary means of serving mankind is to help people in their time of need and to utilize whatever resources are available in order to bring ease and comfort to those who are deprived or facing trials and tribulations.
Assalamu alaikum and welcome back. Really pertinent words from Masroor Saab. I think really hit home exactly why we're here today and what we're trying to do. And we've seen so many different projects ranging from orphanages to school bags to school transformations to water wells. And I think one of the projects that maybe people don't kind of think of or doesn't come front of mind is actually menstrual health. Within kind of Africa and sub-Saharan Africa, it's a very, very important subject. And we are now going to go to Kenya to speak to Atia Zafar Saiba, who's the head of the medical and marketing department in Kenya. Assalamu alaikum, Atia Zafar Saiba. Assalamu alaikum, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. For our viewers out there, that menstrual health might not be something which they're too familiar about, or may not even be something which they think something which needs to be taken seriously or needs action right now. Can you give them an overview of what are the challenges with menstrual health in Kenya, and kind of what steps are you taking at the moment along with your team to tackle some of the challenges?
Yes, precisely. Just to put an emphasis as to why menstrual hygiene is very important, I will just highlight a few points. So on an average day, on a daily basis, we have almost 800 million women menstruating. On average, a woman can bleed up to, say, 10 years of her life. So if a woman's bleeding for that long, we need to ensure that her menstruation is as safe and comfortable as humanly possible. In Kenya specifically, up to 50% of girls do not have access to sanitary pads. And this brings me to the concept of period poverty. Earlier on, we were being told about food poverty. So today, I would like to shed a little light on the concept of period poverty. So this is a global issue. It's, of course, not exclusive to Kenya or sub-Saharan Africa. But in essence, it's basically just the lack of sanitary products, menstrual hygiene education, hand washing facilities, and proper waste management. So what happens if, as a result of period poverty, in our setting, if a girl does not have access to these services, these girls and women resort to using unconventional means to actually manage their menstruation. And these means are very unhygienic and unsafe for them. So you will find girls using chunks of mattresses or rags, and in the rural areas, even there's reports of girls using goat skin and dried leaves, just something that can basically hold the flow. So all these different means basically expose them to a lot of urogenital infections, and they affect their physical health. This can also have a very detrimental effect on their mental health. So in our setting, we don't really have a lot of education on menstruation. So at Menarche, when a girl starts menstruating, she probably might not know what is happening to her body. So when she just starts bleeding, she has actually no idea what's happening. So at yesterday's event, we had an outreach, a Humanity First outreach in one of the villages, and one of the girls told us that when she started her menstruation at about 11, she just started popping all sorts of over-the-counter medications in the hope to, to try and just stop the flow. She had no idea what was happening to her until someone, saw stains, and then they talked to her about menstruation. So this puts girls through a lot of emotional trauma because they don't really understand what's happening to them. Also in line with mental health, when a girl in our setting is not able to properly manage her menstruation, and she's staining as a result, and she goes to school or in a social gathering, and they see that the stains and everything, it puts her through a lot of stigma. And we've actually had reports in Kenya where recently, I think earlier this year, a girl committed suicide. A young girl in primary school committed suicide because she started menstruation in school, and little boys mocked her and they made fun of it. And she just took her life like that. In 2020, we have girls committing suicide because of all the stigma surrounding menstruation. Another consequence of improper menstrual hygiene management is the effect this has on a girl's education. So on estimate, 1 out of every 10 girls in Africa misses out on school due to menstruation because she can't manage it, so she doesn't go to school. This, of course, has a very adverse effect on her education, her performance, and opportunities. And we recently had reports about in Mandera, quite a rural place in Kenya, where a girl said that she has to dig up a hole and basically just sit in it the whole time that she's menstruating. So she misses school, she misses everything else while she is menstruating. Another effect this improper management can have is because girls are not able to afford these pads. We have, in our setting, we've had reports about very despicable humans who take advantage of the fact that these girls cannot afford menstrual pads. So they exploit them sexually. So a lot of girls are forced into, prostitution to be able to just afford pads. And we've had a lot of reports of this kind in Kenya in the past. This also takes a very heavy financial burden on the girls and the ladies. So in a cohort of let's say street women, those who do not give into the pressure of prostitution and they choose to buy the pads for themselves, it's very financially burdening for them to be able to afford that, because they might as well be using that money to spend that on their kids, on their health, on their food. But instead they have to keep on buying the pads, and this takes a lot of toll on their finances. So basically all these problems have been aggravated because of the pandemic, and a lot of girls some of the girls who were getting pads from the schools are not getting them anymore because the schools are shut down. So this problem has definitely enhanced over the past. So yeah, these are the problems that we as Humanity First are trying to address here.
So you've told us a little bit about the problems, and it's truly horrific. And of course, as two men sitting here, we don't pretend to be well versed on these issues or to know too much about it. But indeed, it's eye-opening to understand it from the perspective of a woman talking about women's issues. And indeed, it's something that the world needs to come together to address and to remove any taboos regarding. But what is Humanity First doing in order to remedy these problems that you've so eloquently described?
Yes, so earlier on this year, Humanity First took up menstrual hygiene as a project. And we realized that this was a very important problem that we needed to address, so we did exactly that. Earlier this year in March, we set up an outreach in a high school in Kangemi, Nairobi, and we reached out to about 70 girls. We gave them donations of washable, reusable pads, and we also gave them face masks and also donated some food to them. Yesterday, we did an outreach to a small village in Elgeyo Marakwet, Kenya, and here we had the chance to meet 350 girls of the village. It was quite remote, and this was an initiative set up by a medical student who reached out to us for help, and we were happy to help her out with this. So this was a very holistic kind of mentorship whereby we taught the girls, we mentored them about the problems that they face in their setting, like teenage pregnancies, lack of education, and problems to do with early child marriages. So we also definitely put a greater emphasis on menstrual hygiene, and we donated the pads to them, and we also put great emphasis on education for these girls. And we donated the HF back-to-school bags for them, and each of the bags was filled with a lot of stationery for them. So every girl at the end of the day got a lot of, she got pads and she got back-to-school stationery and bags as she went home. So what we're basically trying to do here is to create more sustainable and eco-friendly means for these girls to manage their menstruation. Because if, let's say for the washable, reusable pads that we give them, a girl can use that for up to 4 years, and she doesn't have to buy pads for that period. And if we give them menstrual cups, then they can use those for up to 10 years, and they won't have to buy pads for that period of time. Also, these means of managing menstruation are very eco-friendly, because it reduces the significant plastic waste that is brought about as a result of using the regular disposable pads. And these pads are 90% plastic. And if you take one pack of these disposable pads, that's equivalent to 4 plastic bags. So by promoting the agenda of more sustainable means, we're actually trying to protect the environment while we're at it. So that's basically what we have done so far. Our future plans with regards to menstrual hygiene are to set up a workshop within the orphan care where we're planning to set up the orphanage. We also intend to set up a workshop where we'll have underprivileged women stitching and being trained on how to make these washable, reusable pads, and we'll be teaching them how to make these pads and supply them to the needy people. So that's the idea of what we want to do. I would definitely want to acknowledge people who've been very instrumental in helping Humanity First Kenya achieve this. And one of them is Freedom for Girls, a UK-based charity organization. They've always been very generous in donating the washable, reusable pads to us. And we've also had a very strong team of volunteers from the Medical Students Association of Kenya who've always come forth to help us teach these girls. Yes.
Atila Fasaiba, thank you very much. Head of Medical and Marketing in Kenya there. Again, it really brings to mind the fact that something which we see as so every day with our families is something which people around the world don't have access to.
Exactly.
I mean, the fact is that people, she said, I mean, as Atila Fasaiba said, this is something which is not given enough education about, not talked about enough. I mean, the fact that a young girl committed suicide over bullying regarding this in 2020. This is something which is absolutely horrific. And again, it all boils down to the fact that the donations and the contributions that you make stop these things from happening. The donations and contributions that you make today, right now, not tomorrow or leaving it for the day after, because we all know but life is busy and we forget. So right now, when you are in that emotion, when you've heard the events and the stories of people that are suffering right now, dig deep, make that donation now, make that contribution and help make people's lives just that little bit better. So, yes, please.
Oh, sorry, no, go on. You're more eloquent than me. So.
Wow, that's not true. That's not true at all. We're now going to the call centre to speak to Chris and get a little bit of an update as to what is going on at the phones. Now we are also going to, before we do that, and we've spoken to Chris quite a bit, and I think we've got his message loud and clear. We're going to now go to Guinea-Bissau, I'm told, and we're going to speak to a representative there to give us a little bit more of an idea regarding schools and scholarships.
Flood relief. So speaking to Mr. Gulaji Imbalo, he's the head of the Knowledge for Life for Guinea-Bissau, and Mr. Masood Jalalo, head of disaster relief for Guinea-Bissau. Assalamu alaikum, are you there?
Yes, please. Walaikum salam.
I think there's a, like you said, you know, the little elves
this is the
in the
fun of
background
going
are
live,
working
isn't
away.
it? This is the fun of going live. We'll be speaking to them, getting a bit more of an idea in regards to some of the projects that are happening there, and we'll be speaking to them in just a moment. But again, Atik, it's been a fantastic few hours, and we've seen some absolute amazing work. So let's speak to our friends in Guinea-Bissau. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I'm sorry, I'm the director of education.
Assalamu alaikum, how are you? You okay?
I'm fine.
We wanted to discuss, so obviously we had Chris Edwards on the show today, and he's been talking about the school bags a lot, and we've reminisced about the school bags. But what's the actual idea behind them, and why are they so important for the children in Guinea-Bissau?
The distribution of the school bags really is very important because the children here, they need more. The majority of the parents are facing financial problems, different other problems. So this donation of the school bags is very important for them. It is permit them to save some money to use it for another purposes. And these school bags are very important because they can last for a long time.
What would you say is, in terms of the school bags, give us an idea of what's in those school bags? Because obviously when we went to school, I had a lot of stuff in my school bag. I can imagine. But what are we giving to these children? What kind of things are they getting apart from just the stationery?
Yeah, on the school bag, first of all, we received 240 school bags. Each one has 6 notebooks, 1 compass, 1 lunchbox, and 10 pens, 12 color pencils, 12 pencils, 1 ruler. It was having other material which I'm not remembering, but it have all the necessary things for the children when they go to school.
And what kind of an impact does this actually make on people? I mean, when we talk about, many people around the world, we're saying that, okay, fine, we give them a ruler, we give them some workbooks and these other things, which may to some people who are unfamiliar with it seem almost menial. But what kind of an impact does this actually have? How do people view this when they're given this gift of a school bag and the materials that they need for school? Does it really make much of a difference?
Yeah, it make a very, very excellent difference because it's made a very, very good impact in the children and their parents, as I said before, because some were not even having means or money to buy school school bag or some other material like books or other things. And they do appreciate it very, very, very well. They were happy and they expressed their happiness when this program was conducted in these four primary schools in Bissau. They do appreciate it very, very well. Even the representative from the Ministry of Education was present in the program, and one of their inspector also was there. They expressed their happiness for being invited to attend this kind of program, and they do say that if every NGOs, humanitarian NGOs, act like humanity first, there will be no problem. There will be no problems. There will be no lack of means for the children, because they say that some of them say that the children, they are the future for the country, and if there is an NGO or an organization which is helping them, and they do appreciate it very well. This is that they are thanking Humanity First, and they have seen the value of Humanity First in Guinea-Bissau.
Amazing. But aside from the school bags, you're also working on a couple of other projects, one of them being the flood relief project. Obviously, everyone's aware of the rainy season and the devastation that floods can cause, which we've experienced here in the UK. What are you doing with Humanity First to kind of help some of the victims that have been affected by the floods?
Yes, we also do some donations, food donations in different areas, like in Bissau and other regions. So we donate rice. We donate other materials like zinc and other material for construction. Those who have lost their houses, those who have lost everything, we gave them some help, rice, cooking oil, and some other materials. Even recently, yesterday, one equipe was in Gabu region. They went to donate some bag of rice to those people who are affected with the floods.
I see. So again, a lot of work happening there. Of course, fantastic work happening both in terms of providing relief to those people that are afflicted by the different torments, but also providing the necessary tools and resources for people to become independent. Jazakumullah, thank you very much, Mr. Gwelaje Mbalo, Head of Knowledge for Life in Guinea-Bissau. I think it's been an amazing few hours.
It absolutely has.
I mean, it's been an eye-opener for me, especially. Yeah. I think I've just seeing when we hear about charity, like you said before, when we hear about charity, we hear about the work that people do around the world. It seems very remote and very far off, but I think it's telethons like this that really bring it home, that show you with your eyes actually the impact that people are making.
100%. I think the reality is that a lot of my friends and my colleagues have always said, and I said it, I keep repeating myself, but it's so important that charities, what do they do, how does it affect people on the ground, where does my money go? And today's been a shining light. I've learned so much. I've learned about projects that I had absolutely no idea that we were working with. So look, I would urge everyone, please carry on donating. The lines are still open. They're open till 10 p.m. tonight. The website is active 24/7. As soon as we finish and we go off air, it doesn't mean you can't donate. The website is consistently active, and Mansoor Saab has eloquently and articulately delivered why we should all be donating. So again, please, I urge everyone to carry on donating. Think of the impact that you guys are going to have on a human being's life. There's no greater satisfaction that you will ever get in your life than having an impact on a child's life, a female woman's life, or even a family's life. So please carry on donating, and I'll leave the last finishing remarks to Mansoor Saab.
I think we are in a stage right now where in life we understand that people are undergoing all sorts of turmoils, all sorts of problems, all sorts of afflictions. They are overcoming all sorts of obstacles in their life. And especially right now where we are going through this period of an epidemic, we are going through this period where people are locked in their houses and undergoing things and the problems which are exasperated beyond what we are normally used to. During all of this, we understand that there is a time and a place for us to overcome these problems together, for us to realize that the problems faced by other people are not other people's problems. They are our problems, and the people around the world are one family. I know you gave me the last word, but I'm going to hand it right back.
I can't top that. I would want to thank everyone who's donated, thank all of the countries across the globe who've come on board and talked about their projects and what they've been doing, and they've obviously, sacrificed a lot of time. Jazakallah to Amir Saab UK as well, taking time
Absolutely.
out to come and talk to us about what inspires him to donate. Jazakallah to everyone who's been involved in Humanity First, but it doesn't end here, it carries on. So Jazakallah, and
I believe
inshallah.
we have a final figure as well.
We do, what is it?
The final figure, we've just been told in our ears, the final figure for this telethon so far, and of course it's not the end result, but we'll keep on going, so far is a whopping £73,800, which is
wow. Amazing.
I'm told £78,800. So I messed up the last words of the telethon. 78,300. I messed it up twice. Well, there you go. That will be a remember one. So £78,300 has been the total so far of this telethon. But again, like we said before, don't let it stop. Continue donating. This is not, Humanity First doesn't just exist within this telethon. It's a continuous thing, and lines are open till 10 p.m. tonight. But that is not the end of the donation. You can keep going and make a difference in people's lives with the contributions that you make. Pick up the phone, log onto your computer, and make that donation now. Thank you very much from all of us here in the studios and everyone around from Humanity First. Thank you very much. May God bless you all. And I guess good night.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
For the last time, bro.
You can select or enter an amount. If you've donated before, you can sign in to fill in your details automatically. Select Gift Aid to give an extra 25% at no cost to you. Enter your name, email, and address. If you're happy to hear from us, check the box and click Submit Donation. Enter a password to save your details and click Donate. Donate now at hfuk.org.